This is the flagship of Giants baseball.
Double play!
KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
Lakers stink. We can get that out the way.
A mile-high comeback in Denver. Jamal Murray puts the team on his back, and now the L.A. Lakers are down 2-0. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher from the Murph & Max Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. with Overnight Dave behind the glass. And OD, this might be the first time in quite a while that we haven't started the show with some Bay Area highlights. Of course, with the Warriors playing the entire season, their season coming to an end at the hand of the L.A. Lakers. So I'll take some highlights of the Lakers losing, but there was no Giants baseball yesterday either. Don't worry. They're back in your life today. They kick off a series tonight. Anthony DeSclafani taking on Sandy Alcantara. One of the best pitchers in the National League. Should be a pitching duel tonight down at 3rd and King. And they'll kick off their weekend series. But there is plenty of sports action going on yesterday. Whether it was the Florida Panthers taking down the Carolina Hurricanes in quadruple overtime yesterday. That was absolutely insane. I know here in the Bay Area, we don't pay too much attention to the NHL outside of the San Jose Sharks. I told you I was pretty irritated by the NHL draft lottery and the Sharks not getting Connor Bedard. Great job winning those worthless games at the end of the season. But I do like to check in on the NHL playoffs, especially when we do get the Stanley Cup. And tonight we'll actually kick off the Western Conference Finals between the Dallas Stars and the Golden Knights. So, hey, if you're looking for a rooting interest, you can root against Las Vegas and the Golden Knights. And there's your 30 seconds of hockey talk on the leadoff spot this morning. But we're also going to spend a lot of time talking about the 49ers today, because maybe that's the big Bay Area news that I was looking for from last night, is the rumors and the reports that it sounds like the 49ers will be hosting Super Bowl 60 in Santa Clara. And I've got to make sure to clarify that once again, it'll be in Santa Clara down at Levi Stadium, just like it was for Super Bowl 50. Because me and Dave were actually riffing this morning as I was driving in, listening to CBS Sports Radio on the overnight, the DA show, which I know Overnight Dave is a big fan of. And they were talking about the last time they came to San Francisco and how whoever the hell was in charge of booking hotels for CBS put them in the Tenderloin. And I said, bro, that's the one spot you don't want to go in this city. And oh, by the way, the game's being played down in Santa Clara. So maybe I'll open my arms, open my door to my house down in the 408 for Super Bowl 60. And maybe we'll be talking about the 49ers playing in Super Bowl 60 with a little home field advantage, just like Tom Brady was able to win one in Tampa Bay a few years ago.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Now, Dave doesn't see any scenario of that, but I do, because this is a team that was in the NFC Championship game last year after shuffling through 3, 4, 5 different quarterbacks at one point of the season, which leads to the next question, who's going to be the quarterback week 1? And we do actually have some newer sound from Kyle Shanahan, who spoke last week at the Dwight Clark Legacy event. I know Murph and Mac were there emceeing. Matty Mayoko, of course that is, was hosting an interview portion with Kyle Shanahan. That audio has been made public to people like us at KNBR. So we'll play some sound from Kyle Shanahan talking about Brock Purdy, where he's at in his rehab timeline, what it means for guys like Trey Lance, and what it means for potentially your QB1 week 1, Sam Darnold.
Here he is, QB1.
A man sitting courtside with Christian McCaffrey, with George Kittle. I don't even know what the hell that was, Dave. Little birds flying around. We'll see if Sam Darnold, we'll see. Dave's looking at me like a ghost just took over the board or something. Yeah, it's the ghost of Al Davis. You start talking about quarterbacks, and we can talk about Jimmy Garoppolo and whether or not he's going to be healthy enough to play the Kansas City Chiefs on Christmas Day. And why not look at the schedule for both the Raiders and the 49ers? Because it's been about a week since the schedule came out, and we never did our routine of checking off W's and L's. So we'll take a few minutes today to maybe put on our Dante Whitner red and gold colored glasses and take a look at a schedule where all we see are winnable games. But hey, it's going to depend on whether or not Brock Purdy's healthy week 1, Trey Lance will take over as QB1, or if Sam Darnold, the guy that Matt Mayoko said is the greatest thrower of the football in 49ers history, if he'll be behind center for week 1. So we've got plenty of 49ers news to talk about this morning, of course, with the Super Bowl planning to come back here to the Bay Area. But there is also plenty of basketball action last night. And the LA Lakers are now down 2-0 after Jamal Murray basically has his Jason Tatum Eastern Conference Game 6 performance. After struggling through the first 3 quarters, after shooting 5 for 17, he ends the night overall with 37 points, 23 of them in the fourth quarter. Hit 4, 5 3-pointers in a row, and the Denver Nuggets needed him to step up because the Lakers were pretty much in control for 3 quarters of this game last night. And credit to Darvin Ham and Anthony Davis and LeBron James for making the adjustments, basically trying to deny the ball from Nikola Jokic every single time they went down court and forcing somebody else on this Nuggets team to beat them. Well, guess who showed up in that fourth quarter? Jamal Murray, a guy who I think is a huge piece to the puzzle out in Denver, a guy that we know tore his ACL last year and was trying to come back in that series against the Warriors. Of course, he never made it back on the court because the Warriors eliminated the Nuggets last year on their path to a title. Now, this is a team that has never had a path to the title, as they've never even made it to an NBA Finals. But now they're up 2-0 over LeBron James. But hey, we all know how much playoff experience LeBron does have. It's the 9th time in his career that he has trailed 2-0 in a series.
9.
Now he's actually 3-5 overall. So not a great record. It's actually a record that kind of looks like his NBA Finals record. But I don't think anybody's writing off LeBron quite yet, because the Denver Nuggets have taken care of business. They've won the first 2 games at home. And it's something that we talked about leading into this series, the home court advantage that the Nuggets do have, maybe the biggest home court advantage in the NBA because of the elevation that they play at. Well, you look at the box scores from last night and from game 1, LeBron James and Anthony Davis have both played over 40 minutes in both these games. So how is that going to affect their legs moving forward? Only going to be another 48-hour break before they're down in L.A. But this is a Lakers team that hasn't lost a home game yet in the postseason. So if they win game 3 and 4, then we're right back to the script. We're right back to the old cliches of, a series doesn't start until a home team loses. Well, it seems like the series has started for Denver, for Nikola Jokic, who despite being the number 1 game plan to shut down from the Lakers, also had his 7th triple-double. I mean, there's no really stopping this guy. That's why he was back-to-back MVPs, and that's why I think after this series, once the Nuggets put away the Lakers like I predicted, people will finally start giving Nikola some respect and talking about, oh, he hasn't done anything in the playoffs. He hasn't done this. He hasn't done that. Well, now he's got a chance to eliminate Kevin Durant and Devin Booker and LeBron James and Anthony Davis in back-to-back series. So, of course, we'll keep updated or we'll stay in locked in tune in this entire Western Conference Finals. Eastern Conference Final Game 2 tonight after Jimmy Butler stole a game in Game 1 in Boston. Now, you would think Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are going to respond tonight, but I really don't know how to put my finger on what's going on in Boston.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Jimmy's been playing great. In fact, probably better than anybody else in this playoff series right now. But going back to Boston, I know they've made it all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals, but they've dealt with a bunch this year with losing their head coach, with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum maybe having a little bit of beef behind the scenes, and them damn near getting eliminated by the 76ers before winning Game 6 and Game 7. But they'll look to bounce back tonight for Game 2. Plenty of NBA action going on this weekend. And I'm sorry to inform all my high-drama listeners out there is no Warriors drama today. No updates on what Bob Myers is doing. No new sound from Steve Kerr. Draymond Green did put out a new podcast breaking down Game 1 and Game 2 of the Lakers and Nuggets series. Also talked a bit about Ja Morant and some advice he would give him. A couple of topics we can hit, but like I said, we have plenty of other things going on this weekend, whether it is the Giants and the Marlins series kicking off tonight, whether it's some more NHL playoffs, whether it is the NBA playoffs, whether it's Devin Haney, a kid from San Francisco, facing off against Vasil Lomachenko this weekend. That's going to be one hell of a fight. I was trying to actually get both those guys on our show this week to do an interview. That fell through. Shout out to Triple E in the bullpen. But shout out to everybody tuning into the Leadoff Spot this morning, checking us out on the live stream, on KNBR.com, on the KNBR app. All of our shows are live streamed now. You can see me behind the glass with Murph and Mac. And we'll get there eventually at 6 a.m. But like I said, let's get into some of this 49er discussion. Let you hear some sound from Kyle Shanahan on the QB situation and how it's going to affect that Week 1 matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll let you hear from Kyle on the other side. It's the Water Boy on a Friday morning, Dave, on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dave, I got him at 6 and 10.
All right, welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Friday morning. It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murphy Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning. And usually we're taking a look at the Warriors or the Giants at this part of the year. But because there was no Bay Area sports action last night, does not mean that we did not get some Bay Area news. Because it was reported yesterday that the 49ers are expected to be awarded the Super Bowl 60 hosting rights down at Levi Stadium. Now, again, I will say expected because nothing is finalized until the actual NFL owners meeting, which is coming up next week. So it sounds like everything is planned out. I know they've already got Super Bowl, what are we at, 57, 58? I know Super Bowl 60 it would be in 2026, and that's something that's always kind of annoyed me. That the Super Bowl does use Roman numerals. I mean, here's the thing. They never played football in Rome, so I don't know what it has to do with anything with the Super Bowl, but I digress. Whatever you want to call it, it will be a big event here in the Bay Area, whether you are staying in the Tenderloin like the DA show from CBS, or whether you are staying down in my neck of the woods down in the 408. It's a pretty awesome experience. And I remember when the Super Bowl came to Santa Clara / San Francisco, the entire Bay Area, back for Super Bowl 50. I came up to town, did the whole Embarcadero Media Row and all that good stuff. It was a fun time. Not that great of a game, that's for damn sure. But maybe the 49ers will look to be the latest team to play a Super Bowl in their home stadium. We saw Tom Brady win one in Tampa a couple years ago. That Rams game that they won, that was in L.A., right? That was hosted at SoFi Stadium. So we've seen it more often now after really not seeing it in NFL history unless you want to include the time the Niners won down at Stanford. But hey, maybe they'll be back in 2026 and maybe they will be hosting their own Super Bowl with a hometown advantage. Now the question is, who's going to be the quarterback in 2026? Because with the latest history of 49ers injuries, I think the question mark is who's going to be the 49ers quarterback by week 6 this season. And will it be a guy like Brock Purdy? Will he be healthy for week 1? Is he not going to be back until week 6? Because that's been the confusing thing this offseason. As, of course, we've been paying attention to the internal brace surgery, the moment he went to the post-game presser after losing in the NFC Championship game against the Eagles, started talking about his forearm pain. I broke it down for you guys the next morning and said, yeah, he's most likely going to have Tommy John surgery. He's got a torn ulnar collateral ligament. Well, he was able to avoid Tommy John, get the internal brace surgery that we're starting to see a little bit more in baseball. I know we've talked a lot this past week with the Phillies coming to town and Bryce Harper returning from Tommy John surgery in less than 6 months. Well, the difference is Bryce Harper is only swinging a bat right now. He's not throwing a baseball. If he was a pitcher, he would not be back in the Phillies lineup. So maybe that's not a great indicator for somebody like Brock Purdy. But you can also look at Trevor Story out with the Boston Red Sox. He actually had internal brace surgery, and he's actually taken a little bit longer to come back than Bryce Harper. So it's always tricky. Of course, everybody's body is different. We talked about Bryce Harper coming back in less than 6 months from Tommy John and compared it to Adrian Peterson when he came back from ACL injury. Kind of changed the timeline for what the recovery zone is from that injury. But now we're looking at Brock Purdy with a few question marks. And we heard from John Lynch the optimism saying, yeah, maybe he'll be ready for training camp. Maybe he'll be ready for week 1. And then that was followed up with Kyle doing an interview and saying, yeah, maybe it'll be week 4, maybe it'll be week 5, week 6. So there's been a lot of confusion on the timeline. And I think that's all because right now he is only going through the rehab processes. He's violently throwing a towel right now, not throwing any balls, which you'll hear from Kyle Shanahan in just a few minutes. But he has not picked up a football and is not planning to until at least the first or second week of June. Then we'll start to see what that actual rehab timeline looks like. We're still in the first half of that process, and there's still a long way to go before the 49er season starts. But anytime Kyle Shanahan speaks, I like to listen. Because ever since last Wednesday, when the 49ers hosted a Dwight Clark Legacy event, shout out to my guys Murph and Mac, who were the MCs of the event. It was actually down in San Jose, and I actually wanted to be there, but it was also the same night of Game 5 for the Warriors, a same game that Kyle Shanahan got called up by Joe Lacob and got offered courtside seats, Kyle had to turn him down and instead went to the Dwight Clark Legacy event because he's a better man than I am and actually gave us some good answers on Brock Purdy, an injury update, and what it means for the other guys in the quarterback room. Those guys, of course, being Trey Lance and Sam Darnold. First, here is the injury update from Kyle Shanahan on Brock Purdy and where he's at in the 49ers offseason plans.
As long as Brock's elbow heals right, he'll be the exact same guy. And when you have a clean break like that or a tear, it will be. You know, you can't have a setback and you can't have something heal wrong, but everything's been completely on pace. And just watching him now, I mean, he's doing the same drills all the other quarterbacks are doing. He's just using a towel to throw, but still doing violent motions, still moving it. He's just not doing it with a football. He'll get closer to that, and as long as there's not a setback, we think he'll be there in training camp, but he can get so much better right now.
As long as there are no setbacks, it sounds like he'll be ready to go for training camp.
He can get so much better right now.
And the thing that I've always said, if Brock Purdy is healthy, he is your QB1. After watching what he did last year, filling in for Jimmy Garoppolo when he went down in that game against the Dolphins, taking him all the way to the playoffs, all the way to the NFC Championship game where, of course, we know what Hassan Reddick did getting by Tyler Kroft and putting Brock Purdy on his back and onto the cart for pretty much the rest of the game until he had to come back in for Josh Johnson, who got a concussion and damn near handed off the ball for the entire second half. But that's the thing when we are looking at this injury. Since we've been talking about it for 5-6 months now, it feels like. From a guy like myself who has gone through tearing his UCL, you don't know what that timeline looks like. So who knows what the situation is going to be? That's why when the schedule came out last week and every other show started doing the schedule game where we're picking winners and picking losers, I said, hold on a second. We don't even know who's going to be the QB week 1. Why would I be breaking down a matchup against TJ Watt and Mika Fitzpatrick when I don't know who's throwing the ball? Well, maybe it's because some of these other people are confident, or should I say as confident as Kyle Shanahan, that not only Brock Purdy can do the job, but maybe Trey Lance and maybe Sam Darnold. Because this was another thing that stood out to me from this little interview that Kyle was doing with Matt Mayoko and Laura Britt. He talks about how the 49ers currently have 3 quote-unquote franchise quarterbacks on their roster right now. Then again, I don't think there's a quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has met that he's never fell in love with before. But hey, he's got all the tools, he's got all the pieces, and now he's got options. And here was Kyle Shanahan talking about those options and what Brock Purdy's success last year means not only for Trey Lance, but Sam Darnold also going into the season.
Yeah, no, I get that question. I understand the unusual circumstances of when you trade up for a quarterback with the 3rd pick in the draft, how you're expecting him to be the man for a long time. And we did expect that, and I still believe that he can be. You're also not expecting the last pick in the draft to come in and play at that level. That's why he was our 3rd quarterback, despite how good he did from day 1 to all there. But you're not expecting it. He got that opportunity because of injury. And then he went in for 8 games and won every one, which is the first thing you look at. But then you watch the tape and just try to see why. And it was legit. He played at an extremely high level. I think our team got a lot better when he got in there. And I think his position and every position around it, including our team, and when you go back and watch it, he's a real player. And so when you talk about what does it say about Trey, I just think it's so unfair to Trey. Trey played 1 game this year. What it says about is what Brock did in his 8 games. And what Brock did is really damn good. Now, what does that mean of Trey? Nothing. He's only got 1 game to play. The year before, he got 2 games. We took Trey thinking he would get an opportunity to play more because we knew where we were going to go eventually. That didn't happen. Not because of anything against Trey. He wasn't quite ready his first year, and Jimmy was still on our roster, and Jimmy is a very good quarterback who's not easy to beat out. And then we made the move to Trey. We were able to get Jimmy as a backup at a very cheap price, just luckily, in case something bad happened. But we were ready to go with Trey. And Trey was going to go through a lot that year, and I believe he would have got to a level that did some similar stuff. He missed that op, and Brock came in and did it.
And that's what it comes down to, the opportunity and who seized it. Again, I like to remind people that after Jimmy Garoppolo, quote-unquote, took the 49ers to the NFC Championship game against the LA Rams, the 49ers decided the next year that they were willing to hand the keys to the cart over to Trey Lance, who we all know by now the 49ers traded up in the draft to go get, gave up a bunch of draft capital, and felt like he was the future face of the franchise. That's how confident they were in this kid last season. Now, we know a lot has changed since last season. We saw Trey Lance go down with an injury. Jimmy Garoppolo comes in as a backup after throwing by himself on the sideline all through training camps because the 49ers couldn't trade him and get any value. So they bring him back, but then he goes down against the Miami Dolphins. There's the opportunity for Brock Purdy, and the kid never looked back. Ran off 8 straight wins. And again, that's why I think Kyle, John, and even guys in the locker room like George Kittle will tell you, he's the guy I want throwing the ball right now. He's gone out there and proved it. But I like what Kyle said. Just because Brock had success doesn't mean that Trey Lance will not have success. Again, there's a big reason why Trey Lance was a top 3 draft pick and Brock Purdy was Mr. Irrelevant. Now, of course, you can throw out examples like Tom Brady going late in the 6th round, all these late-round quarterbacks. I understand. But when you're looking at Trey Lance, the reason why he was drafted that high, the reason why the 49ers covered him as much as they did, is because of that high ceiling, because of the arm strength, because of the athletic ability, because they thought he could be an improvement over Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, they lucked out. They got 2 quarterbacks who they thought could be better than Jimmy G. And just from a pure football perspective, I think we all saw how much better this offense looked once Brock Purdy took over the reins from Jimmy. And that's why Jimmy's out in Las Vegas now, and me and Overnight Dave have to deal with him. But hey, this year, when you're looking at this quarterback roster, it does bring some questions. Again, the injury to Brock Purdy, the future of Trey Lance when we've only seen him 3 or 4 times, and then you bring in another guy who was a top 3 pick in Sam Darnold, which has thrown a whole entire boomerang into the conversation of guys like Matt Mayoko saying he's the greatest thrower of the football in 49ers history.
Seen ghosts.
I heard Greg Papa say, yeah, the 49ers can win a Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. I'm like, based off what?
Seen ghosts.
I know it wasn't based off what he did in New York with the Jets. I know he had a couple good games with Carolina last year, but still, I'm not overly sold on Sam Darnold, but there are people out there, and one of those people are Kyle Shanahan. Here he was with that quote last week at the Dwight Clark Legacy event about how the 49ers have 3 franchise quarterbacks on their roster.
Now, I truly believe Trey can go do that, but Brock's already done it. And that's a very good thing for us to have. And that's not something that I got to make a statement about. That's something that our players know from watching the silent tape. That's something I can see every day when we watch those 8 games. We know what we have. I truly believe with my heart what Trey can be. It still takes time and you got to go do it. But in the meantime, we have a guy sitting there who already has done it. And that's a very good thing for the Niners. That's a very good thing for Brock. And you know what? I see it as a very good thing for us. I'll let it play out, and we'll see if Brock gets healthy. We'll see how much ground Trey can gain in the meantime through practice and things like that. And when Brock comes back and is healthy, we'll see where we're at. But the one thing that we did we went into last year not knowing if we could have a high starting caliber quarterback because no one on our roster had done it before. And we believed someone could. That's why we were rolling the dice. And then we ran into a very good backup. And Trey missed that opportunity. And then Jimmy came in and helped us for a while because he was proven. Then Brock got the same opportunity Trey started with. And when it was all said and done, because if someone got to play, we know we have a quarterback who's done it out there at a high level in the NFL who we can win with. I also believe we have 2 more on our roster. All right, strongly. But one other guy showed it. So let's see how it plays out. And I could say that I'll make the decision, but I really don't look at it that way. I look at it as the players make the decision, and it all comes down to the silent tape, and I'll articulate it for you if you ask me a question. But it's going to go back to what we see on that tape, and usually the answer is right there.
And I get what Kyle's saying. Like I said earlier, I don't think Kyle's ever met a quarterback that he didn't like. So right now, when he's looking at this quarterback room, there's a lot of talent. Trey Lance, top 3 pick. Sam Darnold, top 3 pick. But the one guy that was drafted with the last pick of the draft is the guy that has gone out there and has been able that he's proven to win. We saw it last year, and that's why I think the 49ers, as much as they would like to see Brock Purdy behind center week 1, they don't have to rush him into Pittsburgh. They can give this opportunity that they were given to Trey Lance last year, or maybe it is Sam Darnold going forward. But to me, I think right now, while Brock Purdy is doing violent arm motions with a towel, shout out to me in high school, the door is wide open for Trey Lance to show the 49ers one last time that maybe he can still be that franchise quarterback that Kyle's talking about. And if not, then you cut ties. Then you don't pick up his fifth-year option next year, and you move forward with Brock Purdy. But I think you'd be doing yourself a disservice if you didn't see what you had in Trey Lance. Again, this all comes down to the health of Brock Purdy. He has earned the QB1 status, but if he's not ready to go, I would go with Trey Lance over Sam Darnold. But like I said, there's other people who disagree with me. They think Sam Darnold is the next coming of Joe Montana, Steve Young from going from Arena Football League or the USFL now coming over to the Niners. I don't know. People apparently see it. Like I said, people with more respected voices than me, like Greg Papa and Kyle Shanahan. And here was Kyle Shanahan actually responding to Matt Mayoka's comments on the Murph and Mac show about when he came on and said Sam Darnold might be the greatest thrower of the football in 49er history, a take that I thought was pretty controversial, but Kyle Shanahan does not.
A big controversial statement. I mean, Sam is an unbelievable thrower. He was born to do that. I mean, I think Jimmy's one of the best throwers on the planet I've ever seen, and the way he can do it. I don't think he gets enough credit for that. But you want guys who are like that, but most guys are in the club in terms of there's only a few people on this planet who can throw at the level that you need to throw at to succeed in this league. And then you have the guys who are usually some higher draft picks or put ahead of them. Sometimes it's for their elite arm ability, sometimes it's for their elite athletic ability. Sam is one of those guys who can throw like that. That's why Jimmy was a second-round draft pick coming from Eastern Illinois, because he was such a gifted thrower. And then it's how do you play after that? And there's so many things that go into that that have nothing to do with your ability. Your ability is God is here. Now it has to do with timing, eyes, how you move in the pocket, how you can react, and how do you judge that? They'll say it's a test. They'll say, like, I've had guys with the highest IQ ever who can't play. I've had guys with low IQs who really can play. There is no absolute in anything. You have to have the skill set to be at this level, but then it's how do you play football and what makes you move the chains. And everybody's a little bit different, and all you can ask for as a coach is guys who are in the club. And when you get a guy like Sam in the situation we got him, I mean, I truly see Sam talent-wise as a top pick in the draft, just like he was.
And that's why he was a top draft pick, because of the arm talent. But he also has shown a lack of actual football talent on the field. So we can brag about his arm, but what about his vision? Is he
Seeing ghosts.
Is he going to be seeing ghosts? Can he read a defense? I don't know. We haven't seen it so far in his career, but to Kyle's point, him now being in this situation is the best situation that he's been in. That's why going back to the draft, and we were talking about who should the 49ers take? Is it Trey Lance? Is it Justin Fields? Is it Mac Jones? My belief the whole entire time was the best quarterback from this draft is probably going to be whoever the hell Kyle Shanahan picks, because he plays in such a quarterback-friendly system. That's why you hear him talking about how Jimmy, in his opinion, was one of the greatest thrower of the footballs, which I will hit him with the Paulie Mac. Really? Really? I guess technically he is one of the 32 quarterbacks on the planet. So when you're looking at the millions and millions of people on this world, Dave, he is one of the top throwers of the football. But I think there's a reason why Jimmy's now playing in Las Vegas instead of with the 49ers. But I digress. Let me get back into the man that was seeing ghosts, Sam Darnold. Maybe he will be able to see Deebo Samuel and George Kittle running over the middle. Again, there's a lot of people out there who are very confident in Sam Darnold right now. I don't know what they're seeing. I mean, we're still in the off-season program. We're not even at OTAs or training camp yet, but hey, it's out there, folks. 49ers say they got 3 franchise quarterbacks. We'll see which one of those QBs is the starter week 1 in Pittsburgh. I know I said I was going to go through the schedule and pick some games, but Dave, it doesn't really matter, like Kevin Durant says. I'll let you know that Vegas has the 49ers winning more than 11 games this year. Their over-under is set at 11.5. Dave, I'll take the over. Not like my guy Copes, who took the under at 6-10 a couple
Does it really
ago.
matter?
No, it does not. But hey, we are the 49ers flagship station, so anytime we do get an update on this quarterback situation or Brock Purdy, of course, we're going to give it to you. But on the other side, we'll give you a weekend update. Let you know what's going on with the Giants and the Marlins. Let you know what's happening in the NBA, the NHL, and even what's going on in the ring, as there's a big fight with a San Francisco local taking on Lomachenko this weekend. We'll get you ready for the weekend. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
This is the leadoff spot with your host, the water boy, Marcus Boucher.
Marcus, could you play a little bit of that Augusta melody?
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Murray leans in, double clutching, got it. What a tough shot from Murray. Murray fires away a three. It's good. Jamal Murray struggling all night, taking some big buckets here in the fourth. It's it off to Murray, who can't miss in the fourth quarter. Another three. 14 fourth quarter points for Jamal Murray, including 4 for 4 from distance. Murray behind the screen from Jokic, cans another. 16 in the fourth quarter, and Jamal Murray's got 30. The Denver Nuggets are 2 wins away from their first NBA Finals.
The Denver Nuggets are 2 wins away from their first ever NBA Finals. I'm sure not too many people are waking up on a Friday morning expecting to hear that. Hell, I'm sure Adam Silver in the NBA, we're not expecting to hear that. But this is going back to before the playoffs even started, when we were taking a look at the entire Western Conference and trying to break down whether or not the Warriors could go back-to-back this year. We talked about the West being wide open, but the team that's been a top of the standings the entire year has been the Denver Nuggets. And I've said it multiple times on this show. I don't think I've ever seen a number one seed as disrespected as the Denver Nuggets. And you can talk all day and night about Nikola Jokic, the consistent triple-doubles, had his 7th of the postseason last night. And the dude has been absolutely phenomenal. That's the reason why he went back-to-back winning MVPs. But it's also a big reason why people criticize him, because of his lack of success in the playoffs. Meanwhile, here's Joel Embiid, the guy that won the MVP, talking about, I can't win by myself. Me and James can't win by ourselves, blah, blah, blah. So we gave an MVP to a guy who doesn't have postseason experience either. And again, I think it just comes down, people didn't want to give Nikola 3 in a row, but he's still playing and Joel Embiid is not. And right now, the Denver Nuggets are playing at an unreal level. And now they're up 2-0 against the Lakers. And credit to the Lakers, who did make some game one adjustments after the Joker dropped a triple-double through the first 3 quarters. They bring in Hachimura a little bit. He came in the starting lineup yesterday. And I thought the Lakers actually did a decent job trying to deny the ball away from the Joker in yesterday's game. Clang! Whether it was the double teams, LeBron playing in front of him, AD right behind him, kind of sandwiching him and trying to deny him the ball. And their game plan, it seemed like, was to try to force somebody else to go out there and beat him. Well, guess what? After struggling for 3 quarters, Jamal Murray answered the bell. Dropped 37 points last night, 23 of them in the 4th quarter. And this is a guy that I said have always been a key to the success for the Nuggets. That's why when people are ripping the Joker last year for losing to the Warriors, I like to remind them Jamal Murray was out with an ACL injury. So there he was without his Robin. But last night, Jamal Murray stepped up and was Batman in that 4th quarter. 23 points. Was absolutely on fire. I think he went 4 from 5 from three-point range. It seemed like he was just dribbling up court every single time and cashing him in the back of the net. And it's not like this is out of nowhere. There's only 2 players in the playoffs this year that have over 100 points total in the 4th quarter. One guy is Jamal Murray. The other is Steph Curry. So that's great company to be in. And right now, I'm sure the Denver Nuggets are feeling pretty damn good after going up 2-0. Even though the national narrative was, the Lakers came back in the 4th quarter in game 1. How are LeBron and AD going to respond? Again, getting back to the narrative that the Denver Nuggets are the most disrespected number 1 seed, maybe of all time. Maybe it's just recency biasy, but hey, I'm going with it as my hot take this morning. And here's Mike Malone, the head coach of the Denver Nuggets, who's been pretty hot in all of his post-game. Here he was yesterday talking about that national narrative and wondering if people are finally going to start giving the Denver Nuggets some credit for going back-to-back, taking out the Suns, and now putting LeBron James in a 2-0 hole.
A lot of our guys, to be honest, they may not admit this or not. You win game 1 of the playoffs, and all everybody talked about was the Lakers. Let's be honest, that was a national narrative was, hey, the Lakers are fine. They're down 1-0, but they figured something out. No one talked about Nikola just had a historic performance. He's got 13 triple-doubles now, 3rd all-time. What he's doing is just incredible, but the narrative wasn't about the Nuggets. The narrative wasn't about Nikola. The narrative was about the Lakers and their adjustments. So, you put that in your pipe, you smoke it, and you come back, and you know what? We're going to go up 2-0.
Dude, I love it. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, LeBron. How about that?
You put that in your pipe, you smoke it, and you come back, and you know what? We're going to go up 2-0.
That's a direct shot at ESPN based out of L.A. That's a direct shot at all the national media, all the headlines.
You put that in your pipe, you smoke it, and you come back, and you know what? We're going to go up 2-0.
Again, I drove in this morning. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max, all they're doing is crying about the Lakers losing. Oh, what happened to LeBron? How did he fumble that layup on a wide-open fast break? What's wrong with LeBron in the 4th quarter? Couldn't hit a 3 last night to save his life. Why isn't he driving to the rim? And oh, by the way, shout out to Jalen Rose, who on the post-game show yesterday pointed out the fact that LeBron James has only made 1 3-pointer in the 4th quarter this entire postseason. I said, damn, is that correct? I got to double-check it. Yeah, I went to StatMuse last night, put in the question. AI answered it for me. And yes, LeBron James is 1 for 20 from 3-point range in the 4th quarter of this playoffs. Again, but this is the guy that ended the Warriors dynasty. No, I'm not buying it. but I am buying the Denver Nuggets. And this is why I picked them in Game 1 and Game 2. And the way it's looking right now, maybe we are looking at a 4 or 5 game series. Again, Denver did what they were supposed to do. They won at home. Now the Lakers are returning to L.A., a place where they have not lost at all this postseason. And when I'm actually looking at the scores, when I'm looking at the lines, the Denver Nuggets are a 5.5-point underdog on Saturday, which I feel, again, is highly disrespectful. But hey, who knows? Maybe the NBA has the script. Maybe they're planning another comeback for LeBron James, who, oh, by the way, is down 2-0 for the 9th time in his career. He's 3-5 in those playoff series. I don't know if he's going to make it 4-5. We're probably looking at more like a 3-6 record, the same record as his NBA Finals record. But hey, I'm never going to count on LeBron. That's why Vegas does have him a favorite on Saturday. But I'm also confused on why the Boston Celtics are such a big favorite tonight against the Miami Heat. It's Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and I think everybody is expecting Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and the entire Celtics team to bounce back after losing Game 1 on their home court. But again, here's Jimmy Butler, here's the Miami Heat, getting 9 points tonight, a 9-point underdog. That's absolutely insane to me because Jimmy Butler has been that dude in the playoffs. Maybe we should start comparing Jamal Murray to Jimmy Butler with the performance he put on yesterday. And there's also one more thing I wanted to touch on before we got out, before we wrapped up our little NBA section, was talking about the performance that Jamal Murray put on last night. And I just wanted some more post-game sound from Mike Malone after he told LeBron and the Lakers and the national media to put it in their pipe and smoke it. Here he was last night breaking down the performance of Jamal Murray and how he's dealing with an ear infection. And check out Mike Malone's take on this.
Jamal had said that he had an ear infection on Saturday. What was he able to do, if at all, last weekend?
He hasn't been able to do a whole lot. You know what I mean? It's funny. One of the coaches said, when's the last time you heard of a grown-ass man have an ear infection? Usually that's kids in kindergarten, whatever.
When's the last time you heard a grown-ass man had an ear infection? I mean, Mike Malone's post-game interviews are becoming must-watch at this point. Must listen at least. And I'm all in on the Denver Nuggets. Screw the Lakers, screw LeBron. I know the NBA would prefer to have Lakers versus Celtics in the finals, blah, blah, blah. No, give me the Nuggets. Give me Miami. I like Jimmy Butler and the Heat to cover those 9 points tonight. I don't know if they win, but 9 is a lot in the Eastern Conference Finals. And Jimmy Butler has been covering at an insane rate. Shout out to Eric Spoelstra. Shout out to Heat. And shout out to some basketball action going on this weekend. But on the other side, let's get back in the Murph and Mac mode. Bring them back in on a Friday. And maybe take a look at the Giants kicking off their series tonight against the Marlins. A lot going on this weekend. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
When's the last time you heard of a grown-ass man have an ear infection?
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, wrapping up the leadoff spot on a Friday morning with the voice of Gabe Kapler bringing us back in. That's a voice you can hear at the ballpark tonight as the Giants are back in action versus Sandy Alcantara and the Miami Marlins. Great pitching matchup between him and Anthony DeSclafani. But also some other big news here in the Bay Area today as the 49ers are expected, keyword expected, to be awarded the Super Bowl rights for Super Bowl 60. And I want to give a shout out to all the 49ers beat reporters who yesterday, of course, reported on this story and pointed out that it will be Super Bowl 60, and they did not use Roman numerals. Yeah. Because Murph, as a grown man, as a 30-year-old, I still haven't figured out Roman numerals. And here's the thing. Last time I checked, they didn't play football in Rome. They're not hosting the Super Bowl in Rome. What are we doing with these Roman numerals? Let's go back to the actual numbers. Good morning, Murph.
I liked Super Bowl X5, XV. XV.
X gonna give it to you.
Super Bowl X. Those are great Roman numerals, right? Yeah. And X, okay, Super Bowl XI, XV, and XVIII.
See, I wouldn't be able to decode that, Murph.
I think we declared it. I think when it came to 50, which was the one down there, I said, we're done with the BS.
I'm done with these
numerals.
No
more of this nonsense.
I don't need them.
Didn't the Romans used to puke in vomitoriums, too? I mean, like, come on. There's things we got to leave behind, right?
Yeah, they're not playing football out in Rome, Murph. I'll tell you that.
No, they would
play football.
They stuck Russell Crowe out there and just ate him up with a lion or whatever. Told him to fight a lion.
That's right, yeah, a couple gladiators.
Is Jed York saying, are you not entertained?
49ers, are you not entertained?
You a gladiator guy? We've never talked about that.
I'm down with the movie Gladiator.
You are?
Yeah,
okay, so
it hooked me. I was like in middle school when it came out.
So you're all in.
Oh, it was awesome.
Yeah.
Murph, you know I'm a fan of human cockfighting.
It was the original UFC.
And UFC.
It was the original UFC.
Now we got the gladiators and the octagon.
UFC 1 was the Roman Coliseum.
Dude, shout out the old UFC intro where they used to do like the super dramatic like rejoins, and they had like the gladiator walking out to the octagon. It was awesome. Yeah, exactly. So I'm down with the blood sports.
What you're saying
Murph.
is that the human experience is one in which the human beast has chosen to put his life on the line in combat.
Hey, that's it. Hey, the Romans were entertained, and Waterboy and Overnight Dave get entertained too.
And then there's the PGA Championship. You know what I mean? Too. We can knock a golf ball around too.
Those aren't exactly gladiators, Murph.
See the guy fall in the mud yesterday? Tom Kim, see that?
No, I didn't really see any of it. No,
guy completely fell in the mud, like came out like a swamp monster. Played the rest of his round with his pants rolled up over his knees, and he's a good young player too. Tom
Did he
Kim.
fall in like after the swing, or
he went to go get his ball, and it turned out it was mud. Then he took a tumble in, and he came out. He looked like the swamp thing, and he played the rest of the round with his pants rolled up.
They couldn't get him some new pants?
No, you can't. What do you mean? You got to go keep playing. Pace of play.
A lot of rules in golf.
A lot of rules.
If I could just jump in with an 80s reference, Murph, you know how popular those are. I got to shout out Adrian. What was her name? Adrienne Barbeau? Was that her name? Adrienne Barbeau?
Yeah. Maybe more late 70s.
Shout out Adrienne Barbeau in the 80s horror classic Swamp Thing.
Well, there you go.
Swamp Thing. Look it up.
One of my two high school baseball nicknames. For you, my fellow baseball guy. So I went for a diving catch in right field on a wet, muddy day, came up head to toe, and Bob Harris, one of the great comedians on our team, just screamed, Swamp Thing! And that was it. I was Swamp Thing for an entire year.
You were Swamp Thing?
Yeah. The other one was Diesel. because when we did home-to-home
Murph Diesel.
times,
Murph Diesel.
You got Shaq Diesel, you got Murph Diesel.
Coming around third with
Yeah.
snot coming out of my nose.
And here comes the Murph
saliva
Diesel.
flying, and
Choo-choo.
my buddy Blaine, who's super street, yelled, "Run away, Diesel!"
Yeah,
and that was it.
you better get off the tracks when the Murph Diesel's coming
Shout
through.
out Murph
Paulie Mac.
Diesel, dude.
I
I'm
think they
down.
were saying I lacked a little grace, perhaps, coming around.
Can we go Murph Diesel, and then can we take the next step and go Murph Foo? As in
yeah.
Shaq Fu, Murph Fu. Yeah.
The big Aristotle, Murph Aristotle. Yeah, what can we go with?
The big Murphistotle.
We get him tonight, right? TNT does the Celtics?
I believe so.
I hope
They're
so.
on the Eastern
I need
Conference
some.
Finals.
That's the only thing about the ESPN games that are and I love me some Stephen A. Those guys are great too. But I do need some Shaq on
Nothing
a regular
compares.
basis.
It's a disappointment.
Nothing compares.
When the game ended, I was like excited, and I was like, "Oh, there's no inside the NBA."
I got to tell you, still, and I'll probably be referencing this the same way I reference Tommy Lee, the same way I reference Magic going for 42 as a rookie in Philly. But Murph telling me that still one of my top 5 Murph riffs of all time, maybe top 3, is that if you watch TNT long enough and just focus on Shaq, he might be dozing off in the middle of segment.
Particularly the Tuesday. The Tuesday one.
And there are times that he's just looking off somewhere and everybody else is talking. He won't say anything for like 5 minutes. I'm like, there he is. He's copping a nap. That's all Murph all the time. I've told my kids that riff. I pass that riff on, Murph, down to the generations because it's so strong.
Well, it's your job to pass it on.
Well, here's the thing. Just like we're now live streaming the shows on KNBR.com and the KNBR app, Shaquille O'Neal doesn't give a damn that he's on camera. You'll see him like grab his big old water jug.
Great call.
He'll grab like a little personal fan and like put it on his face.
We
Like,
should
dude,
be
you're in the middle of a segment.
Murph, we should be taking our video cues from Shaq.
Yeah. Well,
hey,
if you need to doze off,
if you
go
need
ahead.
a nap, take one, Murph. You're all right.
I'll start wearing shades, just looking off my mouth open.
Shaq leads, I will follow. We got to get this guy out of here.
Murph Mac, weekends at Bernie's. Get ready for the weekend. Shout out to my guy, Overnight Dave. Great week of shows as always. But now it's time to wrap up the week with Murph and Mac at 6 a.m. We'll ring those bells. You're listening to KNBR, AM and FM in San Francisco, a Cumulus Media Station, the sports leader, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Reggae Friday. Starts right now.
Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All righty. Happy Friday, everybody. Happy live stream Friday. It's been 1 week since we've been on, and we still haven't decorated the walls. Oh, wait. That could change today.
Stand by, Murph. Your boy Paulie Mac came with a bag of goodies today. Visual accoutrements, if you will. I'll say visual enhancements to give the room some depth. As our friend Chris Kelly would say, some depth.
Some depth.
Yeah, because we got no depth.
The show has no depth.
No.
Some walls might as well have depth.
I, as a human, have no depth.
When are we planning to decorate?
Well, I mean, I could do it any time. I brought Murph, and I even
During
brought
the break, maybe? And
sure. So when you got, considering the cameras, they never leave us. I was going to say, when our listeners and viewers join us after the first segment, I could decorate the studio, but they'll probably see me doing it.
Well, we like to have them.
Yeah. We love
welcome.
having you guys. You
They're
guys are the
welcome.
best. So I got video, or I keep saying video. I mean visual enhancements. We'll get to those shortly, and it's kind of a grab bag, Murph. I'm going to surprise you.
I'm excited.
Okay, cool.
I thought about it. You had mentioned it, and me with my frickin' early onset, I said to myself, oh, yeah, I got a couple things to bring in, and then just immediately went to the next shiny object and forgot it.
Well, you know what I did? I decided to include the listeners in this, and I really mean that, Murph, because right before we opened the mics, I told Murph I brought some stuff in to hang. And I said some of these things have actually been donated by our listeners because our listeners, you guys are the best. You really are. And you've been so good to us over the years. They've sent us some gifts here and there. So some of the things I'm going to hang are actually things that listeners have sent in to us.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Do we get the, remember Paulie and I were in the Boston's North End in 2007. And
God bless that trip.
We bought the Hans, the hands worn off the evil eye. And apparently apparently that thing had a 15-year warranty.
Totally. Its charms are starting to wear off. You know what I mean?
There's a little fine print says this will wear off after 15
Murph, I'll
years.
fly back to Boston and get another one if I have to. You're right. The powers are only good through this calendar date. There's an expiration date on those horns.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But anyway, so things like that we had. And then we also had a Sly and the Family Stone album back in our old office.
No, that's a great call. That'd be good. That's a good luck charm.
Anyway, how was your Thursday night, buddy?
Well,
Did you
great.
catch any sports? Did you go something pop culture or something?
No. I dove right into that Nugget game, dude. And Murph, again, I credit Murph for the Shaq riff, and I want to credit Murph for another kind of observation /take/riff. where you were talking in was it the first round? I think you started pointing out.
Yeah.
Have you guys been keeping an eye on Mike Malone and his post-game presser? And I heard Marcus, this was the guy, though, he was OG day one on Mike Malone and the charms, the Queens, New York charm of a Mike Malone. So, yeah, dude, I watched the game.
I said he has a very Brian Sabian vibe.
He does.
Very Brian Sabian.
Well, the best was when the Joker collided with, what's his name, the owner of the Suns, and he goes, I don't give an S who it is.
Yeah, that was the thing.
We got the owner of the Suns.
First, his first comment was, he goes, we can't be worried. He goes, we can't stop the game because some fan wants to hold on to the ball. And then the guy in the reporter goes, that fan was the owner of the Suns.
Hesitation.
The words couldn't have gotten the last syllable hadn't even curled off the questioner's tongue before Malone said, I don't give an S.
No, I don't give an S. I'm from Queens. So anyway,
last night he dropped another one.
He did. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
And I said, gladly. Puff, give over here, Mike.
Oh.
There it is.
Oh, man.
That's a keeper now, Marcus. That's a keeper.
Thompson had a great tweet. He goes, man, he got those bars from his pops. LOL.
Hey, yeah, man. So anyway, no, I did. I enjoyed the Nuggets game. I'm really happy.
Well, were you worried that the Lakers were going to win the damn thing? Because they were leading late in the third quarter.
No, it was a good game. I mean, the first three, it was a good game. I wasn't worried, even if the Lakers win. Are you?
Yeah.
Well, how do you expect this? Honestly, because I don't know how to expect, what LA is going to bring in Los Angeles.
Well, I liked what I saw. I liked seeing LeBron James utterly exhausted at the end of that game.
That's why I wish the Warriors ran him more, but go ahead.
Well, you got to get up to 5,280, which, by the way, they have, carved into the free throw line so that every opponent who goes to the free throw line looks down and sees 5,280 to remind them how high they are. Never bothered me. Bring it on.
Ask Craig Morton how we did.
Rob Lytle's going to fumble anyway.
Yeah.
So anyway.
No, wow. Rob Lytle.
Back
to when they had a D on their helmet.
No, seriously.
For D-bag.
I told Alzado to shed the orange and come on over. But rest in peace. But anyway, the LeBron James, if everybody missed it, at the end of the game, I learned this a long time ago. They always said the key to knowing a basketball player's fatigue is if they're grabbed their shorts.
Totally. Hands on hips, grabbing shorts, your telltale signs.
When you grab the shorts and pull on them.
Yeah.
And I've never seen him, because, you want to put on a brave front. You don't want to look exhausted out there. You're LeBron James.
Right.
You're
the alpha. You're the ultimate male.
He surrendered to the minutes and the elevation by the end of that game.
It's a real thing, man.
And Jamal Blanken Murray.
Wow.
There was a stretch there where I was just almost laughing out loud on the couch. Because what did he hit, 5 straight? The Nuggets hit 5 straight threes. I think he hit 4 of them.
Yeah, he did. He was red hot.
If you were the Lakers, you were like, what the hell are we going to do?
No, there's not much we can do. No, seriously, you're right. Sometimes you get outplayed like that.
I mean, you'd have liked to see a little of that from Klay Thompson.
Yeah, you would have. And a thought that went through my head last night is, how would the Warriors have contended with this I'm talking about Joker specifically, because I don't know how you're supposed to stop this guy. I mean, I really don't. I don't think anybody can.
But what's funny is he played water polo in Serbia, and because my kid plays it, I'm only learning the game vaguely, although one of my best friends in life played it too. So I've had a weird sort of somewhat first cousin relationship with the sport of water polo, even though I've never played it at all. But one of my best friends in life played it growing up, and now my son's playing it, so I'm watching it, trying to figure it out. But one thing I do notice is it's a heavily passing-oriented sport. And when I watch Jokic pass, I can see I'm not even riffing. I can see the water polo in his background. The way he kind of palms the ball and
it's like a Nerf. It's like a Nerf basketball in his hand.
And water polo players brag about the fact that Jokic played it in Serbia growing up.
Shout out to
they're
all
proud of him. He's their guy.
Murph, shout out to all water polo players. First off, a sport that it doesn't even exist on the East. I'm not even kidding. There was no such thing anywhere on the Eastern Seaboard. Coming out west, I get a little more familiar with it, and I got to say that all you water polo guys, best looking torsos I've ever seen, hands down. Yeah. And all you swimmers, they're like V's, Murph. They're like V's. The body, it's insane what these guys look like physically.
I tell the story when my incredible boondoggle at the '92 Barcelona Olympics. My buddy Dave Gibson worked for NBC Sports. He now, by the way, is the executive producer of the NHL on TNT. He's the guy. He runs the whole thing. By the way, you see that hockey? Last night they went 4 OTs.
I saw, 4
OTs.
2 of the biggest non-hockey towns in the history of the world. By the way, I got to shout out 510. I happened to glance over and he goes, Tommy Lee never pulled on his shorts unless he was taking them off. 510, that's how you started Reggae Friday.
That is very good, very good.
Very nice.
Anyway, he worked at the International Broadcast Center. He was a young NBC producer, and he told me to come to Barcelona. I had no money. I just drafted off of him for a week. One of the greatest weeks of my life. So sometimes I would have to just sit in the lobby of the International Broadcast Center and wait for him to finish because I was out of money and I was just waiting for him to come buy me a beer. And dude, I was there when the Italian men's water polo team who had just won the gold came in for their hit on Italian TV. Dude, they came striding in through the lobby. They were wearing their
like
robe.
gods, like Italian gods.
Every single one of them, 6'4", bronze, the Roman nose,
the abs,
the shoulders,
the rippling.
And they were wearing these blue
shoulders.
robes.
They got
with,
shoulders.
Where they were kind of open to show the chest.
Yeah.
And I said, at the time, I was a young single guy. I was looking to meet girls. I remember thinking, I got no shot.
I better go to a different tent.
I got none shot.
Yeah.
I got none. The girl has a choice between that and me.
No.
And coming, I think you're going over.
Now the girl looks over and goes,
Anyway, to your point about the torsos and all that.
Yeah,
So anyway, so listen, Giants tonight.
Yeah.
I'll be there. I'm
nice.
going.
Yeah, get your lightsaber
It's
on,
my
man.
sister's birthday game.
Happy birthday, Katie.
Yeah.
You guys can have a lightsaber duel to to celebrate Star Wars night.
Maybe we bring maybe I bring some sort of toenail sign because DeSclafani's going.
Now, are you nice?
Tony D.
Are you going?
May the toenail be with you. Kind of combine the two themes.
We're gonna have a good show.
Right.
It's gonna be a good show. So, Murph, you say Katie's in the house. Katie Murphy, happy birthday.
Yeah.
What about the younger Murphys? Your Declan's, your
her
Worries?
present is that she gets to
That's
go with
the foursome.
boys.
I love it.
She loves
Perfect.
nothing more than good. So I'll be there. We'll see how that goes. And then, of course, the big news about the Niners maybe getting the Super Bowl. And we'll definitely talk about that today.
I hope it's better than the last one. If I could request a better game.
Without question. We can riff on that heavily.
Yeah.
So we got that. We got the Super Bowl coming. We got, of course, continued Warriors hand-wringing. We got the Niners. How about a very interesting story from Matt Barrows in The Athletic about Trey Lance. Trey Lance, who maybe, if you read this story, maybe looking to move out. And maybe move, I don't know, maybe move Jordan
Joey?
in. Maybe
Jordan.
move Jordan
Perfect.
in.
No, perfect. We can just sublet it.
All these things to be discussed
sign here,
on a
Jordan.
Reggae Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Well, it looks like the Super Bowl might be coming back to Levi Stadium after it was reported yesterday that the 49ers are expected to be awarded the Super Bowl 60 hosting rights. To read that full story and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Seam Heads, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Murray leans in, double clutching, got it. What a tough shot from Murray. Murray fires away a three. It's good. Jamal Murray struggling all night, taking some big buckets here in the fourth. Off to Murray, who can't miss in the fourth quarter. Another three. 14 fourth quarter points for Jamal Murray, including 4 for 4 from distance. Murray behind the screen from Jokic, cans another. 16 in the fourth quarter, and Jamal Murray's got 30. The Denver Nuggets are 2 wins away from their first NBA Finals.
Listen to that. Excuse me, my goodness. I'm so overwhelmed. I had a frog in my throat. Listen to that. The beautiful, beautiful sounds of Bob Marley doing his thing. By the way, look behind you.
I feel better already. Now we have some depth. As men, as professionals, as broadcasters, we have depth.
Waterboy, happy Reggae Friday.
Happy Reggae Friday, boys.
Happy Robert Nesta Marley here. You always, that's the tradition to start with Marley at 6:18.
Always got to start with the legends, Murph.
I love it, buddy.
Why wouldn't you?
Got to pay tribute.
Yeah.
Beautiful, buddy. And what do you think of our little college dorm room decoration situation here?
100%. I was cracking up during the break watching you guys act as our interior decorators here at KNBR. I turned around in Triple E. I said, I bet this looks a lot like Paulie Mac's dorm room.
Well, yeah, I was going to say it has a dorm room vibe.
It kind of does, right?
I want to take a time, travel with me back in time, if you will, boys, about 15 years ago, where actually more than that. This is the late 90s when I was doing a show with Rod Brooks and Creative Tony, and I announced on the air one day without any clearance whatsoever, I announced that we would be having the Brooks and Paulie show would be having a bona fide Christmas party, including Santa Claus, elves, and gifts. Got called into a meeting after the show where Tony Salvador undressed me in front of everybody, and he goes, look at you. He goes, what are you? He goes, what are you? You're coming up with promotions now on the air. You're just announcing them. And you know what I said? I go, well, Tony, I have to because no one else is.
Oh.
And that's kind of where I'm coming at. So if Marcus says, are you guys interior decorators? Same answer. I have to because no one else
Don't
is.
sleep on Defiant Paulie Mac.
It's part of my punk rock DNA.
Waterboy, do you know about the 2008?
Tell them everything. I don't care anymore. Don't matter no more.
Doesn't matter?
Nah, don't matter.
Kind of like the evil, the Hans
right,
thing.
it's worn off. The statute of limitations don't matter.
Does it really matter?
Nope.
In 2008, which you recall was a Barack Obama versus McCain. But McCain had a vice presidential candidate who was somewhat controversial, a woman from Alaska, who at the time, she now, by the way, appears very moderate and normal, but at the time was a bit of a firebrand. And there may or may not have been a gigantic campaign poster for her hanging in the hallway. And this guy may or may not have just walked by at 4:45 one morning, seen it, and just removed it and just carried it down and just
hit it. I took it off the wall.
And the person who hung it was irate. Irate. And I
didn't know it was good.
And they had to go to the video.
The backlash was severe.
And they had to confront Paulie Mac.
There were phone calls involved.
It was me.
I didn't lie about it, though. I got the call from an unnamed management person, and he said to me, he goes, well, I just gave it away. I'm doing the voice.
Yeah.
He just, listen, I just need you to tell me the truth on this. Some people are accusing you of moving some picture off the wall, and they just want to have it back. They just want to know it back. First thing I need to know is, did you do it? I go, yeah, that was me. That was definitely me. I don't want to see that when I walk in every day. Yeah. But then I had to reveal my super secret hiding spot, which now all can be revealed. Shout out Robert Plant. It was in the old building. Murph, I had it behind Creative Tony's desk. Up against the wall. Nobody could see it. Yeah. So I had to go retrieve it.
I said, don't sleep on punk rock Paulie.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Well, no one else is going to do it, Marcus. I got to,
The woman was, for all you old school KSFO heads from the 2000s, it was Melanie Morgan. was her name.
Oh.
She was a conservative talk show host, and she hung the...
And they were furious at old Paulie Mack.
yeah.
Furious. So then I walked more defiance because I just didn't care. I walked into the whole middle of their entire group because there was a few of them. They were producers and stuff. And I said, because they were, I demand to know who did that. I demand to know. So I just walked up. I go, I'm the guy. I did it.
Yeah.
Right here, y'all.
Very true.
Have a nice day. And nobody said anything, so I walked away. But I fessed up.
Yeah, it was great. So Punk Rock Paulie.
And we're back, and now we got, a little tip of the cap to Gabe Kapler. Wasn't that his slogan, Resilient SF?
Well, I think it was the Giants.
Okay.
But he was the guy.
He had his hands in it, yeah.
Sure. And then
sure.
We got a little Bob Weir. Golden State Warriors.
Golden State Warriors,
yeah.
Now, my question is, do we have any punk rock part-timers who hang out here on the weekend, like your young Tonys, your little Tonys?
I hope we do.
You think they're going to come into the studio and start ripping Paulie Mack's stuff off the wall?
Great call.
Is it still going to be up Monday morning?
Could it be Silver's kid?
It could be gone.
Silver's
you
kid?
mean in the studio?
Yeah, in the studio.
Well, I mean, that hurts all of us, though.
That's
This
what I'm
is like
saying.
we're trying to give, as I keep saying, some depth. So we're trying to provide that depth, Murphy. Now, Eric, we got some problems, though. Any engineers in the audience can help us. The walls, how would you describe these walls? What are these?
They're like corkboard kind of or foamy. They don't hold tacks.
It's tough, and it has really
It's
nothing
like,
to do.
sort of like carpety corkboard, sort of like, yeah.
I have a rolled up poster I tried to hang, and it wouldn't stay on the wall. It
By the
just
way, that
kept
poster
popping
was a
up.
drawing of Vince Neil from Motley Crue.
From one of our great listeners.
Yes.
It's amazing, and I'm dying to hang this thing, and we will. I just need to find a different method.
Stan Tim says our wall art is more crooked than Ted Lasso's Believe poster.
Yeah, it's a little slant. Let me fix that up. I can see it already. Hold on.
Anyway, Waterboy, how was your Thursday night, buddy?
Thursday was great. I hung out, went home, got a nap in, caught up on some Survivor, and then watched Nuggets and Lakers, of course.
So everybody watched Nuggets Lakers, and
it was the only thing on TV.
What a performance by the
besides
hockey
going in quadruple
And
overtime.
your Yankees got a win
But
yesterday.
I was asleep
huh?
by then. Yeah, I checked out on the Yankees also.
Yeah, and the Dodgers got a loss yesterday.
Oh, that's
so,
good.
you check in on these things here. That was, and you know what? Nobody watched the PGA Championship?
No.
Did not.
I put it on, and I said to you guys,
You were like bad-mouthing it, though, yesterday.
Well, I got to tell you, and I said, even my kid walked in, he's like, is this a major?
What
I
is
was
this?
like, I know, man.
Yeah.
I said, it is easily I think it's got to be right now the lowest wattage major of my life. I'm going to go ahead and say that. People are like, wait, what was the lowest wattage major of your life? I'd say the 2023 PGA at Oak Hill. So unless something dramatic happens over the weekend, I mean, it's Thursday, but I mean, this thing snuck up on us. We're so Warrior-centric, and this Live PGA Tour divorce has just ruined the family. Like, we got two households. The kids are fighting. They want to live with mom and
What's
dad.
the end game here?
The end game is I don't know.
Can we
I don't know
merge
what
like
the end
AFL,
game is.
NFL? Like Al Davis had to come over? Or are we gonna...
Hopefully one day. I
You
want
gotta have
everybody
all
back
these guys.
together. I want the
Yeah.
family back together.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I'm confused as hell as an outsider looking into the country club and seeing that there are live guys playing in the PGA Championship. Like, how does that even make sense, Murph?
Because the four majors are not run, but this gets really in the weeds here.
Yeah.
But the PGA Tour is the governing body, like MLB or like the NFL. And they have what they call the regular seasons tour. That's your Pebble Beach, your Torrey Pines, your Rivieras, all these tournaments, Quail Hollow. The majors are run by different governing bodies. Augusta National, the golf club, runs the Masters. They are separate. They have their own party. The Royal and Ancient Golf Club runs the British Open or the Open Championship. That's a separate governing body.
Like libertarians.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the PGA Championship is actually run, this gets very confusing for the non-golf, for the non-divot head. The PGA of America is different from the PGA Tour. That's the critical
That's
aspect
crazy.
here.
How you expect me to keep up with that?
Exactly.
I mean, you're asking a lot now. Yeah.
So the PGA of America is the collection of teaching pros. Shout out Doug Acton at Mill Valley Golf Course.
What's up, Doug?
And they run that tournament. So none of these people are beholden to the PGA Tour. They're separate from the fight between PGA Tour and Live. So they can invite whoever the hell they want.
Okay.
And I guess the best analogy would be like you're having a fight. Two buddies are having a fight, but a third party throws a house party and you can both go.
Okay, that's a great breakdown, Murph, but I'm still sitting here like Jason Kidd.
Because it was confusion.
It feels like confusion.
I tried. I gave 60 seconds. We can move on. But anyway, the bottom line is they're all there. The Live golfers there in the PGA.
There was
And in fact,
confusion.
the leaders are Live guys, Bryson DeChambeau and Dustin Johnson. Are you guys following this story about Dustin Johnson saying he hurt his back and there's an intimation that he might have hurt it in flagrante delicto, as my dad used to say? That's an old-fashioned fancy word for making the sign of the two-backed beast.
Love making, yeah.
Or bumping uglies.
I'll tell you one thing right now. This would not be the first time someone's blown their back out in the act.
Who else you got?
A kid I went to high school with. Shout out Hugh Chambers. I'm just telling you right now, same affliction.
In high school?
Yeah.
Usually you'd think you're kind of fit.
I'm telling you what happened.
So he has a back injury, and he said he says here he tweaked his back. And somebody asked how you tweaked your back. And he said, I just pulled a muscle in my lower back. And they said, what was he, lifting up a kid? And he said, no. And then he said, yeah, lifting up a kid, just a bigger kid. You got that?
Whoa, hey now.
You got that?
Yeah.
That's Paulina Gretzky. That's Wayne's daughter.
Was there any mention of a violent motion with the elbow and a towel?
He said, yeah, lifting up a kid, just a bigger kid.
Well, I mean,
that's where we're at.
Yeah.
He's leading the tournament, this guy. Walking
poor
around.
Wayne. Meanwhile, the great ones out here going, a little respect. I'm the greatest hockey player in the world.
Years ago, she took her brand.
She just blew it up
in a different direction.
Poor Wayne. I mean, Wayne is
talk about a gene pool, though. Wayne Gretzky and Janet Jones. My Lord.
You're going to live to be 170
and be
like a
one
god,
of the beautiful people.
A god or a goddess.
One of the beautiful people. So anyway, that's what's going on. Dustin
Okay.
Johnson tweaked his back, quote, lifting up a bigger kid.
Okay. And since we're talking Wayne Gretzky, shout out to your guy Wayne, who was on the post-game coverage through 4 overtimes last night in the NHL playoffs.
Yeah. I tried to talk to Lamont about that.
What do you say? He's a big hockey guy.
In a very loud voice. He dismissed the whole thing. I hate them all. He doesn't like it. He's not in.
I kind of feel the same way about these two teams. There's no needle moving of any kind when it comes to Florida and Carolina. I mean,
it's the players though, right? It's not the cities.
Yeah,
but it is. You're still.
I'm partial. Yeah.
All right. You're still linking the clubs to the cities.
I'm like that. I get you. I'm very surface level.
I got you.
Yeah.
Buddy.
That's why we're looking for depth. Once again, depth. The key to the Murph and Mac show.
All right. Let's get the guest list on a Friday, 5/19/23, May 19, 2023. Congrats to the Denver Nuggets for taking that 2-0 lead.
I want to quote Dwight Howard and say, "Come on, Marcus, give me the guest list. Come on." That's in my head all day, by the way. Come on.
We got Niners to talk about today, too. Trey Lance is in the news, as is the Super Bowl.
Niners.
Is in the news, too.
Yeah.
It's interesting. San Francisco getting battered and battered and battered and battered in the public perception. They're going to bring then let's invite the whole country. In fact, let's invite the whole world so they can get an up-close look at how bad it is right now.
Did you hear Marcus say, I did not know this, but when the Super Bowl was in town last time, the show that's on CBS.
DA show?
DA. Yeah. Shout out DA, our colleagues, DA. Those guys somehow, some way, the Lee Hammer of their operation set them up in a hotel, Murph, in ... the Tenderloin.
Yeah, well.
And then you got to bust down to
that's
the
where
vibe.
a lot of our hotels are, isn't it?
Well, that's a tough gig.
I think that's one of the big reasons why Charles Barkley hates San Francisco.
Well, he did comment on that. He said,
I think they put him in the Tenderloin.
What's he doing
also.
over there? He should be at the Ritz-Carlton or something.
Tim Kawakami said that he heard that the Chase Center would play a big role for events. I'd say stay down there. Stay down Dogpatch, that whole area. Stay at Hotel Via.
Yeah.
Hotel Via.
Stay away from Eddie, Larkin,
or
stuff
just
like
put him
that.
up on Russian Hill. I mean, on Nob Hill. Give him the Fairmont and the Mark Hopkins.
Yeah.
And the Huntington. You guys ever do the Huntington? The Big Four?
No,
never did the Huntington.
The Huntington's like the understated, like cool one, because the Fairmont's very obvious and glorious and all that. And then the Mark Hopkins is very obvious. Top of the mark. What about you ever take a gal to the top of the mark?
You should.
I don't think I have.
Why don't you take a gal to the top of the mark?
Or maybe a gal will take you.
Oh, those are my weekend plans now.
Or as Triple E says, why don't everybody stay at KNBR's own The Handlery? The Handlery.
Shout out John Handlery.
Although
That's
you
my
walk
guy.
out the Handlery, you take a left, it's bad news. You walk out, you take a right, you're okay. All right, so... but yeah, the Huntington is like the understated one up on Nob Hill. It's like the one where the people with the real money stay. Because it's like the tourists would go stay at the Fairmont or the Mark Hopkins. The money guy goes to the Huntington. Shout out to the 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
Nice.
Big time. And you know who arranged? I had a breakfast meeting in Jack Nicklaus's suite at the Huntington.
Now you're talking.
How about that? Mm-hmm. That was the great Sandy Tatum. He goes, Brian, I want you to have breakfast with Jack Nicklaus. I said, really, Sandy? He said, yes, we're going to his suite at the Huntington. I was like, okay, all right. So we went in, and there was Jack eating, had one of those room service. 808 KNBR, the room service breakfast tray that comes in they roll it in.
You get your eggs, your
Here
sausage.
comes the tray.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Lift the lid.
Lift it up.
You lift the lid.
The big reveal. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then in comes a reporter from the Chronicle just to ruin his breakfast.
I love this story. This is great.
Yeah. And he talked about Harding Park and all that. Besides the great Sandy Tatum, rest in peace, he made these things happen.
Yeah.
He was a very powerful man. So, anyway, that's the Super Bowl story. We'll get into that a little bit later and get into the Trey Lance story, too.
Yeah, and real quick, Murph, you said you're surprised the Super Bowl is coming back to San Francisco.
Yeah.
It's coming back to Santa Clara.
Matt, want to stay down at the Santa Clara Hilton right there?
Oh, right next to Great America.
Yeah.
You're all good to
Take
go.
him to Great America.
Hit that subway on Tasman.
There's a Fairmont in downtown San Jose, right?
Yeah, uh-huh.
That's funny. Anyway. Going to the Dwight Clark event, I came in on the Alameda, right?
Okay. Yeah, uh-huh.
You go by that theater, the town theater, whatever that is.
Yeah.
There's tree-lined streets,
Gorgeous.
al fresco dining.
That's why you don't want to leave San Jose. Look at them.
That's why I'm still down there.
By the way, are you familiar with the California Theater where we did the event?
I'm actually
it seemed
not.
like
No.
it was.
Beautiful room.
Did you ever find out if the Dead played there?
No, I forgot to check actually, but I don't think they did, dude, because I've never heard of it, and I would have heard or seen it on
I
the
was thinking
show.
maybe on their way up.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, ask the guy behind you.
Yeah. Oh, the Golden State Warriors. I got my Bob Weir tribute up on the wall, too. Warriors Weir tribute.
What do we got, buddy?
All right, starting off at 7:35, your Power Hour kicks off today with Mike Kruko getting ready for the Giants and Marlins weekend series.
All right, Kruk, let's go. I'm going Alcantara versus DeSclafani. May the toenail be with you.
Thank you,
I have Starworks fireworks tonight.
That's right.
Do we stay for the fireworks?
Sure, the kids are going to want that,
You
right?
have
The
to,
kids will
Murph.
say, I want to see the
That's the whole
fireworks.
reason
Kid has a
you're going,
really
right?
early swim meet and a noon baseball game.
But he was going to want to see those
Yeah,
fireworks.
live a little.
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Yeah,
Are you siding with Bryson DeChambeau and Dustin Johnson? Live a little.
There you go, Murph.
Unless the Giants are winning like 10-1, and you know what I mean? It's a blowout. And
I
you
like
guys,
the win.
Yeah.
All right. Got to make it 4 in a row, right?
Yeah, I like that.
All right, Kruk, yes.
All right, Kruk at 7:35. Then we're doing our big hit at 8 a.m. today. We'll get through our cooler of content.
We haven't decided, do we reveal the big hit or do we tease it?
Do we tease it and make it mysterious? is the
Don't tease
question.
me, Murph.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, maybe in a little bit we'll
Tune
reveal.
in at 8 a.m. today to find out what Murph and Mac's big hit is.
All I know is I guarantee you we will be radiating BHE all morning long.
You want to play it for the 6:33 crowd?
I do, actually. If you're looking forward to the big hit like we are, a little sneak preview of what's coming your way. It's that BHE we talk about. Come on, Marcus. It's a Friday, man.
You down with BHE?
Yeah.
You down with BHE? You down with BHE? Who down with BHE? Every last homie!
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Bam, 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 bam.
All right, what else we got?
All right, we'll bring you a big hit on a Reggae Friday, 8 a.m. or cooler of content. Then check in on the Giants, 8:35 with Susan Slusser this morning.
Sluss.
And then we'll talk some basketball at 8:50. It's not a daily dose of Dubs. It's a daily dose of Kevin Harlan.
Yeah,
talking
love it.
NBA playoffs.
He's doing the Eastern, right?
Harlan.
He
Yeah,
rules.
Jimmy freaking Butler.
Yes, Jimmy
Yeah.
freaking Butler. Thank you very much.
Great call.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll play that on the rejoin for Kevin Harlan at 8:50 this morning, and then we will talk some 49er Super Bowl perspectives, I guess. I don't know if that's the right word, but we'll talk to Nick Wagner this morning at 9:35.
Perspectives.
Yeah, we'll get into that too. Plus the Vegas. Remember when Mike Kruko came on? And well, why don't we talk about it on the other side? Story on the A's in Nevada. Story on Super Bowl. Story on Trey Lance. And Polymax Interior Decorating. All coming up on
It's all
KNBR
happening.
104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
James stripped and stolen by Brown. Brown in the front court, and that'll do it. Brown will dribble it out, and the Denver Nuggets are 2 wins away from their first NBA Finals.
Yeah, hey, that's my quarter. I dropped a quarter in the jukebox. I rarely make reggae requests, but yesterday I was listening to my guy Credo and over in Ireland, and he gave me some Trenchtown Rock, Marley, and I said, you know what, I want to hear this tomorrow.
Nice.
Because he says, Paulie, one good thing about music, when it hits you, you feel no pain.
Do you know that's that line right there is probably Creative Tony's like motto in his life? He says that he quotes that all the time. Creative Tony, that's his like favorite line in the history of music.
Yeah, let's hear it here. Yeah. Oh. We'll just keep playing it here. Kingston 12. So we're a little bit, I think we're just a little bit past that part. Anyway, just know that when music hits you, the good thing is you feel no pain.
Yeah.
All right, so there it is. So thank you, Waterboy. I got my request in. Trenchtown Rock.
Yeah.
Shout out Creative Tony. Okay, guys. Hey, and shout out everybody on the Cache Creek text line. Thank you guys for chiming in at 415.
Guys are on fire today.
808-5627. There's a lot of people here checking in all sorts of stuff. 530 sent us his depth from the Minnesota farmhouse basement, decorated with Giants gear everywhere. 415, Johnny Boulder says he once walked Cypress Point with Sandy Tatum and Tom Watson. That's 1% and like you read about, my friend. 1%.
Yeah.
831 talks about the hockey, says the Florida Panthers were the 8th seed and they beat the team that had the best regular season ever. They are worth watching. Okay. I don't know. Paul.
No, I'll take it from a hockey head. They probably know what they're talking about.
650 says Paulina Gretzky might weigh 115 at the most. How do you pull a muscle? I don't want to get...
We're going to get ourselves in trouble.
310 says, maybe the text of the day, the last time the Super Bowl was here, my sister-in-law hooked up with Delaney Walker. I can't.
Shout out to Delaney Walker, number 46.
I can't top that. I wrote him back. I said, that's an incredible text. He doubled down and said, yeah, he used to send a car for her when he was in town.
Why not? Why wouldn't he? By the way, what's happened? Was Vernon Davis not available? Because, by the way, when the Niners would go with that 2 tight end set with Delaney Walker and Vernon Davis, that was about as good as it got.
Yeah, he sent a car, and as you said, Paulie, why not?
Yeah, no, why wouldn't you send a car?
And somebody else points out, I can't find the area code, I'm sorry, but they said, you guys are talking about Dustin Johnson maybe injuring his back.
Yes.
So don't forget the Will Smith face when Jada Pinkett Smith talked about throwing her back out.
I mean...
having that affair with that young guy.
No wonder Will Smith snapped.
Keep my name's wife out shit.
Now you know why he snapped on Chris Rock.
Yes, we do.
Because we're still thinking back to when she told him about that young guy.
Well, no, first of all, it's bad enough that she did that, but then she sits down for a national TV interview like the whole world can hear about it. Well, let me just tell you what happened over here. Will Smith has just got to sit there and take it. That's a tough moment.
Poor guy's face.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to get to the Super Bowl stuff in just a sec. What I do want to say to you guys is 2 things. One, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. The other thing I want to tell you is that Giants baseball is coming up. Andy Baggerly joins John Lund and FP Santangelo today at 11:30 to talk Giants homestand, sweeping the Phillies and getting ready for the Marlins. Okay, so I want to touch on the basketball last night because, I'm just living... Actually, little Rory Murphy actually said to me, he goes, you're cheering for the Nuggets like they're the Warriors. And I said, well, yeah. I mean, that's
well, you
got to
adopt a team. That's what happens.
I mean, I feel like I did back in the 80s when I would just be rooting for the Celtics or the Rockets or whoever they were playing, the Pistons.
Speaking of, I'm just guessing here, but I'm going to wager a guess that you're also on board with Miami in the East.
100%.
Yeah, me too. So
Which is unusual because I grew up a Celtics fan because I hated the Lakers so much.
These Celtics, though, man, they're not. Yeah. There's something's off with these guys. Now, they can be great. There are moments when they're great. Tatum can be great. But then there are other nights when they lose their way out there. Mental mistakes, stuff like that. Like, they're not focused sometimes.
So most of you NBA fans, you guys know Jamal Murray well. Some of you casual fans who are just kind of coming in, you maybe haven't followed the kid's story.
He's fun to watch.
So out of Canada, played 1 year at Kentucky, and is a hell of a player. And if you remember, blew out his ACL right here at Chase Center. You remember that? And Klay Thompson played a role in his mental rehab. Like,
oh yeah,
he said he was in the room and he was like his day was just his career was ruined, and it was Klay Thompson who came over to him and was like, hey man, I've done it, and like helped him a lot. So it was a 2-year absence. Remember that they called him Bubble Murray because he was one of those guys who went off in the COVID bubble. And that was back when the Lakers won that Fugazi title. So that's when he kind of first made his name in the NBA. And now he's had to make a 2-year return, and here he is. And if everybody missed him last night, 23 points in the fourth quarter, 37 points overall. He was just magic. He was what you want, like Steph at his best, really. I mean, he was hitting contested, tough threes, the whole deal. Yeah, Waterboy.
Yeah, you mentioned Steph's name. Jamal Murray is the only other player in the playoffs right now that has scored 100 points total in the fourth quarter so far.
No kidding.
That's an incredible
It's a good stat.
If we want to trade great stats, have you guys heard the LeBron stat? He's missed 19 straight threes
in the fourth,
in the playoffs,
in the fourth quarter.
No, just in the playoffs.
Oh, are you serious?
Overall,
I thought that was specific to the fourth.
Wait. Let me double check on that.
I know if it is, it's even better. I kind of hope Murph's right.
Go ahead.
But I heard it was specific to the fourth.
I have it for you. Right
He's only
here.
made one fourth quarter three the entire postseason.
Yeah.
He's 1 for 20 this postseason,
and he's missed 19 straight.
Hey, fatigue is
you
real.
see him, by the way, just jacking him up instead of because you know what Howard Bryant said to us was
I think
right.
he's tired.
He
He's
can
just-
get to the rim
yeah.
whenever he
But
wants.
I think he's fatigued.
It is the fourth quarter. My bad. You guys are right.
It's all right,
19
though.
straight fourth quarter threes.
We still love to celebrate his shortcomings on the Eminem show.
It's even better.
Yeah, no, right?
Even better.
Yeah.
So anyway, that happened.
Missing in the clutch,
But
Marcus.
the other aspect is Denver Nuggets coach Mike Malone, who's Paulie and I love a great
Murph found this. Murph,
Pat Riley figure.
you spotted this guy.
He was a Warriors assistant with Mark Jackson. Remember? And there was a bit of a falling out.
Wow.
I don't know. There's something about Mark Jackson too. He always seems to be on.
Harrison Barnes.
He always seems to be. His comments always seem to slant against the team I'm rooting for. Feels that way. Like last night, I felt
I
like
feel
he was
that
very,
way about Van Gundy.
I felt like he was
Jeff.
very pro Laker last night.
Were you?
I was like, yeah. Oh, that's a foul, right? There's contact there. I'm like, no, there's not.
I still like Mark Jackson.
So anyway, Mike Malone is a Brian Sabian crusty East Coaster with no BS. You don't really get this in basketball much.
I don't give an S.
You know what I mean?
Dropped that, I don't give an S.
Yeah.
He won me over right there.
That's when it happened with the Suns owner grabbed the basketball, Matt Ishbia, and when Jokic tried to take it back, and
there was a scrum,
and then Jokic knocked him down.
But the guy
and
flopped.
Malone, of course, defended Jokic by saying, we got some fan out there who's trying to stop the game. And they said, well, that fan was the Suns owner. He goes, I don't give an S.
Yeah, no hesitate. I don't give an S.
And that's when we began to fall in love
Trying
with
to
him.
play a game here.
And there he was yesterday. And I think he's kind of... Wait.
I don't give a
That was
Right.
what he said.
Yeah, perfect.
One more time.
I don't give a
Listen to that, just Sabian level.
He truly doesn't give an S.
Yeah. So then last night, they win the game, and he had a little something to get off his chest. He's like, take a listen here. Yeah.
lot of our guys, to be honest, they may not admit this or not. You win game one of the playoffs, and all everybody talked about was the Lakers. Let's be honest, that was a national narrative was, hey, the Lakers are fine. They're down 1-0, but they figured something out. No one talked about Nikola just had a historic performance. He's got 13 triple-doubles now, third all-time. What he's doing is just incredible, but the narrative wasn't about the Nuggets. The narrative wasn't about Nikola. The narrative is about the Lakers and their adjustments. So, you put that in your pipe, you smoke it, and you come back, and you know what? We're going to go up 2-0.
I mean,
That's it.
I love this
Me
guy.
too. I do too.
And as Marcus Thompson said on Twitter, he goes, man, you put your pipe in smoke, and he got that bar from his old man, LOL. You know what I mean? That is a very, very mid-20th century there. So put that in your spike. That's basically, for the young kids out there, what us old-timers would say, instead of take that for data.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke
Well,
it.
you know what Marcus and
that
I
was
say.
I'm sorry, Paul. I just interrupted the little underrated part then, and then you go up 2-0.
Yeah.
That part at the end. Look at here you go.
Gotta figure it out.
No, the part where he's... Anyway, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, anybody says that to somebody like Marcus, he says, yeah, no problem. Happy to oblige.
Yeah, put it
in my pipe and smoking it. Yeah, no question.
You put that in your pipe, you smoke it, and you come back, and you know what? We're going to go up 2-0.
We're going to go up 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Paulie Mac, I'll throw it in my trigger and I'll smoke it.
Yeah, please do. Yeah,
We're going to go up 2-0.
You put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
The so is strong, too. So, listen.
And I agree with him. I think the narrative was about the Lakers.
Oh, there's no question. It's always about the Lakers.
So I heard
It's always about LeBron James. Forget what the other team is doing. All the energy and spotlight's always on the King James. But I'm starting to really wonder, I mean, are the Lakers going to get more than a game in this series?
How great would a sweep be?
I don't know if this thing goes more than 5. I just don't know how the Lakers... I don't know.
They've led. They led in this game.
Got to close, though, buddy. You got to close.
So Jamal Murray had an ear infection last round.
Shout out
you ever had ear infections, brother?
I'm the king. My ears are yes.
They're no fun.
No.
I haven't heard this. Malone on the ear infection.
Jamal had said that he had an ear infection on Saturday. What was he able to do, if at all, last weekend?
He hasn't been able to do a whole lot. You know what I mean? It's funny. One of the coaches said, when's the last time you heard of a grown-ass man have an ear infection? Usually that's kids in kindergarten, whatever.
Kids in kindergarten.
Just feeding from this guy's palm.
Yeah.
I wonder how he plays in Denver. Because, I mean, it's such kind of a faceless city with no real... I mean,
after all this winning, they're probably in love with the guy. I mean, they're 2 wins away from the finals.
Denver doesn't have like a urban personality of... They're just like... Denver's basically just a base camp for people to go mountain biking and hiking in the Rockies.
Base camp, nice.
Yeah, it's doesn't really have like a character like, oh, that guy's really Denver. Actually, I guess they are if you... Like I think of the lead singer of the Spin Doctors, I think of as a Denver guy.
Oh.
Peyton Manning's calling it home, and he was courtside there. See that?
No, I didn't. I actually didn't see him. No.
Shout out Super Bowl 50, Waterboy.
Yeah.
He won his MVP.
I don't like it, Murph.
And then the last one is he was mic'd up during the game. Do you see him, by the way? He plays D during possessions. Do you see that?
I love that.
Malone plays D.
He gets into a stance.
He does. Go watch it next time. He's there. He's playing D.
He shifts. He goes lateral.
He does.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not kidding. He does. He's playing D.
Yeah.
So here he is, mic'd up, just being Malone. Here.
Come on.
Yes.
Game 2 of the Western Conference Final. Right, leave it all out there. Play, compete, make somebody feel you. Yeah, Mo, you missed a shot. I don't care. But I care about our defense. We got to pick it up. We got to pick it up. Come on.
I ain't going to lie, guys. That ain't too different than what you get on Saturdays and Tuesdays at
Coach
Florida
Murph,
Park.
the big Aristotle.
I'm imploring them to I'm always like, guys, we're here, man. This is it. Let's go. Let it rip, man. And they're just staring at me. Like,
a lot of blank
expressions. Back to my video games.
Hey,
I heard that. I was like, oh my God. I sympathize with Malone. It's game 2 of the Western Conference Finals. Leave it all out there.
We got to pick it up.
We got to pick it up. And I like what he said. I don't care if you miss a shot, but I care about our defense.
The desperation in his voice.
We got to pick it up.
The cracking too is amazing. Now, Murph, even though the masses probably don't want the Nuggets and the Heat, I know we're all good with it. It'd be a hell of a matchup, actually. How about the coaches squaring off in that series? Spoelstra and Malone?
We got to pick it up.
Any better.
Yeah, you're right.
Doesn't get any better.
You're right. I wouldn't know who to root for.
Yeah,
actually.
it'd be tough.
I really wouldn't know who to root for. The NBA would. They'd root for the Lakers and the Celtics. So was there one more cut from him mic'd up, or was that it? Okay, that was it. Anyway, we just wanted to touch on that because it was really, really fun.
We got to pick it up.
The great line, though, I don't care if you miss a shot, but I care about your defense. That's the one. That's what I go with. I don't care if you strike out, but I care if you go down looking. All right? That will be said tomorrow. That will literally be said.
Pick it up
tomorrow.
Yeah, Mo, you missed a shot. I don't care. But I care about our defense.
I'll tell you, I'm taking that line. I'm using that in 6B next year. You miss a shot, I don't care.
Actually, it sounds just like him.
Your defense.
Pretty good. Doing B2B. Sounds just like him.
Waterboy, we tried to, our whole mission is we're trying to eradicate the backwards K. In fact, I told the kids I was going to make a patch with the backwards K with a circle slash through it and sew it onto their sleeves.
Yeah.
All right? And so with I said, like the dinosaur, we're going to make it extinct. And then one kid came back with a strikeout looking last game, and one of the kids in the tucker goes, really slow, he goes, I thought we eradicated that.
You got a big laugh out of Triple E right there. That was nice.
I was like, well, it's back, baby. It's back.
We got to pick it up.
Way to go, Mike Malone and Eric Spoelstra. Way to bring back passion and intensity in coaching there. So, okay, here's the deal. We've been teasing all morning that there's a Trey Lance story by Matt Barrows, and there was, and we'll get into that, and the huge news for Levi's Stadium next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
When's the last time you heard of a grown-ass man have an ear infection?
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tonight, the Sports Business Journal is reporting that Levi's Stadium, home of the San Francisco 49ers, is likely to be awarded the 2026 Super Bowl. The NFL owners' meeting is scheduled to take place next week, along with the announcement of the location for the big game. 2026 is not a high-demand year to host the Super Bowl because many NFL stadiums, including Levi's, will be hosting World Cup matches that summer. Levi's hosted the Super Bowl back in 2016 when Peyton Manning and the Denver Broncos defeated the Carolina Panthers 24-10.
Shout out the smooth professionalism of KTVU. That was KTVU's report that we were teasing there. Reggae Friday continues. We go from Marley's Trenchtown Rock to something that I think Creative Tony would call not reggae.
Yeah, here we go again. This is a debate that's going
on,
to... Every Friday we'll have these kind of conversations.
No, we don't need to have every Friday. I'm tired of Creative Tony trying to be the gatekeeper of Reggae Friday. He's bringing down the reggae vibes.
You know what, Marcus?
I'm just trying to stir it up. I'm doing the Conrad Dobler.
And I like Marcus drawing a line.
Tastes great, less filling thing. You know, Conrad Dobler was an O-lineman for the Cardinals in the 70s. He was like pre-Kevin Gogan. He was a dirty player, bit, scratch, caused fights. And he turned it into a career on Miller Lite, where he's sitting in the stands and he says, hey, he says, one guy goes, I see you're drinking Miller Lite. The guy goes, yeah, man, it tastes great. He goes, yeah, that's not what this guy over here says.
Perfect.
This guy here says it's less filling.
Yeah.
And he starts a fight between the two guys. Tastes great, less filling. Tastes great, less filling.
That's not what Creative Tony says.
That's me right now trying to get you and Tony fighting.
I'll tell you what, Creative Tony says this song stinks.
Oh, man. But then here's 559. I looked down the first text. Nice, Marcus. I'm a big fan of the Expendables.
Hell yeah. That's a local reggae band from Santa Cruz, Paulie Mac.
Santa Cruz, yeah.
Okay. Creative Tony, so you put that in your pipe and smoke it.
You do.
All right? You got to pick it up, Tony.
Pick it up.
All right, guys. The Super Bowl is coming to, well, it will be official next week at the NFL owners meetings. And what also is official that we're proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. You, of course, are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. So here's my question. A few questions. One, A, could the 49ers make it a home Super Bowl? Now, I would have loved to have been the first, but I think the Rams already did that.
Well, the Bucs just did it too. Tom Brady with the Buccaneers won one in his own stadium, yeah.
But that was the COVID year when there's like nobody there, right?
No, that was a full stadium. They had a full crowd there.
Was it limited?
No, I think it was a full, wasn't it? I remember.
You know what? We call
I think that was a full
Dodger
house.
and Laker Super Bowl title Fugazi.
Now it's time to get Brady. Actually, you know what? You might be right.
Because he went to Lambeau with no fans.
That's what I was going to say. You're right about that. There was nobody at Lambeau, but why do I think there were? That's a great question. I recall fans in the stadium.
There were fans at the Super Bowl. I just thought they didn't do 100%. They did like 80% or something.
But that was weird in Lambeau.
According to Tripoli, only 25,000 at that Super Bowl. 30,000 cutouts.
Wow.
Okay, we're going on Tripoli now.
Well,
we're placing our trust in this guy. And if he's wrong, I'm going to say, you got to pick it up.
You're rolling the dice. Yeah. With a Tripoli.
This is the Murph and Mac show.
Tripoli take.
On a Reggae Friday.
You got to pick it up.
Yeah. I don't care if you get your facts wrong, but I do care about... No.
Totally.
I don't care if you don't bring me coffee, but I do care if you get your facts wrong.
Right, that helps.
Pick it up. So Pelissero says there were 30,000 cutouts and 20,000 fights. I'm going to take this segment in a direction I didn't expect, and that is to declare Brady's Super Bowl Fugazi.
Wow. We're going to scratch that one off.
There it is.
Okay.
I just said
it's been
Let
announced.
It go on the record.
Well, I'll tell you what I love about that Super Bowl is watching Mahomes get his ass kicked all day. That Tampa Bay D-line was pounding him. They gave you the recipe. That's how you beat the Chiefs. Nobody can get to him, though. But I believe, was he hobbled in that game, Mahomes? Was he battling like an ankle injury or something?
Yeah, but then Paulie Mac, they came back the next year and changed out their whole entire offensive line.
Healthy Mahomes means problems for the rest of the league. But that afternoon, they got him.
Interesting you say Patrick Mahomes.
Let's get into it.
Because that's the story of the morning. Credit Matt Barrows with a great piece in The Athletic that apparently on Monday, when the 49ers take the field for OTAs, or what we used to call mini camps, organized team activities.
Yep.
It sounds like something out of like the KGB or the FBI or the CIA. The OTAs, Trey Lance will take the field, quote, an entirely new man. That's my own quote, by the way.
Okay.
He went to Dallas, Texas, or the Dallas, Texas area, and trained with a passing specialist named Jeff Christensen, who we hope to get on the show next week.
Not related to Mark and Scotty, the Christensen brothers that fought in the locker room over Karen Knowles. Different Christensen.
Still like that story, though.
The whole lockers, all the lockers fell over, the whole wall.
And Jeff, it's
crazy.
An incredible story.
It was nuts. It was like two grizzly bears.
Have you looked up that woman on Facebook to see how
Karen Knowles? I don't have Facebook. I don't know.
I'll look her up.
Okay.
Trey Lance went to Dallas, Texas, and trained with Patrick Mahomes.
Are you serious? Mahomes?
Yes. Holmes. And according to Jeff Christensen, it went very well.
Holmes.
I'm going to read you some of the quotes here.
Okay.
He said he had Lance stand behind Mahomes on one particular correction he was trying to make. Quote, Christensen, I said, watch this. Watch what he does here. It was something I was telling him to do that he wasn't quite doing. And then he saw Patrick apply it perfectly. And that visual buy-in, that mental buy-in helped him pass the mental hump. And to his credit, he just kept getting better over the last 7 days. Every day was and this is the big phrase, substantial jump substantial jump for Trey Lance in his accuracy and throwing motion. According to Jeff Christensen, he goes on to say, apparently he admits the thing that the Niners tried to deny. Lance has a problem with arm soreness. Remember that story about arm fatigue? And they're like, no.
What does that mean, arm soreness?
Apparently, if he throws 3 days in a row, he needs to take a day off for rest and treatment.
I've never heard of that. I've never heard this
According to
before.
Christensen, it's because he didn't have the right technique.
Well, that would make sense.
And Waterboy, this involves you.
Yeah.
Because he has been working with Raiders rookie Aiden O'Connell since Aiden O'Connell was 12.
Ooh.
And O'Connell never had to ice his arm because he learned proper technique.
Well, that's good. This is good to hear.
So by the end of their time together, Christensen said he wrapped him up with 150 balls in a session. He left for the Bay Area, certain he was going to be in pain. And here's the quote from Christensen. I called him in Frisco Saturday at noon. I like that, by the way. I do defend Frisco.
Yeah, I like Frisco, too.
Because it goes
I'm
back
okay
to
with
the
it.
Gold Rush days.
Yeah.
All right? And because Herb Cain tried to tell us no, and he's from Sacramento.
And I always say, too,
that's like De'Aaron Fox trying to tell you something.
and the Hells Angels have
Sabonis.
Frisco on their patches, their vests. So I'm not telling them to change
you got
it.
guys like E40, Too Short, and Andre Nicotina who will drop a Frisco.
Now it's like now is it not only over? It's the preferred term at this point in time. You know?
I might even tattoo
In
it
fact,
on my
when
arm.
people ask me where I'm from, I'm going to say I'm from Frisco.
Right, I'm headed to Frisco.
Once you said Nicotina, I was all in.
Yeah. Okay,
All right,
man.
So anyway, he said, I called him in Frisco Saturday at noon. Thought for sure his arm would be killing with him. I said, how's your arm? He said, I cannot believe I woke up and it was not sore at all. Asked if he's had any soreness issues this spring. Christensen said 0. So this again, Matt Barrows wrote this great story, and we're just stealing from it because it's a really good story and it's very important for 49ers fans. It says, Christensen said it usually takes him a day to figure out what's wrong with the delivery. He said Lance was so screwed up, it took him 4 days. Makes me wonder, what was going on with Rich Scangarello and Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, what were they doing?
Well, he had to tend to Nick Bosa and Mike
other concerns,
and,
other areas of focus. Yeah,
he had to try to get work a trade for Christian McCaffrey.
So
right?
so the Niners went from if this is all positive news, which sounds like it is, and there's Brock Purdy positive news. Suddenly the Niners are like in a quarterback surplus, and you got Darnold.
This opens up the trade door.
See.
I was just saying. Anyway, his spin on the ball increased and delivery time became shorter. He said Trey Lance was eager to learn. He pushed himself through awkward phases. To his credit, he slowly kept applying and believing. So he's coached over 200 college and NFL quarterbacks, including, as we mentioned, Aiden O'Connell, Kirk Cousins, and wait for it, Jimmy G.
Hey, Jimmy G.
Sorry, Waterboy, you were all in on this story.
Everything
until
was
then.
great about that story. Then you dropped Jimmy G's name, and now I'm concerned about Trey.
Poor
God,
Marcus.
the hate
I
is
know
so
it's going to be
real.
really hard for you, man. It's going to be. How are you going to root for your team? Seriously, how are you
I'm
gonna do it?
not going to. When you were gone,
I don't know anything about this.
When
This
you were
is
gone,
news.
he admitted that he's pondering moving
You're
out.
jumping shit. Well, then you got to stay
I told him
off.
to come over.
We'd love to have you. I'd love to have Marcus on board. You can watch our back at the Vibe.
See, I don't know if I'm
stuff
jumping
jumps
ship,
off.
but I'm hoping it goes down like that Titanic. I'm telling you, best case scenario, Josh McDaniels gets fired.
He's rooting against his team. You've now entered toxic territory.
Did this guy
now I'm in for the tank for Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams, come on down.
You don't want to be in that position.
I
It's a
want
very,
Caleb Williams.
it's a very bad.
No one's happy.
Well, here's the thing. I didn't want the Raiders in Las Vegas either, and they're there.
707 dismisses the whole story. Says, well, he's the paid trainer. Of course he's going to say it went well. All right. I mean, that's one
Only
thing to
I can
consider.
fix him. Yeah, let me give you.
But the point is, he put in the work. This guy is proven.
Hey, man.
And Mahomes, here's the other part of it. Quote, he really fit right in. Pat thinks the world of him. He said he wants to be great. He backs it up. He shows up every day, and that's why I teach him. And he said that they did not hang out off the field. He goes, Patrick's got 2 babies now. He's changing diapers, hitting golf balls, and trying to keep up with Travis Kelce.
Well, see, but that might just be Mahomes is like thinking about changing diapers. And he's like, oh, this guy, he's great.
So,
like,
guys,
I wonder.
And there was that picture that went around on social media.
What picture?
Of Lance's release. And that's when people lost their minds. About 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, something like that. So, the bottom line is this. He's coming in with hype. He's coming in with work. Put in the work. Remember they said that he used to, this is where I got to knock Jimmy G. Remember they said they would text him in the offseason. He never got back to him.
Oh.
Left him on red, Waterboy.
Yeah.
And so here, as opposed to that, Trey Lance is here doing the work. Like Jimmy might have been doing the work. He just didn't tell the Niners. And so here he is doing the work, man. And so now they hit the field on Monday, and it's Lance and Darnold and Brandon Allen.
Really interesting. Really going to be really interesting.
Are you rooting for anybody in this
Actually, honest to God, I'm not. I mean, I feel like probably Brock Purdy I'd lean towards based on what I saw on the field. I kind of know what we're getting there. But I have to admit, I am very intrigued by Sam Darnold. I do think that if they're...
I thought you were going to say Trey Lance.
Trey Lance, too. But I feel like they have a heavy... I don't know. It just seems like Darnold is more entrenched somehow already.
Well, Darnold's gotten ridiculous hype.
Yeah, and hanging out with the guys, Kittle. We've seen him out a bunch of times at Warrior games, so very intriguing. And how about yourself? You got to lean towards a guy?
I ain't gonna lie. I'm very pliable. I'm very easily manipulated. And that Barrows, because I love Matty Barrows, I'm intrigued by Trey Lance at this point in time.
So you're thinking Lance?
But I am Purdy. Number one.
Yeah, no, me too.
And
I want a Brock.
Again, I ain't no Marcus Welby. I can't tell you what's going on. I just have a feeling the way they're talking and the way it's going, that Purdy will be the starter week 1. That's my belief.
Don't forget about this guy.
I want a Brock!
That's really good. I want to jump down to Cut F. Waterboy, Cut F is in Freddie Formosa. On Mayoko's Shanahan at the Dwight Clark Legacy event, when Mayoko made this comment on our show about Sam Darnold being the most talented thrower of the football in 49er history, here's Shanahan.
A big controversial statement. I mean, Sam is an unbelievable thrower. He was born to do that. I mean, I think Jimmy's one of the best throwers on the planet I've ever seen, and the way he can do it. I don't think he gets enough credit for that. But you want guys who are like that, but most guys are in the club in terms of there's only a few people on this planet who can throw at the level that you need to throw at to succeed in this league. And then you have the guys who are usually some higher draft picks or put ahead of them. Sometimes it's for their elite arm ability, sometimes it's for their elite athletic ability. Sam is one of those guys who can throw like that. That's why Jimmy was a second-round draft pick coming from Eastern Illinois, because he was such a gifted thrower. And then it's how do you play after that? And there's so many things that go into that that have nothing to do with your ability. Your ability is God is here. Now it has to do with timing, eyes, how you move in the pocket, how you can react, and how do you judge that? They'll say it's a test. They'll say, like, I've had guys with the highest IQ ever who can't play. I've had guys with low IQs who really can play. There is no absolute in anything. You have to have the skill set to be at this level, but then it's how do you play football and what makes you move the chains. And everybody's a little bit different, and all you can ask for as a coach is guys who are in the club. And when you get a guy like Sam in the situation we got him, I mean, I truly see Sam talent-wise as a top pick in the draft, just like he was.
That's a pretty great quote from Shanahan, because
great to hear that.
He's writing, and what you know what I was thinking about as he was talking about? He was talking about Brock Purdy, because he was saying, yeah, okay, so you can only get in the club if you have an arm, and Jimmy had the arm, and Waterboy's comment would be, yeah, but what do you do with that arm? You know what I mean? And Darnold, he has the arm, but you saw with the Jets and the Panthers, he didn't do it. Whereas what did Brock Purdy do with his arm? He said, you got to move the chains. That dude moved the chains.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I mean?
All I know about Brock Purdy is watching him play is all his starts equated to wins. He didn't lose a game, aside from getting knocked out of the title game.
How many times did he sort of slither, create?
He did. He's very elusive like that. That's a great part of his game, and he's very slippery.
You didn't see him make a ton of bad decisions.
No, another great part of his game.
I will admit.
That's a Garoppolo flaw.
I will admit to Waterboy.
He'll fling one out there now.
There will be there'll be two or three.
There'll be a couple times. Well, where's that one going?
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean?
Waterboy's like, that's my point.
Yeah, exactly.
But no, I watched all Jimmy game too.
No, I don't know which of the IQ comments he was, if anybody, if they were just vague comments, but I would think that Brock Purdy's got to be one of those high IQ guys based on
that was that cognition story that Matt Barrows wrote, that he crushed that cognition.
Yeah.
There's a new test that shows you how fast you can make decisions.
Yeah.
And if you can make the right decision, they said Purdy destroyed the test.
Well, that's the thing. He did, again, with very few mistakes on the field. He's making the right moves and the right decisions in the moment.
I hate to take an incredible cheap shot
it's
here,
a Friday.
but
We
this is
should.
It's they tried to give Druckenmiller the test, but he drove to the wrong location. I think
Jim Druckenmiller?
That's just
shout out number 4. We're talking Virginia Tech.
I'm sorry.
Where did he come from? Virginia Tech?
Yes.
Something like
I
that.
think you're correct. Yeah.
And
on the day they drafted him, Matt Mayoko and I were beat writers, and Dwight Clark, rest in peace, and Vinny Serrato.
DC.
They took us down to the film room and they showed us his workout, in which he took a tire and put it around his waist and he dragged a truck by running. And
I don't.
And we were like,
that's great.
They were like, look at this guy.
Yeah, but this ain't no circus show out here. This ain't a strongman tent. I need somebody. I need to move the chains like Brock Purdy.
And he bit the head off a chicken.
Yeah.
By the way, when you were gone, we made a reference to Ozzy at the Alamo.
Oh, good. Well, you know what he did at the Alamo. You guys know about that.
Well,
yeah,
because Victor Wembanyama was going to get drafted by the Spurs, and we started talking about what is in San Antonio. I said, the Alamo. I said, Ozzy.
I'm so glad you brought that up. And I hope you didn't leave out the most important detail, that when he did that, he was wearing his wife Sharon's dress. Her sundress.
I thought he was wearing a St. Louis Blues sweater.
That was a different arrest.
Okay, all right.
That's a different arrest. He was arrested multiple times. So, great story, Marcus. So, back in the 80s, Sharon Osbourne was, and still is, Ozzy's manager and wife. So, she was worried about his drinking problem, which has been a problem his whole life. So, she would, when they would go to a hotel in a new city, she would take his suitcase so he wouldn't leave the hotel room at night. He wouldn't be able to get dressed and go out. So, he would just throw her dresses on and then go drinking. So when they got him at the Alamo, he was wearing Sharon's dress.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah.
I didn't tell you, man.
Shout out Ozzy for life. For life. Best guest in radio history is Ozzy Osbourne.
And hey, Paulie, as I like to say, Ozzy, as the front man of Black Sabbath, seen him.
Yeah. One of my favorite things about Murphy, he was open to seeing him.
Oh, and then enjoyed the hell out of it, too.
And you even laid down your own tracks. I love that. Right now.
And then 530 says, guys, they're planting stories to increase his trade value. Possibly. All right, there you go. There's your story on Santa Clara getting the Super Bowl and Trey Lance surging into Monday's OTAs. We got to get into the Giants with Mike Krukow at 7:35. That's on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sam Darnold might be the most, can I say this? The most talented thrower of the football that the 49ers have ever had.
Oh, I love the North Bay. It's home. It's beautiful, world-class beauty, and now a world-class secret we want to tell you about. Marin Health. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right there to get you closer to being your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
The Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, happy Reggae Friday, everybody. And I think on the live stream they can't hear the Reggae Friday, so, well we're having reggae.
It's a great Friday, Murph, and I'm going to tell you why. Not only it's a Reggae Friday, the gang's all back together after I was out of town for a few days. Maybe most importantly of all, tonight, this very night, this calendar day, is the night of the first show of the Dead & Company Summer Tour.
You're a real deadhead.
They open up the first of 2 nights at the LA Forum tonight. Shout out my buddy Winks. He'll be in the house both nights. Marcus, your buddy Paulie Mack, I'm going to hop on a plane tomorrow morning, fly down to L.A., catch the Dead at the L.A. Forum Saturday night, fly back Sunday. I'll see y'all Monday right here, same time, same place.
You're traveling, man.
Lately, yeah.
New York, L.A., who are you, Brad Pitt?
No, you know what? Paris is next, by the way. I'll be there next week. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, I'm psyched to see the Dead. It's a Friday. You're getting me going with the reggae vibes. I'm feeling good. I got my Weary shirt up.
Who do we got here?
Well, real quick, do you think this would be approved by Creative Tony for Reggae Friday?
Let me hear it. Turn it up. Yes, 100%.
Well, that's because Creative Tony put in this request this morning. Yeah. He sent over the song. This is the Abyssinians Declaration of Rights. Abyssinians.
Declaration of Rights. The old... Did you not study your ancient Egypt, Waterboy?
Well, I told you I don't know Roman numbers. I don't know ancient Egypt
Shout
either.
Out David West.
Shout out
David West.
Shout out Bob Weir.
Shout out Bob Weir. Played at the foot of the Great Pyramids.
With Bill Walton there.
No question.
Yeah.
No question.
Shout out Steve Martin singing King Tut.
Oh, buried in his jammies.
408 says, hey, did you talk about Tom Kim's mud bath? Yeah, we did a little bit. I tried to.
That was early.
I did say, this is actually, I was talking about the PGA Championship being the lowest wattage major of my life. The 2020, people say, hey, what's the lowest wattage major ever? I said the 2023 PGA.
This is the one.
But maybe the mud bath is going to push it up above some other ones.
Talk to me about mud bath. I don't know exactly.
So the guy, Tom Kim, he's a young player on the up and coming, and he hit a ball into the best I can tell, he hit a ball into the creek. So he went to go look at it, and apparently he took a tumble.
Nice.
In there and came out completely muddy. In fact, actually, you know what? We should probably...
we got audio? I'd love to hear that.
We do. I'm going to send it to Triple E right now here. The kid's he cheerfully did an interview about it. Because what happened was I was watching later in the day, and I saw the guy walking up. And I ain't going to lie, guys, no joke. His pants were rolled up all the way above his knee. Okay, and he was walking down the fairway.
It's a hell of a look.
Well, and I, no joke,
walking down the fairway.
I thought to myself, is this like the new look? No joke. I was like, maybe it's what the kids are doing now.
One leg up, one down. You ever seen that one? One's rolled up, the other's down.
Remember that? Here it is. Here, check it out. Here, I'm going to give you a little bit of this.
I love these fashion trends.
So here, probably check it out.
I got one leg rolled up.
Here's a little bit right here. So you see him walking over here. He came out. He went in looking for his ball, and he came out looking like that.
Nice.
See, look at him, dude. Look at this guy.
I love this guy.
Yeah, so now he's got mud everywhere. Now he winds up...
First of all, I got a few reactions to this.
It's official now. I think this PGA has actually gotten a little buzz.
Now I might watch today. I hope he falls in again. For starters, he's got one of those weird penguin bodies. He's got the very long torso with the short legs. Mm-hmm. So he looks crazy to begin with. He's got the pants slung down low, and Murph's not exaggerating. Covered in mud, Marcus. They're
so I'm not sure if he took a header or if the footage isn't totally clear because he just emerges like a swamp thing. So I'm not sure if he took a header or if he stepped in what he thought was going to be firm ground and sunk down. I'm not sure.
You don't mess around with swamps. Shout out to Swamps of Jersey and Rosalita from The Boss. But you don't. Anybody ever been to a legit swamp? I've seen them. They're very scary. There are swamps in New Jersey
and gators and things like that.
Yeah, no, you don't mess around. There's all kind of insects with carrying.
So now you've seen it, Waterboy. You saw the footage.
Don't mess with a swamp.
This is like almost waist deep. Like it's up around his thighs. Like he was deep in there.
Now,
bro.
he winds up playing the rest of the round with those pants because you can't. You ask, can he go change pants? No, because you got to keep up. You got to keep playing. You get just pace of play.
Speaking of pants, now I got to address this. This is another elephant in the room, and I don't know if this is regional, Murph, specific to Boston, but I know the first time I ever heard this term was when I was in Boston. They get those hot summers back there. And the guys in Beantown, they'll say, like, when it's super hot, you wind up getting swampy.
Well, that's
all right. All right. Now, I don't know if that's you familiar with swampy.
100%. And I once, so I used to do a golf column for Yahoo Sports. I once dedicated one entirely to a guy named, oh, come on, man. It was at Memphis. I'm forgetting it. Anyway, he had guy who won at Memphis one year had the most insane swampé of all time. I dedicated the column to it.
Yeah.
And talked about, they
got to invent some kind of preventative.
What do we do about swampé?
Swampé. Nobody wants to talk about it.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
Yeah. And shout out to when Jimmy Garoppolo talked to us about Alex Mack having some swampé.
Yeah.
About going down to take some snaps.
I don't want that snap, man. I got swampé
His balls
issues.
wet, Paulie. What's going on?
Yes.
I used to say that
it's not raining, Paulie.
Yeah.
Used to think the sweat stains that formed on John Daly's shirt would look like the continents of the earth. It looked like, Pangea or whatever they called it. So anyway, Tom Kim, to answer your question, 408, yes, we've discussed. And to his credit, the kid did media and he laughed about it. He's an up-and-comer. He's like
Did he? Oh, good.
Yeah, he laughed
Where's he
about
from, Murph?
Well, he's from Korea originally, but he is one of these kids he's one of these next superstar guys. South Korean dude. He's only 20, guys.
Sweet.
He's only 20 years old.
He's the future of the sport. No lie.
Yeah. And I'm trying to figure out what he shot yesterday.
Shout out George Brett when we talk swampé as well. Courtesy of 415. Thank you.
Anyway, that was to your point about people were saying on the text line, have you guys talked about it?
Mm-hmm.
It's a visual thing, but everybody should check it out. And we want to support the kid for going in. As myself, I had the same damn problem.
Now, there are some people that go up to wine country. They go up to Calistoga, Saratoga. They pay for the privilege of sitting in a warm tub of mud. They take those mud baths. No, they do, Morgan. It's part of like a spa treatment. You can just. I've never done that, but there are people that just immerse themselves in mud for a couple hours.
He had a bad round. He shot 7 over. I got to tell you, the guy had a really good attitude for playing so poorly.
Yeah.
Actually, 3 over, and this morning he's playing poorly. He's going to miss the cut. He's going to miss the cut. I will ask this. If a caddy will now pack an extra pair of pants in the bag.
Nice.
In case something like this happens.
It's a great idea. I should do that to come here just in case.
Lightweight pants.
In case I get a swampé breakout.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But if I'm the caddy, I'm offering up my pants to my golfer.
Well, then you got to walk around.
See, this is the kind of guy. See, that's why I love this kid.
Look, take care of your superstar.
This is what he's got everyone's back. I love it. I got your pants right here. Don't worry about me.
Take mine, Paulie. I don't need them.
408 says,
I don't need them. I'll wear a towel like Pat Burrell on that phone call.
408 says there's something called monkey butt powder to fix it. Do you know anything about that?
Are you serious?
Oh, no.
There's a product called monkey butt powder? Is that legit? Send me a picture. I don't know if I believe you. I got to be honest.
925 says swampé's the real deal. Sailors get something called sea butt.
Oh, I don't even want to know what that is.
Sea
butt. That don't sound good. You're involved in salt water
831
now.
says all this golf chatter has me craving Rebecca from Salinas, please.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to give you Rebecca from Salinas.
We do have it. Okay, so here's Tom Kim after falling in the mud. He went to go look for and now again. So the video is simply him disappearing down into like a creek swamp area.
Okay.
And then he emerges just doused in mud.
This is what you just said is fantastic. Bro, because I just imagine him like going down a hill.
Yeah.
So he disappears in the mud.
This is a thing in golf now. I once like there's an area behind the 6th green at Mill Valley Golf Course. It can be a little dangerous. And I once took like a precarious step down, and the guy was playing this like, watch out, bro. Guy played with like dislocated his shoulder, taking a fall down there. So like I was like, damn. He's like, it ain't worth it for a $3 golf ball, $5 golf ball. So looking for your golf ball in a precarious spot is a thing. And also rolling up your pants is a thing. Jean Van de Velde in the 1999 British Open famously collapsed while rolling his pants up above his knees and making a triple bogey to blow the British Open. So there's a little bit of history here. And oh, by the way, Triple E says Tom Kim never found his ball.
This is my
here's
maybe.
The sound after. Give credit to this kid. He shot 3 over.
Okay.
So I was told that my ball crossed the water. It was just in the mud over there, and if I was able to find it, if I had a good enough fly, I was thinking I could chip it over there. And as soon as I went in, it was was kind of sketch, but I was like, I mean, it's a major championship. I'm fighting for every single stroke I have, and then it got dark. Like once my foot got in, I was like, there's no looking back, and I went full in, and it just got my shirt and everything. And there's one point where I just sunk in. I was steady for a minute. I couldn't get myself out. So I called Joe, and he was saying, well, if I go in, I sink. Both of us are getting out. So I had to crawl, I had to use every part of my body to get out, and no, I've had better days.
This guy's name is Kim. What's his name?
Tom Kim.
Tom Kim. I'm immediately a Tom Kim fan. I'm writing his name down now. Tom Kim.
So if we ever bring back the golf pool, you'll take him and Specie.
I really might, right. Just based on this. And he great attitude, like you said.
Great attitude, because he got shot 75.
And I forgot to tell you that, so my buddy Rags in Jersey, a dude I grew up with, you've heard him, he's the anti-Eagle guy. He's a crazy golfer like Murph. Yeah. Like Rags plays every single weekend if he can help it.
I wish I had that.
And he's got his kids are older now. They're in college
maybe
too.
That's coming from
But anyway, he at some point, Marcus, I got to get Murph, because he asked questions about you. Where does Murph play?
Yeah.
And I said, well, Murph travels. He's had him all over the world.
Yeah, true.
I tell him he's had him all over the world as a golf writer. Rags is kind of, he's in his little hood there in Jersey playing.
Well, you have your club.
He's got his club. That's what he does. He goes to his club.
He's got his club, and he goes and he has the boys in the grill room and all that.
He knows every move. You're telegraphing.
Yeah.
Shout out to it's called the...
He'll be there today. I'll tell you that right now, Paulie.
He might be there right now.
Well, it's
stretching
10:30.
He'll take liberties on a Friday because he's involved. He's got a team that answers to him, so he can kind of call his own shots.
All right.
I wanted to shout out the name of the club. Say me if you've ever heard of this place. I think I told Canizaro about it.
He told Canizaro.
It's called the Rockaway River Country Club.
I don't know. It's one of those locals, I'm sure. But did you ask, what did Marky Mark say?
He knew it.
Yeah. By the way, Tom Kim shot a 3 over 73, which usually would piss off somebody very much.
Guy.
And he's given this really cheerful media session. Now, Waterboy, there's a second but about him cleaning himself up. There we go.
It did. It got up to my waist. I'm lucky it didn't wet my yardage book or anything, but...
And so then you left there, and then we see you go around and go down into the creek, and then you just disappear. And then we were worried about you again, but then you came out with clean calves. You basically took a bath here at Oak Hill, outside though.
Yeah, it couldn't get any worse. So I was wet enough, so I thought I might as well just go in the water and wash myself off, and that's exactly what I did. And my shirt got bad, so I don't have a shirt underneath my jacket.
We know. We saw you take it off. Yeah, we saw. We saw the whole thing. All of America, the world saw it.
He would fit in great on a Grateful Dead tour too, because sometimes you got to get creative with where you bathe, Marcus. You're on the road. You got to know what you know what I mean.
Dude,
Tom
what do you
Kim's,
give me
he's
for
got
this
it
guy?
covered.
This guy, and he's a Christ-like figure bathing his feet, right? Isn't that what JC did?
I don't know if that.
I thought he did.
Did he?
I'm a little bum. I got a bone up on my JC.
When did he bathe his feet?
I thought there was a bathing of the feet. Isn't there like part of the whole story?
Help us out. Anyway. Catholics. Anyway, KNBR, give us some.
There's a guy named McCaffrey and Murphy who don't know the bathing
I don't know anything
story.
about Jesus' feet. I really don't.
I think there's a.
But I love this whole
I'm calling Tom Kim as a Christ-like figure washing his feet.
I bless these feet.
I got to give this kid all the credit in the world, because now, and by the way, he's blowing up today. He's going to miss the cut. So it's going to be a lesser weekend without him.
I agree. That's unfortunate.
But he's a stud. He's on the way up. He's 20 years old. And you heard that attitude. It all started from...
great attitude.
What do you give me for him saying, it's a major championship, I got to fight for every stroke I have, and Nate Shearholt saying, I'm just trying to score a run for my country.
Well, that's, see, what different things jump out at different people. What jumped out at me in that cut was him using the word sketch, which tells me that he is definitely representing like the new wave, the new generation. You wouldn't have heard... I don't know. You wouldn't have heard Jack Nicklaus going,
this kid, born and raised in Korea, his English is unbelievable. So
he sounds great.
Yeah, he's got a sketch over there. By the way,
it was kind of sketch.
When Jesus moved to wash their feet, John 13, 1-16, they were shocked. His actions serve as a symbolic of spiritual cleansing and a model of Christian humility. By washing his disciples' feet, Jesus taught the lesson of selfless service that was supremely exemplified by his death on the cross.
What's wrong with finding Jesus, huh? What's wrong with
Jesus washed other people's feet. So Tom Kim got his feet washed by the golf Jesus. That was what I was trying to say.
What's wrong with finding Jesus, huh? What's wrong with that?
All right, Mike Krukow next on KM. And then the big hit, which will be the 49ers, Super Bowl, and Trey Lance next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It couldn't get any worse. So I thought...
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Pirates Monday, May 29th. First pitch, 2:05. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
All right, Paulie Mack saying good morning on a Reggae Friday. Got to admit, I'm still recovering from the feet story Murph just laid on us, but it was pretty impressive. Hey, but I'm here to talk about something else impressive, which is blackened whiskey from our good friends in Metallica, the local heroes that they are. Hey, the new record is great. They're on tour once again. They never stopped, can't stop, won't stop. And now they've thrown their hat into the whiskey game. So let's talk about it. Blackened American Whiskey, it's a collaboration between legendary master distiller Dave Pickerel and the boys in Metallica. So they know that all great experiences start with great sound. So when blackened whiskey is aging in the barrels, they bring in the Meyer Sound black noise enhancement process, meaning they basically just pummel the barrels with Metallica music at very, very high dB rates, which therefore actually starts to rotate and move the whiskey around in the barrels, releasing more flavor over time. It's blackened whiskey. It's whiskey remastered. You can find blackened whiskey at your local retailer or at blackenedwhiskey.com. It's very smooth. It tastes great. Try it with some ginger ale. Try it with shots, however you like it. It's Blackened American Whiskey, 45% alcohol by volume, bottled by Sweet Amber Distilling Company, Columbus, Ohio. Please enjoy responsibly.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. NorCal Honda dealers, Race to Save is on. Race in now for winning deals on every model.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, it's Friday. Everybody's happy. Reggae Friday will return after the Power Hour, but we got Giants Marlins tonight. I'll be out there. It'll be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, Sandy Alcantara is pitching for the Marlins, but hey, bring him on. He's actually not having a very good year. All these pitching better of late. DeSclafani and the toenail.
Here we go.
Giants sweep the Phillies. Mike Kruko's going to be out there. Giants are looking for a great weekend. Mike, good morning. How are you, man?
Kruk.
I'm doing well, and I'm looking forward to this next three series. We kind of been saying this a lot this year, but these next three series are going to be a big test for this club. 3 against Miami, and they've won 7 out of their last 10, and Alcantara is, as you mentioned, is on the hill tonight, so you're going to see their good pitching, and then you head on to Minnesota and then on to Milwaukee. I mean, those are tough places to win. So, but I love the fact that they're getting some serious positives in here. Their defense is getting better. Michael Conforto's starting to heat up. Their bullpen had a great series against the Phillies. So, things are looking up for this club. So a challenging time, but I think they're up for it.
And the big thing was they won that series. I think the stat was only one home run, and they swept the Phillies. And that's, I think, what fans are looking for, and that is to not always rely on that home run. And I don't know if you know, well, of course you noticed it, but you talked about it, is suddenly this Oppo approach. Seems like everybody, I don't know if it's an accident or deliberate, but it seems like there's a lot more opposite field hitting going on.
Yeah, when you get home run happy, I think it's natural that everybody starts trying to think inside of the field, and you lose half of the field. And there is obviously a premium on the home run in this generation. That's what they're doing now. I mean, there's no two-strike adjustment, no shorten up your swing and go up the middle like that was pretty much standard for a century. And now, they want to do damage. They want to do damage in every count. Get good 3 rips. That's the philosophy. And we see people guessing more and more than we've ever seen in 2-strike counts. Again, the policy used to be just see the ball of the hand, just shorten up, put the ball in play. Now they're sitting on a speed, they're sitting on a pitch, they're sitting on a location. In a 2-strike count, you see more pipe shots taken right down the middle of the dish on guys that just, and then we hear, when the guy goes back to the dugout after taking strike 3 with 2 men on or a 1-run game, good at take, good at bat, good commitment.
Wait, what?
So, I mean, they're committed to that philosophy.
Yeah.
So, we kind of get jaded to the home run. And so it was a nice series against Philadelphia to see guys, put together singles, 4 singles, and have a walk and have a big inning because of that. Because I think that's really what you have to do, especially when you get in the month of September and certainly in the month of October. You can't count on the home run because the pitching's so good. You have to be able to count on a walk and then get an opposite field base hit. And I think the opposite field approach you're talking about is a big change in philosophy with this club.
I'd like to see it tonight as the Giants take on Sandy Alcantara, the ace for the Marlins, and Tony DeSclafani back from the toenail. By the way, that whole toenail story, Mike, did you have a take on that, a history of that? Is that something you've heard of, losing your entire big toe and then keeping it in your locker?
Yeah,
and
saving it, Mike. That's pretty crazy.
No.
No, me neither.
No, yeah. I mean, it's a bizarre story, but, I mean, hey, look, think about baseball. It's every day, basically, right? 162 games. And you have to live your life away from the field, especially if you're a young parent. You got small kids. You're watching them and you're hauling them around and you're playing with them, and anything could happen if you're out there and you're in the house and you got a piano and then you're barefooted. Yeah, you could lose a toenail. It's just like I think baseball leads the world in weird injuries, and it's because they get magnified because you're playing every day. You got to go to the yard.
Yeah.
And this guy pulled his hamstring when he was putting on his pants, or this guy lost a toenail, or this guy. I mean, it goes on and on and on. You can write a book about all the weird injuries.
Yeah.
But no, I never had the toenail thing. Luckily I escaped that.
That's so good. And we presume he'll be able to fight through it today. By the way, we were talking about his opponent tonight, Sandy Alcantara, and I just had his because his numbers aren't good. He's 1-4 with a 4.91. This is after he had such a sensational year last year. But I'm looking, Mike. His last outing, 7 2/3, gave up 6 earnings against Cincy. Before that, he went 8 1/3, only gave up 2 earnings against the Cubs. And prior to that, 5 innings, 3 earnings against the Braves. But in all of those outings, he threw over 100 pitches. So he's just one of these. He's one of these guys. Like you can pretty much tick it. He's going to throw over 100 pitches. And in a way, it's kind of refreshing, like just a big old horse.
Yeah,
right?
I like that.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, just throwing over 100 doesn't impress me. It's never going to happen. It's not.
Yep.
But this guy, and let's go through what he throws. Primarily he's a sinker baller. Sinker baller with a great changeup. But his sinker ball goes anywhere from 95 to 99. It's premier. So what he can do is he can get a lot of outs in less than 3 pitches. He gets a lot of quick outs. And I always assume that guy's going to have his game on. Especially in a cold environment. It's cool in San Francisco. It's, if you guys remember back in the early 80s when Greg Menton was just blowing people up a candlestick.
Yes.
It was the perfect storm for him. He had this nasty sinker that was heavy as can be. I mean, I know this from having played catch with him. When I first got to the Giants in '83 in spring training, I go out there and you kind of pair up with a guy, and then basically once you pair up with a guy, you play catch with him every day. And so I'm out there, nobody's playing with Minton, so I go over there, and about 4 throws into it, I realized why nobody's playing catch with Minton, and that was it. I mean, I went and found a ball boy to play catch with and said, hey, Minton, go throw up against the wall. I don't want to play with you. You hurt my hand. So if you know that a sinker ball is going to hurt your hand playing catch, well, what's it like hitting a candlestick when he's got the same sink? Well, that was Minton. Well, fast forward now, 2023, Alcantara, he's the guy that's got the best sinker in the game. Even better than Alex Cobb. I mean, his is high velocity, and when he gets that thing going, man, it's not a good night. He's been inconsistent, which tells me that his mechanics aren't quite there. And but still, I mean, he goes out there and he still manages to give his team 6, 7, 8 innings. And I think more than anything, the thing that shines with his contribution to the team is when he pitches, it's kind of a day off for the bullpen, even when he gives up 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we said, it's old school. We like it. I mean, that's what we kind of go to see as fans. We love to see guys that you can kind of recognize and perform, and that's what appeals to us. The old Tom Seavers and guys like that. So anyway, he goes tonight. Hopefully the Giants can scrape out a few against him, and Tony DeSclafani can match him. Maybe a long duel tonight between two good right-handers as the Giants and Marlins go at it. Mike, the day off is a day for reflection a little bit, and Andy Baggerly wrote a big story interviewing, actually both of them, Farhan and Baggerly both wrote stories. Let me restart this whole darn question, Mike. Slusser and Baggerly both wrote stories about Farhan Zaidi.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm trying to say.
We got you.
Gosh, I'm transposing all my names because I'm looking at two different stories right in front of me. But the point is that the Casey Schmidt call-up seems to have triggered sort of a storyline, which is this the beginning? Is this the beginning of Kyle Harrison? Is this the beginning of Luis Matos, who got called up? Is this the beginning of even a kid it doesn't get as much hype, but was the PCL Player of the Week, shortstop Tyler Fitzgerald? So anyway, I'm just wondering, knowing what you know of the game and its rhythms and how you've seen Farhan work for 5 years, do you feel like the Casey Schmidt call-up is sort of a beginning?
Yeah, I think it is. Again, I tell you guys, I go onto the minor league website, the MILB website, no, just the MILB website, and it's so much fun. I go in there and I cruise around and I take a look at San Jose and Eugene and Richmond and Sacramento, and I look at other organizations as well. And there's just a lot of guys doing well, and I do think this is the beginning. I do think that the dry spell is over. I mean, evidenced by what we're watching. Logan Webb is an elite pitcher. I mean, that's a shining star coming out of our organization. Well, now we're looking at Casey Schmidt. We're going, my gosh, this guy could play. I don't care where they throw him into the defensive third, short, second, doesn't matter. And then to watch this guy's arm, he brings electricity, and he does it in such an innocent way, man. He looks like he's having the time of his life, and we are all plugged into this guy. He doesn't have 1 ounce of I'm too cool for you. He's just having the time of his life, and he's doing it at the plate, and he's doing it in an impressive way where he's using the whole field, and he's just a shot in the arm, which is what you want. That's what you want out of your organization. And there's other guys down there. I mean, you mentioned the guys, Gerald and Harrison and Patrick Bailey is another guy who's is coming fast. So. When it starts to come and everybody starts to, develop and they start to get energy, everybody down there starts getting more incentive because the guys are getting called up. And it's really healthy for your organization to pull from within. So, as far as I'm concerned, Farhan can do no wrong. What I've watched him do in 5 years and how he's built this franchise from down below up to now, it's a little later than he would have liked to see some of the contribution come out of the minor leagues. But I do think this is the beginning, and what he's done in his career here has been impressive in my eyes.
So Kyle Harrison is the one we all focus on. You mentioned Pat Bailey. I'm glad you did, because that's a guy we could definitely see this year. But Harrison, everybody's so excited. And then he had to start Wednesday night in Reno. We talked to Sean Estes about this yesterday, and he only went 3 1/3. Now, apparently they're limiting his innings, so he's never going to really go longer than 4 because they want to save his bullets for later. But the problem was the dreaded walk. And Farhan even says in the Slusser story, he's got to He's got to get better. And I'm just kind of wondering if you're Kyle Harrison and you're a pitching coach in AAA and you're the Giants. I mean, I know, Mike, I guess it's a mechanical thing. I don't know. I don't know if you've been able to see him, but you got to eliminate the walk, right, before you can come up?
Yeah, you can't be walking, 1 inning. You can't. You really can't be walking 4.5 walks per 9. That's high. I mean, you got to be down around, for him, 3 or less. That's the goal. But I will say this, what we're hearing, and again, I'm not there, but everybody, and this is from within the organization, these are people who go to the games, and these are people that work in the press box, and they're every day. They're watching the PCL this year with the automatic strike zone. And the automatic strike zone has been small. And, up until 2 weeks ago, the last time I checked, the entire staff at Sacramento had more walks and strikeouts.
Oh, wow.
So, this is an issue, and I do think that it has had something to do with the high walk total with Harrison. But, I have seen him, and I see where his arm slots. He's deceptive. The ball gets on you. I mean, he's a strikeout machine. I mean, he's got, almost averaging 15 walks per 9 innings. I mean, that's ridiculous at the AAA level. So, I do think that they would be a little more understanding of the walk situation if he's got that strikeout ratio going. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with him. I don't know if he'll come up and go right into the rotation. You may see it be that you see him in a long release scenario where they kind of ease him in. But up here, you would also have more eyes, more sets of eyes watching him to where they could get him into a more consistent slot that he can repeat. But the strikeout total, it makes him such an intriguing prospect, and we've been watching him since day one. I do know he's going to be a big leaguer. When, I don't know, but hopefully he gets this resolved and we see him sooner than later.
Definitely something to watch. So like we're saying, it's kind of the beginning, we hope, of a parade of talent. That will really ignite the fan base. So, hey, before I let you go, Mike, I kind of been saving this one for an off day, but I don't know I know Dwayne reads the LA Times. I don't know if you did, but I fell on this big story they had about the LA Dodgers opened up the very first ever scouting sort of compound camp in Africa, in Uganda, which is obviously war-torn country. There's a lot of strife there, but they're keeping it very low-key. Like, they wouldn't let the reporters see anything. They had to take, surreptitious photos and stuff, and then there's a story on MLB.com this morning. They kind of followed up on the Time story about this catcher, Dennis Kasumba, who's getting a travel visa to come play in the MLB Draft League, which is coming up this summer. It's for amateur players from college, JC, hoping to open scouts' eyes. Anyway, it's a really interesting story. I'd recommend it to anybody to check it out. LA Times story on the Ugandan LA Dodgers. And I'm just wondering if you'd heard anything about the possibility of Africa as a place to find Major League Baseball players. They say they're doing a little bit better at the Little League World Series. They've won a game or two for the first time in the last couple of years. So had you been hearing anything or following any of this?
Well, I saw the story of the catcher, and I actually got a chance to watch him move in his footwork. And not surprisingly, he's a remarkable athlete. And he's throwing rocks. That's how he's getting his arm. He's picking up rocks and throwing rocks out of the catcher position. Which I kind of was impressed by that. And but why wouldn't it? I mean, the athletes that come out of here, you watch the World Cup soccer, and the teams that come out of Africa, I'm like, goodness, I see 3 or 4 shortstops there. I see a couple of center fielders and then a few catchers. Yeah, you're looking for athletes. And I think that when you go into a country that is impoverished, and really the soccer ball is really the only thing you need to play soccer. I mean, you can build a net or a goal, and now all of a sudden, if you have the wherewithal to bring equipment into this area and introduce the game and teach baseball, which is fun as hell, and now they have the wherewithal to be able to get and play this game, I mean, why wouldn't you plug into it? The athletes down there are phenomenal. And I think that's what it's all about. We see what's happening in Latin America. The athletes that are coming out of there. We're seeing the athletes that are coming out of the Pacific Rim. I mean, to me, it's exhilarating to bring all of these athletes around the world and to be able to finally do it and be able to afford to do this. And I think you're going to get some greatness come out of that country. And really, it's about time. I'm tired of soccer having more worldwide recognition than baseball. You know, all we have to do as baseball is bring equipment, teach them the game. The game itself is more fun than soccer, in my humble opinion. And,
Me too.
You know, I mean, I think it's great, and I hope more teams follow.
I would recommend everybody go to MLB.com. It was first in the LA Times. This young man's name is Dennis Kasumba. Now, he's only 5'7", so I don't know if it's going to happen, but the guy, he has his own Twitter feed, and he's posting videos of him working out. You can't even believe the conditions. I mean, at one point he has a tire strapped to his back, and he's doing just blocking drills and in the mud and the rain. It's incredibly inspiring. So anyway, it's just something to think about. And the Dodgers went there first. Maybe the Giants will go there. Maybe they will. I mean, you would think, Mike, if the Giants probably knew about it, but they probably would, wouldn't they? Invest a little bit?
Why not?
Well, they have to be interested. Absolutely, 100%. And the same thing about Eastern Europe. I mean, the baseball now is just starting to get introduced, and you're seeing more and more baseball players, you know, become interested, and more and more athletes, I should say, become interested. And they're crossing over from traditional sports where there may not be that much opportunity in soccer. Now they're looking for another sport that has opportunity to realize a dream on a world scale. So, yeah, I just think it's great. And, you know, the more the better. We know that the WBC has been a hit. We're seeing more countries want to get in the tournament. And, I mean, it's been slow, but it's been steady. And I think this is definitely the way it's going to be. You know, you look for athletes, and they're all over the world.
Anyway, interesting story. Everybody should go check it out. And cannot wait for tonight when Tony DeSclafani and Sandy Alcantara lock horns. 3 games, Logan Webb Saturday and Alex Wood on Sunday. Mike, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you Monday.
Thank you, Mike.
Better bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow, getting ready to go. Yeah, man, I was just showing Paulie this video of this kid, Dennis Kasumba.
Wow.
Dude, look at this in the rain. Look at this.
Well, describe the drill, because it's very NHL-like. That's like drill a lot of goalies do.
Look at him here in the pouring rain now in this little mud, in a muddy, sort of like, what do you want to just call it? Just a muddy path behind his grandma's house.
Once again, shout out Tom Kim if you're talking mud.
And he's pulling a tire a la Druckenmiller as he backs up. I don't know. It's incredible. Listen, I know they're a long way because the kids don't know the sport, but the Dodgers are there. There was like this surreptitious photo of the Dodger logo on this gate in the middle of the
See,
African.
that bums me out.
I know.
They've already got their logo up? What the hell?
Yes.
They're dropping anchor over there.
Yes. So they're on.
Well, hey, credit to them, though, man. Just scouring the earth for talent. You got to admire the game. You got to admire that.
So anyway, I just wanted to throw that. I was saving that one for an off day for Mike, and everybody should go check it out.
So this kid's got a tire strapped to his back, and he's popping up and down like in a catcher's crouch to his knees, up, over and over again. You see a lot of goalies doing that drill. That's very difficult. I probably couldn't even do that once without blowing out a knee, a back, a neck socket, something.
Somebody said this kid's practicing in the mud. Who does he think he is? Tom Kim?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. That's what
Second time.
Yeah. Second. The texters are saying the same thing.
Yeah, no, Tom Kim for life.
They're all on the same page.
Yeah.
By the way,
Shout out I got one more.
Says Tom Kim's not out of it yet. The cut's at +4. He's at +5. He might make the cut.
All for all you freaky weirdos out there, too. I got to shout out Frank Zappa, Mud Shark.
Okay.
Mud Shark.
Okay. All right. We'll do that.
That's out there.
Okay, 2 things. One, Marcus Thompson joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50 to discuss what's next for Bob Myers. Now, I do want to say that exact tease was in yesterday's cut sheet. Is Tripoli repeating things, or did Thompson no show and he's coming today? One of the two. I tell you what, the Giants aren't going to Petaluma to scout Tripoli for talent. I'll tell you that right now. And you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus.
They're not dropping a Dodger logo up in Petaluma at the town gate.
Actually, they are. Justin Brule is. No, I don't know about that. Was it? You sure? I think I read Marcus Thompson yesterday.
What are we doing?
Sure.
I don't know.
I'm not getting involved.
Was he on Papa and Lund yesterday?
Not getting involved. That's right, John.
Was he on Papa and Lund
Now
yesterday?
he's firing back at Schumurf.
See, we got some.
I got 2 words for that. That's some balls.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say blank you.
No, 2 words. No, sometimes you just got to say somebody. That's some balls.
Some balls his kids got.
Sometime we have to hit him with the Mike Malone.
We got to pick it up.
I mean, you want to.
I thought you were going to hit him with the other Mike Malone. I don't give an S. If I could. I know it's hard. Thank you.
All right, guys.
I'm giving us.
Hey, people said, don't forget Brian Wilson went to India for the $1 million arm thing.
He did.
Remember that?
Yep.
And they tried to bring some kids over. Who knows? Maybe like 30, 40, 50 years from now, something like that.
Shut up, be wheezy, man.
I know, right?
Going to India.
Remember we had him on the
doing this whole thing. I'll be over in India if you need me.
We had him on. He was on the side of the road before he was going to go to Pepperdine to lead chapel.
Yeah.
And then remember he said he was going to go to Dubai. He's like, what do you guys think? Should I go to Dubai?
Yeah, go, Weezy. Why not go to Dubai? Get in some situations over there.
To be single and free.
Yeah.
Like Rags, to be able to go to the golf club on a Friday.
Yeah, totally. You will too someday.
He's going to the grill room, Waterboy.
Oh, he's a big grill guy. He tells stories about what goes on in that grill.
Triple E is just doubling and tripling down on me here.
What do you mean?
He says that...
in terms of what?
He has Mark Spears as yesterday's promo. But check out other ones. Was not Marcus was part of yesterday. You going Pop and Lund? You going Pop and Lund?
I don't.
Does it really matter?
No, I don't really matter. It doesn't really matter. The big hit is next, and the 49ers are in our focus. There's news about the Super Bowl, and there's news on Trey Lance, and OTAs start Monday. The big hit, 49ers style, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We got to figure it out.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Larry Bear stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolber and Cobes to talk about the MLB debut of Casey Schmidt and what he has accomplished in his first week up with the Giants. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Tonight, the Sports Business Journal is reporting that Levi's Stadium, home of the San Francisco 49ers, is likely to be awarded the 2026 Super Bowl. The NFL owners' meeting is scheduled to take place next week, along with the announcement of the location for the big game. 2026 is not a high-demand year to host the Super Bowl because many NFL stadiums, including Levi's, will be hosting World Cup matches that summer. Levi's hosted the Super Bowl back in 2016 when Peyton Manning and the Denver Broncos defeated the Carolina Panthers 24-10.
All right, all part of a big hit that is 49er-centric today because we got a lot going on. There you heard the KTVU report. Shout out Channel 2. Remember when the Sid from Channel 2 used to come film us, Paulie, on Big Stories?
Yeah, the good people over at Channel 2. Yeah. Shout out to the retired Mark Ibanez. That's our boy over there.
Yeah, that is our boy.
Yeah.
And so the Niners and Levi Stadium are going to get the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's pretty exciting. Now, this is not official till next week. Paulie Mac, Will Murph and Mac be around to see that Super Bowl?
We're not sure at this point.
How about
As
Kyle
Jim Belushi would
Shanahan?
say, at this point, we don't know.
I don't see any scenario of that.
Yeah.
The Dave, Overnight Dave one.
Yeah, we'll be around
But that's
somewhere.
not the point. The point is that it will be there. And we can discuss that, what that means for the 49ers. Also, that particular summer, they're actually going to be hosting World Cup matches, which, by the way, I'm fired up for. I will make a point to be at those World Cup matches.
Murph ain't afraid to go to a World Cup match. In fact, I know for a fact, circa 94, this kid was about 20 minutes away. Unbeknownst to me, we hadn't crossed paths yet. Murph was right near my pad, and he was watching World Cup soccer. I was going to Dead Show summer of 94. You had the Rangers winning the Cup. You had World Cup. You had OJ. What a summer that was.
You got to go to a World Cup match. That's incredible. In fact, I would put the World Cup match ahead of the Super Bowl.
Was that
hot take? Hot take, huh?
Wow, that is a hot take.
Yeah. Ireland, Italy, 94 at the Meadowlands.
I'm blanking on my
hot,
guys.
Muggy, gray day.
I'm ashamed.
Those gray, muggy days with no wind and it's muggy.
Just saw one of those where it was warm in New York a couple days ago, and the sun was out, but the sky's still kind of gray and brown. It's like, I don't know.
They don't get the blue sky weekend.
No, dude, not even close. One of the things I love about California so much.
We get the light. We get the better light.
And you know what? Yeah. I appreciate that like on a daily I'm not kidding. I look up, I go, look at that freaking
man's filled with gratitude, Waterboy.
I really am. No, I love California and I love how beautiful it is. It's the same way I love those sausages.
That's why the Super Bowl's coming. That's why the Super Bowl's coming.
I'll be like, look at that blue sky. GD.
And that's exciting. And what it means, the 49ers get, you want it? You want the sausages?
I need one.
Okay.
If I could.
Okay, anyway, the Super Bowl's coming.
Damn.
What? Sorry.
Get those sausages.
That's the kind of thing with the sky, too.
So this will be the 2025 season. So the 2023 season ends in Vegas. The 2024 season ends in New Orleans. The 2025 season will end in Santa Clara, not San Francisco. Can you find the Dabo Swinney wherever the hell we are in California? Because that's what's been going down. Paulie, I went to that Super Bowl 10 years ago. I made a point to go represent KNBR, represent the leader, got my media badge. I sat in the north end zone or sort of the northwest end zone.
I know exactly what you mean.
The one that if you're looking at the Niners sideline to the left.
Perfect, gotcha.
I sat in that end zone. Your boy Coldplay played the halftime show.
Right.
But 2 minutes in, he brought in Beyonce.
She came marching out.
Yeah.
I remember on their stage, they had bedazzled the stage with flowers. They had flowers on the piano, flowers on the drums. A lot of flowers up there.
So that happened. A few years later, they had the national championship down at Levi's. Clemson beats Alabama, and Dabo Swinney drops this gem.
Wherever the heck California we are.
Wherever the heck in California we are. That was a great line from Dabo. Hasn't been back to the mountaintops since, I don't think, has he?
Wherever the heck California we are.
No, I don't think so.
Did you take offense to that as a Santa Claran, Waterboy?
Hell yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did.
I told him he better not walk his ass over to Great America and try to drop on Drop Zone.
Maybe it was the curse of Santa Clara because I don't think they've won a natty since.
See, now
we got him.
Santa Clara.
We got him.
Yeah,
it's got to be
that
curse. That 408 curse.
The curse of Great America.
Yeah,
The curse of Great America.
Was he complaining about how hot it was down there for that game?
Wherever the heck California we are.
Oh, man. So that's exciting. Now, listen, will this bring San Francisco back into the national spotlight? Will things be a little cleaner in a couple of years?
Problem is, every time San Francisco goes on the national stage, it's all criticisms you hear. Oh, it's dirty. Oh, it's got this. Look what happened.
Front page story about this Urban Alchemy group. It's no joke. They're like, there's some guys who are actually getting effective in they're ex-cons, and they wear camo, and they are kicking A.
What is it?
They're cleaning blank up.
Kicking in what way? Like
they're cleaning things up. They're getting guys
like
off
in a
the
Dirty
streets.
Harry kind of way.
Well, not that way.
Not heavy-handed.
I'm not going Charles Bronson. Hey, mother. I'm not doing that.
This is a great show for Murph. I'm telling you. Made me laugh several times.
The point is
hey, mother. Shout out Jeff Goldblum.
Jeff Goldblum tormenting Bronson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it scared the daylights out of me.
Waterboy. The movie is called. Come on.
Death Wish.
Death Wish.
And never forget also for you trivia keepers out there, this will be on the Murph and Mac exit final exam. That when we've done this other topic, which is you've dated somebody that you break up and then that person goes on to date somebody super famous. My situation where I could point to that, I've told you guys with Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah.
It's a true story.
Yeah.
Dated a girl in Boston. We don't see her, haven't seen her in 20 years. And she moved to L.A. Next thing I know, she's dating Goldblum. True story.
Well, I mean, I wonder how the comp was. You know what I mean?
I would hope I got a leg up on Goldblum, for God's sakes.
Okay, so this vote is going to go down Tuesday, and it would be an incredible summer for Santa Clara because you'll be hosting the World Cup and the Super Bowl in February of 2026, and then the World Cup later that summer.
Right.
Niners did ask for $120 million to upgrade premium seating, including the suites and scoreboards.
Wait a minute.
And that was all to set up for this Super Bowl. I will tell you this.
Wow. Nice little loan right
there.
there.
The NFL's just going to give it to them.
We say clean up. What are the stadiums? Look, I don't even know what
They're
they could.
upgrading suites and scoreboards.
With all due respect, I don't know how they can make it any nicer. Those suites they have down at the Vine,
They're going to upgrade premium seating.
All right.
I guess they could. Can they throw an awning over the away sideline so there's not enough sun?
February sun can't be too bad, can it?
It can't be, but I'm not the one complaining.
You can get rain in February, although, as we know, Waterboy, it doesn't rain in San Jose.
Of course not, Murph.
That was another great skirmish we had. So it's exciting. I will say this. When I took the national bus from San Francisco to Santa Clara, as we drove up to the stadium, I was in there with a bunch of salty riders from New York and Philly and Chicago and Boston, and they were like, they go, this is it? They go, goes, why didn't they finish it? That's what the guy said. Why didn't they finish it? Because they went with the exposed beam.
Right.
As you learned in the book from Kezar to Levi's.
Yeah.
Kezar to Levi's.
Mm-hmm.
They went with the exposed beam to create, quote, a south of market loft look.
Do you think
That's
they
what they
achieved that?
No. The answer is no.
Okay.
No. Do you think they achieved it?
No, I don't.
Do you think they achieved it, Waterboy?
Absolutely not.
No.
And here's the thing: is when you look around at Allegiant Stadium with the Raiders, SoFi with LA, it doesn't look like Levi Stadium is on that same kind of structure.
I want to tell you guys a story.
Cutting edge.
I hate to do this. I hate to do this. I know Jed hates me and everything, and it's all good. It's all good. We got to do. But John York in that book said to me, he said, much like Camden Yards was the first of a new generation, and the new Comiskey was the last of the old generation. we are going to build the Camden Yards going forward and not the last new Comiskey. When in fact, they might have built the last new Comiskey.
Yeah.
Because the way Allegiant and SoFi are completely different.
Completely
different.
Yeah,
right?
no, that's you. Not to be totally fair.
Listen, Johnny and Jed, I'm just keeping it real. Listen, I don't mind Levi. I really don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
It's got some big games under its belt now. For real, it's got some playoff games.
I just don't like it being in Santa Clara, and I keep thinking if you go down 3rd Street from Giants to Warriors.
Oh, stop.
You could
be nuts with this. I know.
You could have built down there.
Right looking at the bay and the whole. It would have been.
Because that's on Gavin Newsom and John York equally.
Dippity-doo.
Yeah, that's on Gav, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Gav, don't sit there. Go great greasy Gav, man. Don't try to slide out of this one, buddy. I know we're boys. We went to high school together, the whole deal. We played against each other. We have a ton of mutual friends. Shout out Derek Smith and the whole crew.
Was he gelling up on the court, too?
100%.
Yeah, like Pat Riley.
And I was wearing the puffy hair and had high socks like it was still 1981. He came out with low socks and gelled hair like it was the late 80s, and he was ahead of his time.
Do you think, and I'm not even...
I was like, damn, that guy's good looking. And I'm over here, and he has all the girls, and I don't.
Right. Same. You know what I mean? That's our lot in life. There's nothing we can do. But another question, and I'm not... A serious question. Do you think he based that look on the Pat Riley influence?
Maybe.
Same era.
Yeah.
You know.
Maybe, yeah. Quite
slick
possibly.
back. I don't know.
Hey, if you do anything Pat Riley does, it's all good.
Totally.
This is only part of the big hit, guys, that the 49ers are getting the Super Bowl. The other part is the big story from Matt Barrows this morning that when OTAs start on Monday in Santa Clara, you're going to see a brand new Trey Lance. And he did a big story with Jeff Christensen, the private quarterbacks coach, who took Trey Lance under his wing and trained him with Pat Mahomes down in Dallas. And yes, of course, as listeners are pointing out, it is Jeff Christensen's interest to point out that Trey Lance improved, but there seems to be evidence that Trey Lance has tightened up his throwing motion and studied under Pat Mahomes. Pat Mahomes, y'all. And Trey Lance on Monday will be, quote, a new dude. Here's some of the quotes you want. He said, according to Jeff Christensen, the big breakthrough he was watching Mahomes. He was trying to teach him something Mahomes did. He didn't specify what it was. But he said, I said, watch this. Watch what he does here. It was something I was telling him to do he wasn't quite doing. He saw Patrick apply it perfectly, and I think that visual buy-in, that mental buy-in helped him past the mental hump. And to his credit, he just kept getting better. Over the last 7 days, every day was a, quote, substantial jump. He says his accuracy has improved and his motion has tightened.
All right.
And kind of makes you wonder what Scangarello and Shanahan were doing in the meantime. Injuries have dogged him.
Yeah.
The broken finger, the ankle.
Yep.
I guess my question on the big hit is, where are you with Trey Lance?
Great question.
Because we've kind of forgotten about it.
It's hard. I mean, at this point, it's just like a matter of opinion because we really have nothing to base. Like, we don't have like film to base our opinions on. It's just kind of how you feel about it, what you read about this guy, and what you hope for. But my hopes are high. I mean, hearing something like this is positive. I love that he's working out with Mahomes and that dude. They've raved about his athleticism. I just need to see it. That's all. I just need to see it. Although in my heart of hearts, I personally still lean towards Brock Purdy because that's a proven commodity. We saw what he can do. We saw how smart he plays the position. With Trey Lance, we still don't know what he would look like after 6 consecutive starts. Like, we've never seen that.
Would you trade a Trey Lance at that point?
It depends on what we're talking about.
What could you get for
That's
him
the thing. What are we talking about getting?
Waterboy, some of the NFL trades shock me at how little you get in return. You know, I mean, who was a big receiver just got traded? My brain is freezing on me right now. But anyway.
Well, we were just talking about a couple weeks ago, Jeff Okudah from the Detroit Lions,
Maybe
3rd overall
it,
pick, got sent to Atlanta for a 5th rounder. That was a guy that literally got drafted 2 years ago, number 3 overall.
So back to where the Niners are on Monday. Where will Brock Purdy be when they start OTAs on Monday, May 22nd? That's getting close to June. Now, here's Kyle Shanahan at the Dwight Clark Legacy event last week that you and I were at.
Yep.
They finally put the sound on YouTube. Shout out to the Niners and the Golden Heart Fund for doing this. So Matt Mayoko's interviewing Kyle Shanahan on stage in Santa Clara. And here's what Shanahan said about Brock Purdy.
As long as Brock's elbow heals right, he'll be the exact same guy. And when you have a clean break like that or a tear, it will be. You know, you can't have a setback and you can't have something heal wrong, but everything's been completely on pace. And just watching him now, I mean, he's doing the same drills all the other quarterbacks are doing. He's just using a towel to throw, but still doing violent motions, still moving it. He's just not doing it with a football. He'll get closer to that, and as long as there's not a setback, we think he'll be there in training camp, but he can get so much better right now.
Okay, so he will be there whipping the towel, Paulie. doing
with a
little
violent
diva.
elbow motion?
Yes, a violent elbow
Hey,
motion.
quick, just to kind of relay a question to you that just came in on the text line, which has gotten pushed so far down so quickly. Wow, they're coming in fast. Anyway, I think it was a 415. No, there it is. It's 707. My mistake. He says, I still like Trey Lance, but I hate how Kyle uses him. That is something I've heard from a variety of different people that say, like, Trey Lance wouldn't have gotten hurt if Kyle didn't have him designing run plays for him and stuff. I don't know where. Do you agree with any of that at all? Like Kyle,
I remember that.
Gets
I remember
guys hurt.
Tim Ryan kind of dismissing us when he's like, "Guys, it's football."
He's a football player, right?
But my
tuck it in
feeling
and
was
it's part of his appeal.
My feeling was running between the tackles over and then they say Josh Allen does it. I get it.
You don't want to take on NFL linebackers, though, dude.
That was my feel. I kind of stick with it. Like, you didn't send Brock Purdy up the middle a lot.
No, but to Tim Ryan's point, even outside of the UCL tear from Brock Purdy, he was dealing with damaged ribs in that game. He went up to Seattle. We saw Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not a scrambling quarterback. How many times did he get hurt?
Yeah.
I mean, how many quarterbacks made it healthy a full 17, 18 weeks last
it's
year?
tough these
Not
days.
Too many.
Yeah, no.
So you're saying keep this room full. In fact, guys, we do take calls on the Big Hit. If you want to check in on this, 808K. I forgot to say that. I'm sorry.
You're all good.
808
No, it's good. We got time.
If you do have a minute, we do have a cooler of content to get to, and then Susan Slusher talking Giants base, and then Kevin Harlan talking Eastern Conference Finals. But if you do want to check in on where you are with Trey Lance, this report from Matt Barrows in The Athletic from Jeff Christensen that he made substantial improvements and that he revealed that he does deal with arm soreness if he throws 150 balls in a day. And that was a story from a couple years ago that got poo-pooed by the Niners, but it turns out it's probably true. He does get fatigued from throwing balls, and that apparently he said that's because he didn't have proper technique. And if he cleans up his technique, then he can throw 150 balls. And he tells the story of the last day he threw 150. He flew back to the Bay Area, and Christensen says, I called him in Frisco on Saturday at noon.
Hashtag Frisco.
And we decided to ride with Frisco.
Yeah, we were okay with it.
And Trey said, I can't believe it, but I'm not sore. And Christensen was telling him, but that's because you're using proper technique now, finally. Isn't that amazing? He's still a kid.
So
still
you got
baby,
this
right?
whole story that's bubbling around, and then meanwhile you got the popular kid that just moved into your high school from out of town. That's Sam Darnold.
Well, he's sitting courtside with Kittle and McCaffrey.
That's what I'm saying. He's like the new kid, the rare new kid that moves into your high school in the middle of your term in school. And becomes like one of the most popular kids like right away because he's hanging out with the coolest guys in the class. He's going to games with George Kittle. Who was his other seatmate? Was it
McCaffrey?
Oh, McCaffrey.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's another wrinkle too. You got the Trey thing, you got the Darnold thing, and then of course there's Brock Purdy with his towel.
More Shanahan on Brock, what he can do next week at OTAs.
He didn't get a lot of reps. You got to sit and listen to everything, and he came in last year about a week and a half from today, which means he missed a whole month. And we've been doing this whole last month is teaching our whole offense from step one. And when you have an hour and a half meeting about one play that has so many different intricacies of it, and a guy's never done it before, but he's watching all these other people do it, whether it's 8 different quarterbacks over 15 different years versus all different situations, and then at the end of it, he gets to see himself run it for 7 plays last year. He gets to see Jimmy run it for 4 times last year. He gets to see Trey do it for one time. And now you get a look at all this stuff, and he can actually put himself in the situation like, oh, I remember how those 6 clips felt. I remember those looks. I remember that coverage. I remember why I did good or bad. Now what can I do going forward? Oh, those other 80 clips of other people actually mean something to me because I didn't see those clips. How am I going to adjust for that? So like now, as he's sitting there rehabbing all the time, everything's about getting your feet and your eyes in the right spot. And I hope you're born to throw because we're not going to teach you very fast. This is the NFL. And Brock can do all that. So, and everyone can in our league. So it's about how you play the game. And Brock does that very naturally. But now he's actually looking at it and having experience and being able to learn everything and slow it down and sit there. And to me, when he can jump in there and go full speed, because he got the experience and now he can just sit back and watch it, I think he's going to be a hell of a lot better.
Yeah, man, but Kyle will give you an answer, won't he? So listen, there's going to be pressure on Purdy. I mean,
he's so low-key, though. Like, I wonder if he's, like, impervious to that. Like, he did not seem like the kind of guy that was affected by much of anything. Fans, opposing defense. I mean, they threw this kid into the frying pan. He's like, okay, let me just peel off 8 straight for you, and we'll see how everybody feels. So I'm not even...
I went back and looked at the Dallas playoff game. He did not light it up in that game. but he threw a couple of key passes.
That's his first
kept
ever
drives
postseason
alive.
start, though, right? I mean, that's
no, they had one before against Seattle.
Oh, you're right. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
true.
But and he won
Credit to the Dallas defense, though, for real, because they had a good D last year.
They had a great D.
Yeah.
And he completed some big balls at key times, like on third down.
There you go. That's a big part of
That's
it. Can
what
you
it
make
is.
a big play in a clutch moment?
A couple more quick ones, then we'll duck out of the big hit.
See, now
which
I'm
is, of
getting
course-
excited, dude. Now I'm like my Niner juices are bubbling.
Well, what does Brock Purdy's success mean for Trey Lance, who is now new and improved, Paulie?
Okay.
New and improved.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I get that question. I understand the unusual circumstances of when you trade up for a quarterback with the third pick in the draft, how you're expecting him to be the man for a long time. And we did expect that, and I still believe that he can be. You're also not expecting the last pick in the draft to come in and play at that level. That's why he was our third quarterback, despite how good he did from day one to all there. But you're not expecting it. He got that opportunity because of injury. And then he went in for 8 games and won every one, which is the first thing you look at. But then you watch the tape and just try to see why. And it was legit. He played at an extremely high level. I think our team got a lot better when he got in there. And I think his position and every position around it, including our team. And when you go back and watch it, he's a real player. And so when you talk about what does it say about Trey, I just think it's so unfair to Trey. Trey played 1 game this year. What it says about is what Brock did in his 8 games. And what Brock did is really damn good. Now, what does that mean of Trey? Nothing. He's only got 1 game to play. The year before, he got 2 games. We took Trey thinking he would get an opportunity to play more because we knew where we were going to go eventually. That didn't happen. Not because of anything against Trey. He wasn't quite ready his first year, and Jimmy was still on our roster, and Jimmy is a very good quarterback. It's not easy to beat out. And then we made the move to Trey. We were able to get Jimmy as a backup at a very cheap price, just luckily, in case something bad happened. But we were ready to go with Trey. And Trey was going to go through a lot that year. And I believe he would have got to a level that did some similar stuff. He missed that op, and Brock came in and did it.
So, yeah, I mean, he's recounting it all, and we all lived it. And 415 said, don't trade a quarterback. They get injured. Leave them. Leave them. Just have a stacked QB room, and it's going to be up to Trey to, like, Steve Young will be like, bro, you're complaining about standing on the sideline at age 23? I was 30.
32,
I was standing on the sideline.
I think he was even early 30s.
So, I mean, they could easily just say, hey, kid, it's right now, it's Purdy's job, you're QB2.
I would be very happy with that, actually. I know they wouldn't be able to do the trade and all that, but I would, because don't forget, after the Philly game, everybody said maybe next season they should have 3 QBs on their roster, and it turned out there are situations that are going to call for that. So if that's the case, that's fine with me.
Waterboy?
Oh, I was just going to jump in and just kind of talk about what Kyle was just talking about there and remind people that last season, after the 49ers were in the NFC Championship game, they were willing to hand the keys to the car to Trey Lance. He was the guy they thought was going to be the franchise quarterback.
And they got hurt.
We hear all this talk about the arm talent and stuff like that.
Yep.
But Murph, you asked the question earlier, should the 49ers look to trade Trey Lance? I say no. I'm saying keep him on the keep him on the roster right now because it's not guaranteed that Brock Purdy is going to be healthy for week 1. If I'm the Niners, I'm not rushing him back, and I'm giving Trey one last opportunity to show why we drafted you at number 3 overall. This is your season. This is your chance. And if not, then you don't pick up his 5th-year option, and then maybe you do look to trade him next year.
The new and improved Trey Lance, and by the way, just for the record, in the Seattle game and the Dallas game, he threw 59 passes, no picks. No picks. Brock Purdy did.
Yep.
So anyway, there's your big hit for today.
Very nice.
Niners hit the field Monday, man. So I imagine we're going to be doing some next week too. But in the meantime, we move on to the cooler of content and then Susan Slusser.
Yeah.
Friday style on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Well, it looks like the Super Bowl might be coming back to Levi Stadium after it was reported yesterday that the 49ers are expected to be awarded the Super Bowl 60 hosting rights. To read that full story and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content style.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Some laughs, some chuckles, some reflections, some sound.
You know the Murph and Max show, we like a good laugh.
That is a good one.
That's a Cheech and Chong. I still can't get, I know I hit that one a lot, but I just love that
Where's
laugh.
the Creative Tony one?
Good call. See, that's one of the new ones. I should probably be hitting that more. I got that one right over here. There's a little moment on the podcast which caught my ear. That's a total, if you guys know Creative Tony, and a lot of people in the peninsula do.
You can kind of hear the lipper he has in there. Does he have a lipper going in there?
It's so funny you say that. He's been dipping these, it's not tobacco, Murph. He told me, Tony, help me out with this. It's a non-tobacco dip. What is that, Mark? He's seen a lot of baseball players do it. Grinds. They're called grinds. I thought they were disgusting. I tried one on the podcast. They're little pouches of coffee, like ground coffee. And I was not a fan at all, but Creative Tony swears by it. He dips the grinds when he's, I guess, coaching his little league team and stuff.
Incredible.
Yeah.
So the kids think he's doing dips, so it spreads the positive message.
Yeah, it's a good message for the young ones.
Kenny the Jet Smith, friend of the program.
Yeah.
Do you remember the 94 NBA Finals and the O.J. Chase colliding?
I was watching it. I totally remember it.
We all experienced it.
Yeah.
We all experienced it. Kenny the Jet was playing in the game.
Game 7, Marcus.
So he tells a story.
Split screen, dude. Split screen.
It was like that
I got
movie.
a Jeep and I got John Starks right there.
Who made Natural Born Killers? Who made that movie?
Oliver Stone.
Yeah, it was like an Oliver Stone movie.
Yeah.
Where America's
Great
descent
call. It's
of
a
like
good
an
call.
NBA Finals Game 7 up against O.J. Simpson Chase. It was like something out of a Stone flick.
You guys
really
know
was.
that I have like
real life though, Waterboy.
I'm
real
like
life.
the de facto like supporter of all the ESPN 30 for 30s. I love those. Did you guys ever see the one? It came out like 2 years ago. It's called June 17th, 1994.
No, I love that though.
And they
I
just
love
get
it.
into the nooks and crannies. It's a great one.
Don't forget Baba Booey calling in Al Michaels. Kenny the Jet tells the story about being in the game during it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever been like to the NBA playoffs or finals. The finals for sure. On the stanchions, on the where the courtside seats are, all the TVs would be there as well. So when we called the timeout, most of the players you see now, even they sit on the top of the stanchion.
Sure.
And I look back, and I'm like, I see OJ running. I see the Bronco chase, and I was like OJ Simpson on the run. And so I'm looking in the huddle. I say, oh my God, OJ's on the run. In the middle of the huddle of the NBA Finals. That's when I scream out. I said, oh my God, OJ's on the run. And so Rudy comes out of it, who was coaching at the time, goes, what are you talking about? Everybody's like, what? He's on the run. He's on the run. Like, hey, what are you doing? Let's focus on, let's get the ball inside to Akeem and make sure that we Starks on the perimeter. So everybody's like getting focused. And so we're going back out. He pulls me back and he said, Kenny, is he really on the run?
Wow. That's a great story. You know what I loved about that story, too, is at one point he said, get the ball inside to Hakeem. That's what I liked about that story.
I think it's probably hard for like Marcus and Tripoli to understand the magnitude of that day because OJ is so before your time. How would you comp that? Like, give me guy that would
Brady, something like that.
Be like Tom Brady. You got to understand how big a star OJ was. He was like the Michael Jordan of the early 70s.
And he had crossed over into movies and TV and all that.
He was in Roots, for God's sakes. He was doing like dramatic
he was
roles.
an NFL sideline reporter and all that. Yeah, so it would be like maybe Barkley.
Yeah.
Barkley.
Like imagine that.
A crossover star.
You know, we haven't heard one of those since Cope's.
Happy Father's Day.
Since Cope's went over to the afternoon. Like we
got a little getting even.
And by the way, for the record,
I ain't gonna lie. On Mother's Day, I was walking around saying to myself, "Happy Mother's Day."
It's hard not to.
Day.
It's It's hard not to.
All right.
Happy Father's
Great
Day.
story.
I'm just saying.
By the way, I always support Rudy Tomjanovich. I thought they got a bum rap getting pummeled by Kermit Washington.
He's like the Tim Duncan of great NBA coaches. Nobody ever talks Tomjanovich.
And he had that quote that, even though it's a cliche, everybody uses all the time: "Never underestimate the heart of a champion."
Great line.
Mike Malone might be a champion. He's up 2-0, and he's thanks to Jamal Murray, who scored 37 points for him, 23 in the fourth quarter, after overcoming an ear infection. You ever had an ear infection?
I have. They suck.
They really suck. I used to get them when I was younger. I guess that's Malone's point about Jamal Murray here.
Jamal had said that he had an ear infection on Saturday. What was he able to do, if at all, last weekend?
He hasn't been able to do a whole lot. You know what I mean? It's funny. One of the coaches said, when's the last time you heard of a grown-ass man have an ear infection? Usually that's kids in kindergarten, whatever.
Yeah, and kids in kindergarten, it hurts. By the way, 808 KNBR, when is it appropriate to use the phrase grown A man? Like, it is there's a time in life when you got to use it. Like, I'm a grown-ass man. Like it happened, and he dropped it there.
And you're asking when's the right time to use it?
There's a time to use it.
Marcus, help me out with this. When do you drop a grown A man?
I feel like there's like somebody telling you like something to do. Like, Murph, I need you to do this. I need you to do that. I'm a grown-ass man. I'll do whatever I want. Yeah,
That's what Triple E's saying he wants to say to us. Mike Malone, we love him. He's Brian Sabian. He's a crusty East Coaster who doesn't put up with any guff. And after the Nuggets win game 2, remember after game 1, everybody was saying, the Lakers figured them out in the fourth quarter. Well, Malone didn't forget.
A lot of our guys, to be honest, they may not admit this or not. You win game 1 of the playoffs, and all everybody talked about was the Lakers. Let's be honest, that was the national narrative was, hey, the Lakers are fine. They're down 1-0, but they figured something out. No one talked about Nikola just had a historic performance. He's got 13 triple-doubles now, 3rd all-time. What he's doing is just incredible, but the narrative wasn't about the Nuggets. The narrative wasn't about Nikola. The narrative was about the Lakers and their adjustments. So, you put that in your pipe, you smoke it, and you come back, and you know what? We're going to go up 2-0.
You know what, dude? The more Mike Malone, the better. Murph called it day one. Keep an eye on this guy.
Former Kings head coach, right?
Yeah.
But we slept on him because the Kings weren't any good. And they fired him after 1 year.
It might be the
former Mark Jackson assistant, but we didn't, the Warriors were nothing. Curry and Draymond speak very highly of him when he was here under Mark Jackson.
Yeah.
But it's now we can finally focus on him in the spotlight.
And outside, you mentioned Mark Jackson and Steve Kerr. Outside of Steve Kerr, probably the Murph and Mac show most endorsed NBA coaches currently would be Spoelstra and Mike Malone.
We're going to be the ones. We're going to be the only two guys watching that.
It's me and you.
And I'm not even sure who I'd root for.
I don't know. I'm happy either way. I know.
How about Jamal Murray? What a player out of Kentucky from Canada. And remember, he blows his ACL out in San Francisco, comes all the way back and just goes off. And now he hit on something here. Okay. I think every single one of us can relate to. You tell me here.
When I was little, I used to, count down the seconds and of the shot clock and make the shot and talk like Marv Albert and talk like Mike Breen. Just the imagination running as a kid. So when you get in that moment and you see your fam in the crowd, you see your little brother, you see Mike Breen there. You see all these little reminders. They all pay dividends and make that moment a little more special and just kind of lock you back in. You want to miss that opportunity, and sometimes it's just reflecting on those moments and remembering how fun it was to do that and be able to not miss a stage. Playing the Western Conference Finals against the Lakers and LeBron James is it's an amazing opportunity, and it's something you can look back in history and remember for the rest of your life. So I just try to make the most of them, and it's fun when you got to go in like that.
So great stuff. How many of us counted down the seconds and imitated a broadcaster calling your rolled up socks in your Nerf?
I would come home from the USF games during the Bill Cartwright era, go back to my bedroom, and I would just recreate the whole game with the announcer. And of course, I was hitting the winning shot.
Who was
in
doing
that scenario?
We were Waterboy. You were doing Greg Papa touchdown Raiders.
Yeah, I'm telling it to myself.
Very nice.
But
Raiders.
I do this on a daily basis. We have a little mini basketball hoop in our producer studio. Every day I'm stepping back, bang, bang, firing.
Are you going
off.
bang?
Do you call Boucher
playing
for
golf the other day? Lee Hammer dropped an elevation sensation on us.
Nice.
So, yes.
Do you drop a Boucher like the commentary call?
Boucher from deep.
Yeah,
Here
totally.
he is, pulling up from 3.
The crossover from Boucher.
Did you guys see Jamal Murray actually pointed to Mike Breen and yelled, bang!
The best.
Living out his childhood dream.
That's
Man.
Bang is a great one, too. That's a...
And it was funny is
bang!
When Jackson, he made the call, and he didn't say bang on that one, I don't think. But Mark Jackson said, you just missed it because you weren't looking, but he looked over here and said bang.
Yeah.
And so, and by the way, speaking of great, iconic NBA voices, Kevin Harlan, 8:50 this morning, 8:50. Real quick, let's get out of here. Mike Malone, I'm just in love with him. I love this. He was mic'd up in the game, imploring his team to leave it all on the court and basically channeling 5B CYO Coach Murph here. Check it out.
Game 2 of the Western Conference Final. Hey, leave it all out there. Play, compete, make somebody feel you. Yeah, Mo, you missed a shot. I don't care. But I care about our defense. We got to pick it up. We got to pick it up. Come on.
It's like my favorite sound of all time.
I don't care.
I literally was saying, like, on our game 2s, I'm like, it doesn't matter if you strike out, but you got to go down swinging.
You know?
It's game 2 of the Little League season.
We got to pick it up.
Oh, my God. It's incredible. Oh, Mike Malone. He also plays D on the sidelines.
He goes lateral.
I watched him. He's in the crouch. He's in the crouch.
Yeah.
He does. He plays D.
Pick it up.
I love this guy. But his old man, Brendan Malone, was a coach. Their father-son thing. Last 2 ones real quick. You want to get out? Got to get out? Okay, we'll get out. We can do Giannis and Joe Burrow later, or Jamar Chase later. Heavy on the Nuggets and basketball in the cooler of content today. It's games. I don't care if you miss a shot, but I care about your defense.
Totally.
Nuggets.
That's one of my favorites, yeah. Somebody on Twitter hit me with that.
Nuggets.
Nuggets.
His entire comment was Bill Romanowski, quote, Nuggets.
That's all you need to say. That's like our password.
There's your power hour, everybody. Susan Slusser talking about the Giants next on the Sports Leader.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
How big was your team's response coming off that series in Arizona and getting a sweep? Just what does that say about your team and where you guys are headed?
Yeah, we're awesome. It just shows what we can do, and it was a really good week.
All right, Reggae Friday back, and Marcus Thompson joining Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50 to talk Warrior basketball. But Susan Slusser joining us right now to talk Giants baseball. Giants sweep the Phillies. Everybody writes about Casey Schmidt, and is he opening the door for many more to come? Good morning, Sluss. How are you?
Susan.
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're pretty good.
Hey,
thanks for asking.
We are good. And Susan, I have a message to relay to you because I was in New York City a couple days ago and I sat down and had lunch with one Chris Kelly. He wanted me to give you his very best and tell you that he had a great time when you were in town. So there you go.
Oh, my gosh. He's the best.
He is the best.
That.
He's the best.
You know, he told us.
Hang on one second, fellas.
That's all right. She's got to work something out here. She's moving stuff into her car. Okay, we'll let her move stuff into her car. And okay, this is incredible, by the way.
When she returns, yeah.
Paulie Mack has new.
It's until we can.
So you're supposed to have a chyron that says it's like a phrase for a graphic on a screen.
Yeah, or like a headshot.
We're on this live stream now, and there's hundreds watching, and we don't have a little picture for Susan.
I got that covered.
Well, Paulie does.
Stand by. I'll provide the artwork until.
When do you want to do it?
Well, whenever she joins us back.
Are you going to plank again? And
yeah,
hold
when
up?
she talks, you'll see Susan. Just stand by for her return. Yeah.
Okay, so don't sleep on Paulie's artwork.
No.
So Slush,
it's
you there,
renowned.
kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah, no, I just managed to set off my alarm. I didn't think that was going to be great radio.
No, car alarms. The car alarms.
No, house alarms.
Oh, house alarms. My gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did the kitty cat set that
All
off
good.
or what? No? Yeah.
No, it was me. It was me.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, by the way, so we're on the live stream now, you can see us. And so we're trying to, until we have a picture of you where it says current guest Susan Slusser, Paulie Mack is providing drawings. So he has a drawing.
Oh, excellent.
There's a drawing of you right now
I did
on the
a likeness.
screen.
It's the best I could do.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Everybody should look at it.
It's an improvement from yesterday.
I'm going to send it to you.
What I actually look like.
I'm going to send it to you.
I gave you curly hair. I'm not sure why I did that, but it's what I couldn't work. It's what I had to work with. I did it quickly.
Okay.
Hold on. Here it comes.
I'm going to send this one to you.
Don't take offense, by the way.
Okay.
It's just because we can't provide the headshot yet, so I got to take matters into my own hands.
All right, Susan.
Hey, I don't know. You know what? I was on the live shot the other day from the bunker, so you guys got to get it together here.
That's true. How'd that go? How'd you feel you looked?
Great. It was fine. But it was really fun, because it was actually three of us. Could have felt like an actual round table.
Good. I was you and Carrie Crowley and Copes. I loved it. All right. The phrase is trickle up. Trickle up.
Trickle up.
Farhan, is he feeling himself right now that the Casey Schmidt call up is the beginning of a movement?
I think that's kind of what look, I think everybody in the organization is super excited about Casey Schmidt with good reason. But for Farhan, among other things, this is the first guy he's really hit on from a draft of his. So extra, but there's more coming. That's what's really exciting. We've seen a few guys that they didn't draft or they acquired from other teams like Luis Gonzalez, but Casey Schmidt, man, I think we knew the glove was there, but the way he's hitting, this is it's kind of a one of the better moments the last few years for the Giants.
It really is. And when you stop talking, Paulie can take down the art. I sent it to you, by the way, Susan, so if you want to look at it, you can.
I want to see it.
Don't hold it against me. Seriously, I'm just...
do you see it?
I know.
No, it's hitting. This is it's kind of one of the best.
Oh, no. Oh, boy, what an eventful phone call this
Between
is.
the house alarm.
I know, there's a lot happening with Susan.
And
she dropped off.
And she saw that.
What do you got, Marcus?
I think she was insulted by Paulie Mack's picture.
No, let's hope not. I'm just trying to, listen.
Check with Candace checked in and said it's very funny.
Thanks, Candace. I'm doing the best I can. Listen, until we can get this technology updated.
Well, shout out to the 707 on the text center said Paulie made Susan Slusser look like Ben Franklin.
Oh, come on, man. Not my intention at all. I know she's not wearing glasses.
I see a peppermint patty kind of in there.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
See any some of that?
Again, I don't even know why I gave her curls. But
You're
I
back.
did.
Susan,
Yeah.
you're back?
I am back.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think you're drawing?
I'm not having a good technology day. No, I couldn't see it. I managed to hang up.
Don't worry. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, back to the call-ups, and I don't know of the names: Kyle Harrison, Pat Bailey, Luis Matos, Tyler Fitzgerald. Are these four names that will be called up this year? Is there a way to rank the sort of likelihood? I know injuries determine these things, but is there sort of a buzz meter on these guys?
I'm going to throw another name in there, and I'll tell you, Kyle Harrison, I think, is almost a for sure. And the way it sounds like they're lining things up is for the second half. That's why the innings are kind of low right now. Everybody's like, he's not even stretched out. He hasn't gone 4. Well, yeah, that's because they want to back end the innings count for them. So I love that. Pat Bailey, I think we would definitely see in the event of an emergency, I would think. He looks basically ready. And Keaton Wynn is the guy everyone keeps mentioning. A starter, right-hander. He looked great during the spring. I think he's got a shot. His numbers aren't great right now at Sacramento, but that's a hitter's league. That's a tough league. And he's another one they're saying, like, we're keeping the innings low right now because we might need him in the second half. And usually you wind up seeing those guys at some point.
Well, I mean, add Keaton Wynn to the mix then. That should be fun. So I know, we talked to you last week about Casey Schmidt. There's going to be a time he cools off, right? I mean, this is baseball, and this is the history of the game. So I think probably fans should expect it. There's going to be an 0 for 12 or something like that, and he has to expect it too. So has that even been brought up with Gabe or the coaches or the players? Like, you got to prepare for something's going to cool off, and you can't have a honeymoon forever in baseball.
Yeah, I asked Farhan that the other day. Do you have to kind of temper expectations when a guy gets off to a start like this? And he said, I think the people in the organization never kind of get to that. He said, and he kept saying energized, which is one thing, but I don't think they think, he's going to hit 400 all year. He's going to have some learning curve. Now, will it be as steep as, say, David Villar's? The hope is he can even things out a little bit better than, David Villar, who really just went into a terrible funk. And he's a guy I think we will also see again just because of the power. But he's so interesting because at this point, where does he play? Casey Schmidt has really changed the balance of things about where some of these other guys might wind up being.
Right. I mean, you actually kind of painted a scenario where like Estrada and, Schmidt or a Tyler Fitzgerald, and there might not even be a place for VR going forward.
Yeah, he could wind up being kind of the next generation Wilmer Flores. I absolutely see that's possible. He's too short to play first, unfortunately. But he's got the big bat. When you've got thump like that, there will be a spot for you somewhere. So it could be a little bit almost like what Schmidt's doing now, bouncing around an awful lot.
Right, do those things. Talking to Susan Slessor of the San Francisco Chronicle. Susan, the other stuff you talked to Farhan about was the free agents. And Conforto is trending up, and there's no doubt about it. Just look at the numbers. As Taylor Rogers seems to have found a groove, too, a little bit, got more comfortable. But Mitch Haniger has not. And I was just wondering, any thoughts from the Giants on that? I mean, he missed the first 20 games and then has not caught fire. But is the idea that they're still going to play him every day?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Initially, they were slow playing him a little bit because he was coming off the injury. He's somebody that he's struggled so much with injuries the last 2 years. He hasn't had a ton of regular playing time for a while. I think, he certainly his track record is, as Farhan kept saying, track record. But it is impressive. I don't think anyone's worried about him. But yeah, it's getting close to the time where he really needs to start turning things on. And I have not talked to him extensively about what's going on. But like everybody that either starts late or misses a huge chunk of spring training, his timing looks off. I mean, it's as simple as that. His eye looks pretty good. I don't think he's swinging it stuff too much out of the zone. I think he's just kind of where Conforto was after not playing for a year, a week or two ago, just caught in between.
Well, again, he's hitting 143, and until he got that pinch hit single Wednesday, he was carrying a 1 for 20 into that. So that was a little tough there. All right, Sluss, so they sweep the Phillies. The Marlins come into town. The Padres are under 500. Listen, I know we don't look at the standings on May 19th, but is there a feeling like 500 is like get to 500 and then start the season over again kind of thing?
500 is never your goal if you're a team that you think is a playoff contender. And sure, you got to get there first. But I think that what they really are looking at, they're big on, just play for the day kind of thing. I think what they really need to be doing is just starting to win series. You pocket enough series wins, and you're a playoff team, and that's where they've got to be looking. You can't look like, well, if we sweep this team, we get back to 500. If we do that, just start doing things consistently to win series. I'm not even sure this play for the day thing. I like looking at series. You set up your pitching, you get a pretty good feel going. I think that's where they really need to be aiming.
It's a big series for them because if they can follow up the sweep by winning this series, then you're exactly what you're talking about. You start to build that huge energy going into a road trip, Minnesota, Milwaukee. You going to Minnesota, Milwaukee?
I will be there.
All right,
absolutely.
Celeste. Look forward to talking to you there, and have a great Friday. Thanks for coming on.
Well, thanks, guys.
Bye, Susan.
Susan Slusser and Paulie Mack with the art.
Well, I'm going to put Susan away now. Bye, Susan.
Kevin Harlan.
Okay.
One of the great voices.
Should I keep these on file for like when we have guests? Because I got different renderings for different guests. I got a Mayoko and a Slusser so far. Murph, this piece here, I call the Slusser.
The Slusser.
We're going to hang this in MoMA.
Her struggle is man's struggle. All right, so there you go. Kevin Harlan, next. Basketball, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shot clock at 3. Butler with Brogdon on. It's a long 3. And good! Oh, Jimmy frickin' Butler puts it in. Shot clock running down. And it's the Butler who did it. Wow. Touches every inch of that rim.
All right, the man who made that call, Jimmy frickin' Butler, is our buddy. We have him on a lot. He's the best. Kevin Harlan, who's in Boston for Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals tonight on TNT. And I got to tell you, Kev, of your many great calls, that's one of my favorites. So welcome back to Murph and Mac. And how are you? Good morning, Kevin. How are you?
Good morning. Good to be on with you. I talked to my wife as I was leaving the Garden after that game and said, do you think you're going to get fired for what you just said? I said, I have no idea. That would be one of like 50 times I've probably been close to getting fired. I didn't know if you could say that. It just kind of came out, and sometimes that happens. In fact, it happens a lot, and I'll say something. I go, oh, crap, should I don't know if I can say that. And but I did, and I guess it's okay. I'm glad you guys liked it. That always, I guess, calms me a little bit. Yeah, well, good.
Absolutely loved it. If they relieve you of your duties, you have a home here on the Murphy Mac Show.
We got a third chair waiting for you. Yeah.
Man, and it's funny. Did you hear from one of the producers or Reggie or anybody say anything, or was there any kind of joshing around after that?
No, we've got 3 daughters and our son, and I don't go to social media except to follow like Shefty and guys that are covering leagues, Woj and that. I never come across anything about me. Vern Lundquist told me one time, he said, a lot of my confidence was rattled when this social media thing came out. And I kept thinking, I was doing great and doing all this, and he does. I mean, he's a Hall of Fame broadcaster, but occasionally there were some bad comments about his work. And he said, it just deflated me. He said, I just couldn't believe someone could be so mean. And he told me this, 15 years ago. And he said, if it were me, I would never look at it. So I follow the Vern Lundquist method, and that is don't look at social media. So I didn't know what people were saying about it. And Reggie, the next morning, he and I had breakfast and said, people are liking it a lot. And and my kids all said something. So I don't know where it comes from. Honest to God, because I've got such a low IQ, I think that helps in situations like that where things just kind of come out.
Well, it's
I don't
great.
know where they come from.
I got to tell you, you just really touched on a rich spot there because I am a huge Vern Lundquist fan, and I had this Yahoo Golf column for years. Kevin, we're talking to Kevin Harlan, and I would always extol the virtues of Vern at the Masters. And then one day in my inbox, there was an email from Vern Lundquist, and I had never met him. And I was just, I felt like Babe Ruth and Michael Jordan had combined to write me an email. It was like, oh my God, Vern Lundquist. And he gave me this phone number if we ever wanted to have him on the show and anything. So we had him on once. I was so nervous, So if you're quoting the great Vern Lundquist, you're doing good. You did the right thing.
Well, when I got the Turner in '96, and when I got there, I was a pretty young broadcaster, and the 2 guys that were there were Dick Stockton and Vern Lundquist. Wow. I mean, Dick Stockton to me is maybe the most underrated broadcaster ever. I just think Stockton was magnificent, and he's a Hall of Famer. And Vern, as good. I hold him in such high regard. And he and I were together at Turner, and then he and I were together at CBS. And our place, at one time in our room at CBS, we had Lundquist, we had Don Criqui, and we had Dick Enberg. In addition to Nance, and I'm looking around the room, thinking there's Don Criqui. He's won the Pete Rozelle Award, and he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. These are just giants in our business, people that influenced me tremendously. And then to find out they're as nice
as you hope they would be, which doesn't happen often in life when you idolize somebody and you meet him and you're kind of, you thought, man, I thought he'd be nicer. I thought that person would be different.
Right.
And these guys were great, and Lundqvist was just at the top of the list. Enberg was phenomenal, just wonderful, wonderful men who I revere to this day. Some aren't with us, but I love those guys.
Well, obviously you followed their pattern because you're one of the greats and always a pleasure to talk to too. So thanks for hopping on, Kevin. And so this series,
I'm telling you, watch out for Miami.
Well, but we almost say this every year now, right?
We do. That's fair.
And in fairness, I believe they won game 1 last year and Boston won the series, right?
Yeah.
So, but is there something different?
Good question.
About this Heat run? It feels like it. Maybe I'm just having recency bias because Spoelstra makes these runs, fairly frequently. But something about coming from the 8th seed. I don't know, Kevin. Is there something different?
Well, I think they're wrongly seeded, like the Lakers. Lakers are not a 7th seed, and Miami is not a 8th seed. But both have a similar path in that they got healthy in Miami, and that changed their season in March and April. And that's why they are kind of what they are right now. Remember, they were the number 1 seed a year ago, and their core is back. They're not much different than they were at this time a year ago when they were the number 1 seed playing Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals. And, of course, the Lakers made that historic 2-trade in a couple weeks span that Rob Pelinka pulled off, which was just magnificent. I mean, that trade, those trades, getting Hachimura from Washington and then bringing in Russell and getting Vanderbilt, like that trade is going to go down as one of the great, and they got rid of the Westbrook contract. That's going to go down as one of the great trade segments ever in midstream, I think. I mean, look what it's done to the team. I mean, they're not even close to what they were. They were 2-10, the Lakers, and they were 25-30 at the trade deadline. They get Hachimura, they get those other kids at the deadline on February 9th. They're a different team, and both teams are seeded wrongly. And kind of like the NCAA tournament, Duke shouldn't be a 5 or Kansas shouldn't be a 4, but some years they are, and you just know that you're in trouble because they're too low. And in Miami's case, they've got 4 undrafted rotational players, in addition to the greatness of Butler and Adebayo. And they're in the same system, same coach. They live by principles that most teams in this league try to emulate but can't, because there's always a coaching change or a GM change and player changes. Not in Miami. They stick to what they have. They believe in the way they get these players, even the undrafted ones. And then you get a guy like Butler, who's got so much swagger and so much bravado that these kids can't help but follow. And they want to be led, and they are led. And you cannot take your eyes off of Butler. And he is just so fun to watch, and with so much grit and determination and toughness. He leads them well.
I agree. Kevin Harlan is our guest on the UMA guest line. Great stuff on Jimmy Butler, Kevin. At the same time, I'd like to get your view of Boston at this point, because like Murph said about Miami, I'm not even sure if I can put a finger on this, but to me, the Celtics feel different to me this year. I mean, they, on the one hand, Tatum can go for 51 in a Game 7, and they look like they can beat the world. But then you see the next game, mental mistakes on their own floor late in the fourth quarter, the turnovers. Now, a lot of that does have to do with Butler stepping in the way of those passing lanes. But I don't know, Kevin, how do you feel about the Boston Celtics at this point?
Well, they got the youngest coach in the league, who's a first-time head coach at this level, clearly, 34-year-old Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah.
And if you go back to the beginning of the season, remember Udoka got in trouble. They had to suspend him, and they were looking, well, who are we going to get? I mean, training camp opens tomorrow. We got to find a head coach.
Yeah.
So they promoted from within, and Brad Stevens got this guy who at this time a year ago wasn't even courtside. He was in the second row of coaches. That's kind of how anonymous he was.
Yeah.
Now listen, the guy played in the Final Four for Bob Huggins at West Virginia. He was a Division II coach for a brief time. He's paid his dues. He's a rising star. They have, I think, unduly here in the Boston market pointed to his miscues. I don't think he's been that off, quite frankly. The message is there. It's a players' league. They've just got to execute. Back to what your point is, Miami is really tough. I don't know where that level is with the Celtics, and it's not like it's a young team. Jaylen Brown is playing. He played at Cal, of course. He's playing in his 5th Eastern Conference Finals, as is Smart.
Yep.
They got a guy that's older than the head coach on the team, and Al Horford.
Wow.
They're not a young team. They're an experienced team, and they got 2 all NBA wings. They got 2 of the top 10 players in the league on that team, and Tatum and Brown. So I think it's firmly on the players. I don't know if they become disinterested. I don't know what it is, but Miami is formidable, and Milwaukee found that out. The Knicks found it out, and now the Celtics are finding it out. And one last note to look beyond the game and it profits and all the different things in the world of gambling. In Game 2, where the home team has lost Game 1, the home team has won Game 2 17 consecutive games.
Wow.
And these series, 7 straight. So just a little tip to my friends out there at FanDuel and all the MGM and all the other places that are taking in money, because I think Boston will play well tonight in Game 2.
Kevin Harlan's got the call tonight, and we will be all watching and looking forward to the call. We can't let you go, Kevin, without a thought. I know you've spent so much time with our beloved Golden State Warriors, who are out. And you can imagine, Kevin, this last 3-4 days.
Oh, the fallout is, man.
Well, I mean, it starts from the top. Bob Myers, questions, now leaning to the phrase they used in the Atlantic, bracing for the likelihood that he will not
Draymond Green
return.
Jordan Poole questions.
Jonathan Kuminga questions.
On and on.
Klay Thompson questions. We have so many questions, Kevin. I love your view. You have such a great perspective. You cover the team. You know the principles involved. I guess the question would be, do you believe that the dynasty, if not over, is it teetering right now? And if so, why? Or if not, why not?
Well, first of all, let's make sure we give a station ID. This is KNBR San Francisco. So we make sure we check the FCC box. I would say
we're going to use that now. I'm going to record that and play that back at the top of every hour.
By the way, did you tell it was a Cumulus Media station too?
Yeah, we got to throw that in.
That was incredible. That's incredible.
So one time when to get on the air when I was 15 years old, you had to take an FCC test.
Oh my gosh!
Pass to get your license.
Oh my gosh!
To be on the air.
Oh
yeah,
my gosh.
I drove from Green Bay, where I grew up, to Chicago.
Yep.
Like I'm 16 years old. I was so dumb, and driving there and trying to navigate Chicago, I had to go to like this gigantic building and take an FCC test to get my license so that I could be on the air. I had kind of lied about it before when I was 14, getting on the air.
14.
I say, hey, can we see your license? I go, what license? My driver's license? No,
I left it in the car.
Idiot. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so listen, they've been the architects of this dynasty. Why would anybody think they couldn't do it again? I mean, the hardest thing in sports for teams, fans, coaches, everybody, is to watch aging superstars. But they still have a shelf life, and they've got things in the tank they can add as you make the transition. Well, surely they thought that was going to be the case with the kid they got out of Memphis. And then they thought it was going to be the same with the kid they got out of Arkansas. And then Jonathan from Ignite. And they thought these guys would be there, but we all now want them to perform, even with a couple years and not many games and all these big, mammoth, huge players, historic players still playing and on the floor and requiring big minutes. And that's a tough road to go down. And a lot of teams don't, survive that, and they hit a trough. But why does anybody all of a sudden think that Bob Myers is not as smart as he was 4, 5, 6 years ago, or that Steve Kerr, or the ownership? They're all the same guys.
Yeah.
But things run their cycle, and we could be getting to the end of that cycle. Although it looks like people want to come back, and I love that. And you've got historic players playing for you, but clearly changes have got to be made. And why not? Why lose trust now? People didn't lose trust in Pat Riley in the 28 years he's been in Miami, or Spoelstra, who's been 15 years the head coach of the Heat. They stick to what they believe. They've got a philosophy. You've got a state-of-the-art building with facilities that are second to none in the greatest city in the country. Why are we looking at each other going, uh-oh? There's no uh-oh. It's let's maneuver here. This is what a great challenge here for the same group.
Sounds really good and true, and it's going to be really intriguing. But it does start with Bob Myers maybe not coming back. So,
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that.
So we will have to follow that. Last one for you, Kev, on the way out is just Pat. You mentioned Pat Riley. Paulie and I are obsessed with him because we are old enough.
I have been since like 84.
We are old, and I'm at the point now where I want to, like, in the history of American sports, on the short list of the greatest winners. I mean, everybody says Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Tom Brady, Bill Russell.
Riley's been doing this for like 50 years now.
When you go to the executive branch, it's Red Auerbach or John Wooden, whatever, or Vince Lombardi. I mean, I feel like he rightfully belongs in that discussion.
Yeah.
Kevin,
yes, totally agree. And he was a player for Adolph Rupp at Kentucky. They won there. And, Laker career as a player. And then the coaching with the Knicks and the Heat and just everything he's done. And he may be now in his greatest role of continuing this culture that he's been there 28 years. And he has had 7 Eastern Conference Finals with Spoelstra. They've won the championships. They've had LeBron. He's an innovative guy who has inspired the likes of Patrick Ewing all the way to LeBron. And here he is, who handpicked Butler. He personally put it on his plate to get Butler to sign there 4 years ago from Philadelphia. And there are these the Mount Rushmore of these legendary guys in each sport. Riley has got to be up there. I know we give a lot of credit to the Auerbachs and all these other people, but that was a different world. And Riley has gone from one generation to the next and always found success, but stayed true to himself, right? Like he's got a model, he's got a method, he's got a pattern, he's got a map, and he doesn't deviate from it. He'll evolve, but he's got the basic things, the foundational things that are there, and he sticks with them, and it works. Clearly, it's as good now as it was, 28 years ago when he took over the Heat. So, I mean, he's phenomenal and impressive in every way, and I'm with.
Oh, no.
Oh, darn it.
I think we dropped Kevin.
At the end.
That's unfortunate.
I wanted to tag out on Riley.
Well, he was on a roll, too.
I was about to say, based on his answer, I'm literally going to go home and read The Winner Within, Pat Riley's book.
I'm telling you right now, man. Or dial up that 30 for 30 Celtics-Lakers, the history of that rivalry. There's so much great Riley stuff
Kevin,
in that.
Kevin, you just trailed out at the very end. Your last thought was?
Well, I just think he is stuck with what he believes in and has such great conviction about how it should be done, belief in people, loyalty, and keeping the same message. They've got like 10 guys, from their scouting guys to their coach, to, Spoelstra joined there when he was a kid, in the tape room in the basement. Yeah. And Riley just believes in keeping it. When you find the right people, you keep the right people and let them do their job.
Yeah.
As opposed to Phoenix firing Monty Williams, Milwaukee firing Budenholzer, and Philly firing the Sixers.
Come on,
it's crazy.
Like, really? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like some of these guys, like they just panic. These owners, they may be great in business, but they've not been in locker rooms, and I mean, like they just drive me nuts. It's just thank God I don't work for one. They just drive me crazy.
You work for a guy who lets you say Jimmy frickin' Butler.
I know. How about that? Huh?
All right, Kevin, you are a delight to talk to every
Thanks so
time,
much, Kevin.
and you carry on the Vern Lundquist tradition proudly. So, we can't can't wait for your call tonight, and look forward to our next conversation.
Thank you, guys. Always enjoyed it. You're always so kind to me. Thank you so much. Take care.
He's the best, Kevin Harlan. Yeah. And by the way, no joke, I just went on Amazon and ordered The Winner Within. It's a book that's always been out there. I need the book. I need a little Riley in my life.
Rick's going to come out
$19. It's coming tomorrow.
You'll come out the other side of that as a better father, husband, and coach.
What if I start showing up to work What if I start showing up to work in the suit
with your arms folded? Yeah, pacing around.
Perfect. The Joe Varden anecdote. I said, "What about Riley?" He goes, "I was at shoot around today. He was off to the side." He goes, "He looked agitated about something."
The other thing Riley used to do when he was a young guy coaching the Lakers, Murphy, is not only did he look incredibly cool, perhaps inspiring Gavin Newsom's look in the 80s.
Without question.
That he would do this move a lot too. He would have his arms folded, he would pace, but then he would drop down to like a catcher's crouch, and he would sit there like on the sideline and watch the game, like just looking cool in an Armani suit.
I remember his big story about, I think it was after the Boston Day Massacre, when he said he gave this big speech to the team. He said, "My dad told me there comes a time
in
every man's life where you got to draw a line,
100% right,
take a stand, and kick somebody's ass."
And by the way, he said that to his team moments after he put his fist through the blackboard. That's in the 30 for 30. First thing he did was he punched a hole in the blackboard where the play was he was drawing, and then he told them with that father quote. Yeah.
Okay, Waterboy.
Have you punched a hole in a blackboard in front of your team yet? Because you might need to.
We're getting close.
Okay.
We're getting close. What?
Oh.
Giants baseball. What did we talk to Mike Krukow and Susan Slessor about today?
Guys getting called up, among other things.
Ladies and gentlemen, because Joey Bart is on the 10-day IL right now with a left groin strain.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, catcher Patrick Bailey has been called up to the San Francisco Giants.
You know what?
Am I seeing him tonight?
Come on.
Am I seeing him tonight?
Yes. I'm saying yes, you're getting him tonight. In the crouch. Get him behind the dish. He let DeSclafani throw to him.
Now, also a little less exciting because he's been up before, but they sent outfielder Cal Stevenson designated for assignment, and Elliot Ramos is back.
Look at this now.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Scratch that. Elliot Ramos was placed on the 60-day IL. My bad.
Okay.
My bad. So, but right-handed pitcher Ryan Walker is up. Ryan Walker is up, and he's a 31st round pick from 2018 out of Washington State.
What's he going to be, the Giants' Brock Purdy?
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
Very good call.
Right.
So Bailey and Walker join. Bart and Stripling go down.
Youth movement. Youth gone wild,
Ross
Marcus.
Stripling, 15-day IL, low back strain. Is Walker going to start? No.
No, he's a reliever. He's actually had a really good year with Sacramento this year.
So Manaea goes back in the 5th spot?
Oh, that's a good question.
Or Brebbia opener stuff?
Yeah, or
Junis.
Tristan Beck.
We'll piggyback that one.
We're burying the lead. The lead is Patrick Bailey.
Patrick Bailey. I can't wait
Let's
to
talk
see this
about
kid.
it on the other side.
Let's go.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Well, first of all, let's make sure we give a station ID. This is KNBR San Francisco.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Larry Baer stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolber and Cobes to talk about the MLB debut of Casey Schmidt and what he has accomplished in his first week up with the Giants. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
The pick is in. Who will Giant fans be rooting for a couple of years from now?
With the 13th pick of the 2020 MLB Draft, the San Francisco Giants select Patrick Bailey, a catcher from North Carolina State University.
Bailey now a swing and a high fly ball. This is hit well out to deep left field. Smith's going back at the track, looking up. It's gone. An opposite field, two-run home run for Patrick Bailey. Showing you why he is one of the top hitting prospects in this Giants organization. His first homer in the Cactus League.
Well, there it is, man. If you're just getting in your car, just hop it in or didn't get a text alert, Patrick Bailey getting the call up as Joey Bart goes on the 10-day IL with a left groin strain. And here we go. Number 2 from the Farhan position player stable. Of course, Casey Schmidt being the first. Now, I think if you look at his baseball card, you're not looking at a Casey Schmidt type of electricity. I want to sort of like get that out there right now. Like he's not going to, like he's a so he's a catcher. Obviously, his number one job, to guide. What about you know this as an old pitcher? You don't need your catcher hitting 330 with 35 jacks. You need him to be the man behind the dish.
Yeah,
right?
you need him blocking balls, calling games, and being that guy that you can rely on every single night.
Which, quite frankly, Blake Sable was a little raw back there with the catcher's interferences and the pass balls.
A lot
and
of
things
interferences.
like that.
You can't have that.
In fact,
yeah.
A lot raw, let's be honest
Yeah,
here,
no,
right?
Mike went over that. That's the one thing you can't have is all those interference calls.
And Joey Bart has gotten better before our eyes. Like
He
2020, Joey Bart
that's legit.
was not good.
He's coming
Pitchers are
along.
like, keep him away from me. The guy was like kryptonite.
He's having a hard time keeping that groin healthy, though.
But he's gotten better. And now Pat Bailey, who they say is defensively superior. They say he's defensively superior. So I'll just give you his minors hitting numbers in 3 seasons, 814 plate appearances, which is a significant. They would say, what do you want, like 1,000 or something like that? 814 plate appearances, career 251. All right, Paulie, that's if I can. Is it okay to talk batting average? Or they?
I'll be with you on that, dude. I'll take it. No, batting average still means something to me. It does. It indicates if you can hit.
You want to talk Farhan? His OPS 779. Well, you can live with that. You can live with that. That's pretty good. That's in the minors. We'll see how he does when he comes up here. He currently in Richmond in 60 plate appearances, hitting .216 with a .670 OPS. So he wasn't tearing up Sacramento, but in Richmond, prior to his call-up, he was hitting .333 with an .882. So there are some bat-to-ball skills. He's not going to be an automatic out. So I think what we're looking for is stability. We're looking for glove. We're looking for a nice piece, maybe like an 8-hitter, you know what I mean? An 8 or a 9-hitter. And youth, right? He's 24. He's 24 years old. Let's see. No, he's 23. He'll be 24 on May 29th, which is the day Luke Jackson becomes eligible. Don't forget that. That's my day. Praise Dale and raise hail. But it's exciting, right? It's exciting.
It is exciting. And you're going to get it tonight, man.
I hope he plays. Is he going to play tonight?
I think so. My gut says yes. Why call him up if not? Get him in the crowd.
Let's get Tony D saying, give me the kid.
I got a bad toenail and I got a brand new catcher. Let's go to work.
FP is here getting ready for Papa and Lon, and he said, hey, Bailey, he said he'll celebrate with a Bailey's Irish Cream.
Okay.
Will you guys do a little Bailey's Irish Cream?
I had a bad experience with it once. I'd rather not.
What?
Yeah.
It's such a smooth drink. It's like a milk chocolate.
Not when you're as dumb as I was as a freshman in college.
Or chocolate milk, I should say.
Wound up in the wrong.
It's like a chocolate milk. No?
Ooh, you could.
Bailey's is water boy. You could get Bailey's is like drinking a milkshake.
Oh, it's easy.
Yeah.
That stuff goes down smooth.
I don't recommend drinking it straight from the bottle like I did, already inebriated. And I go, that looks like a good idea. Let me pound some of this. Next thing you know, I was having myself a hell of a night.
I urge you to return to
It's one of those things where I overdid it to the point because I was already so far gone. I was a rookie. I was a freshman in college. And I wound up in this person's room who's not going to get mentioned. And she had the Baileys in those little college fridges.
Was it Jill Parcells again?
It was not Jill Parcells. Right. I never was involved with her. But anyways, this one, she was like, well, I got to, because I'm like, what do you have to drink? She goes, well, I got this in the fridge here. Uncorked it, just started hitting it. Next thing you know, your boy was quite queasy. Well, that's on top of a night of drinking. It was bad. It was bad.
Like with an ice cube. An ice cube and a Bailey.
Yeah.
A little after dinner.
I'm going to leave that to you guys. No, I know. Yeah, like a gentleman.
And Paulie Mack already redecorated the studio to look like his college dorm room, so why not start drinking like you're in college too, Paul?
On that note, we got some loose ends here. So one of our favorite people at KNBR is the great Maria Lopez. I mean, we really love Maria. She does everything for us. She's always helpful, always positive. She sent me a text during the break. By the way, I'd love it if they'd turn the cameras off during the break so a guy could do guy stuff, whether it's a scratch, whether it's a stretch. You know what I'm talking about? An adjustment. Anyway, Maria goes, hey, quick question, Paulie. Who's the woman on that Golden State Warrior jersey you have hanging up, the T-shirt behind you on the wall? I go, Maria, that's no woman. That's friend of the program, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer Bob Weir from the Grateful Dead. We'll see him at the LA Forum tomorrow night.
Oh, hell yeah.
We're flying down there to catch some Dead and Company. So anyway, Maria,
that's when he had Anthony Kiedis-like hair.
Wow, nice call, dude. Right? Yeah, so that's a very young Bobby Weir.
I think Kiedis is kind of trying to look like young Bobby.
I love everything you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
I love it all.
By the way, Paul, you unwittingly walked into the age-old G-rated joke. Who was that lady I saw you with last night? That was no lady. That was my wife.
Hey!
There you go. Okay, so Pat Bailey is up. A guy named Ryan Walker, too. A right-handed pitcher named Ryan Walker, a 31st rounder in 2018. I don't know. Maybe he throws a heavy sinker. I don't know.
And he's having a great year down in Sacramento. Has a .89 ERA. Has like 23 strikeouts in 20 innings. So,
this goes to show you, too, when you get to the draft, man, I mean, you find this, the longer you stay around sports, man, it becomes the guys who want it the most, who outlast other guys. It's not always the bonus baby, man. It's not always the first-round pick. Like, I hate to say this, and sometimes, like Hunter Bishop, for example. We had great hopes for him. He's a Sarah kid and all, and we still do, but, he's on the side of the road. Meanwhile, this 31st rounder, Ryan Walker's like, I'm walking into a big league clubhouse. This guy's going to the bigs.
Yeah, man.
An exciting day for him.
Huge.
And for Pat Bailey, too.
Yep.
Cal Stevenson designated for assignment. It's just, what? But it's just like, they bring these guys up, they play them in a big league game, like, hey, man, you're playing today. And then, 2 days later, yeah, we don't even want him in the building.
Grab your stuff. Grab your stuff, Cal.
That's the stuff that always kind of baffles me. Like, he goes from literally being in the starting lineup to get out of the building. We never want to see you again.
A lot of moves. A lot of forehand moves, yeah.
If he was that...
You're up, you're down, you're in, you're out.
He was that dispensable. Why was he playing in a big league game?
There's questions I'd like an answer to.
Murph, also, you got to remember a couple weeks ago, Darren Ruff got DFA'd by the Mets, was hitting in the 3-hole, and now he's gone again.
I mean...
Ruff is on the move again.
That might be the symbol right there, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, sorry to change the subject, but I'm just seeing Tom Kim go into the mud for the first time, and I'm elated.
That's after the wash.
Look at this guy.
Well, that's after the JC wash.
Oh, is he going to peel that? Look at this. He's changing on that. Oh, this guy, this is number one golfer of all time now. Yeah. He's over here with his pants rolled up. He's covered in mud. He's changing shirts right there on the green. He's laughing his A off. Yeah. This guy, I roll with Tom Kim. From him, they're here on forward.
Maybe bring him out here to do a first pitch and change shirts on the mound at Oracle Park. I don't know. By the way, I'm just trying to check for you where he is on the leaderboard because somebody said he made a move towards making the cut here. I want to figure this out for you. So anyway, there's your news for today, guys.
It's good news. Good. It's exciting.
I mean, yeah. Again, I'm just. I don't want to I'm not dogging the guy, but he's not. I don't expect a Casey Schmidt electricity.
Okay.
Yeah, Tom Kim. He's the guy told me he was going to make. Now he's tied 112.
Tom Kim's out here laughing with his pants rolled up.
He's probably going to miss the cut.
It's a great visual too, Mark, because he kind of goes over this hill and then he disappears. And then when he comes back, his pants are up and he's covered in mud. It's great.
So Elliot Ramos to the 60-day IL. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But Bart and Stripling to the 10 and 15-day IL, and Bailey and Walker up. Okay, so there you go. It's exciting, and hopefully we will see him tonight, and hopefully he can handle a pitching staff, and hopefully this is the future. By the way, if it can Bailey and Bart coexist, is that like...
What are we moving him into the house, you mean? Or as
when
roommates?
Bart comes back, I guess Bailey goes back down?
Not if he's tearing it up like Casey Schmidt is. If Patrick Bailey comes up, shows the glove that he showed in spring training, he's a switch-hitting catcher. If he catches fire, keep him up.
Why send him back?
The Giants had 3 catchers on their roster last year.
Yeah.
Is it time to go to the Mark Jackson quote? Things be changing at Golden State?
There goes that man.
All right.
Yeah.
Hey, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health, your gateway to better health with an exceptional medical center and more than 150 primary and specialty care doctors in clinics throughout the North Bay. Okay, the Niners have been a big topic for us this morning because, A, it looks like they're getting the Super Bowl after the 2025 season. Would the Niners make it a home Super Bowl? So shout out San Francisco and Santa Clara for bringing back the Super Bowl in February of 2026. And then, of course, Matt Barrow's story on the passing coach, Christensen, who worked with Trey Lance in Dallas, and Pat Mahomes, and his glowing endorsements. They hit the field on Monday. So we'll talk to Nick Wagner, our buddy, who covers the 49ers for ESPN, next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here he is, QB1.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tonight, the Sports Business Journal is reporting that Levi's Stadium, home of the San Francisco 49ers, is likely to be awarded the 2026 Super Bowl.
Yeah, man. Party in Santa Clara, and everybody's going, I guess. I don't know. I went 10 years ago for what was arguably, of the 56 Super Bowls so far, bottom 5 Super Bowl.
It was one of the dullest
Broncos,
of all
Panthers.
time. Shout out to the what was it? The Baltimore Ravens beating the Kerry Collins Giants. That one's up there as well.
That might be the worst, but
super dull. By the way,
will the 49ers be playing in their home Super Bowl?
I'll answer that
and
question.
Who will be quarterbacking them?
I'll answer both those questions after I remind everybody that this segment is brought to you and sponsored by Allworth Financial. Get your investment questions answered at Allworth's free in-person workshop. Register at allworthfinancial.com.
And, Paulie, I want to remind you before we welcome Nick Wagner here
Yes.
that Giants baseball, they're in the news. Patrick Bailey, the catching prospect first-round draft pick, has been called up this morning as Joey Bart goes on the IL. So Patrick Bailey is a San Francisco Giant, and Andy Bagley will join John Lund and FP Santangelo today at 11:30 to talk about it. We just saw FP out here. He's looking good. Handsome guy, FP. Hey, here's the deal.
Yes.
Nick Wagner, another handsome guy.
Yeah.
Is here to talk about the 49ers.
That's it.
Hey, Nick, how are you, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Good,
We're
Nick.
good, man. We're pretty ready for this whole
lot of good
drama
news,
to play
yeah.
out here. Let's start with the Super Bowl. I wondered after Super Bowl 50, I didn't know if it had been successful enough that the NFL would come back. And in fact, I thought I had heard nah, they're not going to come back. Like it's not like big enough, grand enough like Allegiant in Vegas or SoFi in LA. But it looks like they've done that. Is that a story you followed at all?
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was down at the owners' meeting, the last round of owners' meetings, which was down in Phoenix in late March. And, you spent some time around a bunch of 49ers people, some of the execs who were there. Jed York spoke on the record. And you could tell then, they basically felt like it was, I don't want to say a done deal, but it was definitely headed in that direction. And that Super Bowl 60 was going to be kind of the primary target. Not that it was the only one they would take, of course, but it was the one they felt most likely that they were going to get. And so really nothing here over the last 24 hours has come as a surprise for anyone that was paying attention, to some of the stuff that myself and some others reported back then. But yeah, to your guys' point, I wasn't here. I didn't live here quite yet when the last Super Bowl was played here, but I do remember hearing a lot of complaints about logistics and kind of how spread out things were with a lot of things taking place in the city and then having to come down to Santa Clara and teams were staying in San Jose and all those different types of things. My guess is that there has been some, not even a guess, but there has been some things that they've worked out in terms of logistics that I think they're hoping will make things a little bit better, including getting some help from, the Warriors with Chase Center, even using Oracle Park for events and things like that, and then making sure that things are kind of a little bit more streamlined. But the thing is, guys, is for anyone who's been to a Super Bowl before, with a few exceptions, I think New Orleans is an exception, Indianapolis is an exception, but a lot of these places you're going to struggle with logistics. Things are going to be very spread out. I covered the Super Bowl in LA. I covered the Super Bowl in Miami, obviously, when the Niners were there a few years ago. Nothing was close. Everything was an hour drive from something else. And so I think that's always going to be part of the deal when you have Super Bowls in these big cities like that.
Agreed, Nick. I actually, as a guy who's covered a fair few, I think pretty much New Orleans should be the permanent site.
Hard to argue that.
However, I would say that I said that before the NFL went to Vegas. I would imagine Vegas would be very New Orleans-like.
That'll be off the hook,
in its proximity.
Yeah.
Like, isn't the stadium right there? Isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's right off the strip there. Yeah, like I said, there's a few exceptions, and you could definitely make the argument that they should just rotate those few. Heck, I'm of the belief. I know they don't have an NFL team anymore, but I think they should build a stadium in San Diego just for events because I miss having San Diego selfishly on the route.
Not a bad idea.
My old line with Mike Silver and I agreed. We said a 3-city rota. I know you said Miami's a little spread out, but it's still a great Super Bowl city. So I would go Miami, New Orleans, San Diego to cover each time zone. And then we just figured it out right there. We just settled it. So there you go.
Easy sell for me. If you put San Diego back in the rotation, that's the greatest loss of relocation was losing San Diego on the NFL circuit.
Is that your home turf, Nick? I never found out where you kind of. What do you call home?
I'm a Midwest kid. I grew up in Illinois, Southern Illinois, so actually closer to St. Louis. But San Diego has always been my favorite city to visit. I just the weather and you just can't beat it.
So, are you from like the farmland country of Southern Illinois, like?
No, I would say basically the easiest way to describe it is like it'd be like a suburb of St. Louis, but on the Illinois side.
Okay,
so I was born in Champaign-Urbana, which would be farmland, and lived there until I was about 7, and then moved down to Southern Illinois. It's not even technically Southern Illinois, but basically you have to explain it because people, when they hear Illinois, always just think Chicago, and it's not really that close.
But it's basically, is it St. Louis suburb? Like, how far were you from St. Louis?
25 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So you're a St. Louis kid. So you're like a Cardinal. Yeah. So Cardinal baseball, huh?
Yeah, I did like Cardinals baseball when I was a kid. Yep.
All right. You're doing 49er football now, and Monday they hit the field. And so the story, there's a lot of stories, but one of them is that Trey Lance is going to be a, quote, new and improved dude. Is this sort of the buzz that he did a lot of work with this passing guru down in Dallas, and there were problems with his delivery, and there were mechanical issues to work through? Is this kind of one of the main storylines coming in, new and improved Trey Lance?
Yeah, I think the biggest storyline when it comes to Trey Lance is this actually, goes back to his rookie season, which if you guys remember, when training camp started that year, Trey Lance played really, really well at the start of camp. Outside observers, media, fans, whoever was watching practice could see that he was a little bit ahead of schedule, and even the Niners were, I think, surprised at how far ahead of schedule he seemed to be. And then he injured that finger in that preseason game. I believe it was against the Raiders. It might have been the Chargers. One of those teams, AFC West teams, they played in the preseason. He injured that finger, and it never really healed that year. And it didn't really even heal, my understanding, fully last year. And I think that was, I think, a big part of the issue. And I think you were seeing some of that maybe play into maybe mechanical issues that you might have heard. The other thing I think that is a part of this, guys, that's interesting is the other thing that happened in Trey Lance's rookie year that didn't happen last year was he had competition, and Kyle Shanahan didn't call it a competition when he was a rookie. It was kind of, Jimmy was the presumptive starter, but Trey was there, and Trey was pushing, and Kyle Shanahan has since acknowledged that. But there was just kind of that built-in competition where last year it was just kind of, okay, Trey's the guy. We're going to go with this, and we're going to see what happens. And I'm not saying that Trey, rested on his laurels or got lazy or anything. I'm not implying any of that. I'm just saying I think there's just kind of an unconscious thing that happens when you're competing with someone versus when you're not, especially when you haven't played in the league and you haven't had a chance to kind of prove yourself yet. That happens. And so I think all of that is key context to what we're going to see as they go into these OTAs, where Sam Darnold's going to be there, and he's going to be getting reps for the first team also. And look, guys, it's not unusual. The Niners have, for as long as I've covered them with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, which has been the whole time that they've been here, they've always just rotated guys through with the starting offense and starting defense through OTAs. Because they're just doing install. They're not doing a whole lot of stuff here. It's not like it used to be in terms of the off-season program. But I think all of those things are going to be important things to keep an eye on in terms of, yes, is Trey Lance back to where he was, or is he better than he was before? And from a health standpoint, certainly things that we'll be watching. And without pads on, there's only so much you can take away from these practices anyway. But obviously, once again, it's going to be all eyes on quarterback here the next few weeks.
Yeah, Nick Wagner, the voice, he covers the 49ers for ESPN. It's great. This is getting way ahead of myself here, but if all three guys make it through camp healthy and you come to late August, early September, their room is keeping three. People don't keep three anymore. You keep all three.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Niners kept three last year, and that was kind of a little bit of a curveball. Obviously, because of the Jimmy Garoppolo thing, and I think people didn't even expect them to keep Brock Purdy. I'm not going to revise history. I was one of them. I thought they would try to sneak Purdy through to the practice squad, but they let Nate Sudfeld go, so they kept Lance, Garoppolo, and Purdy. Turned out they needed all three of them, and so that's the thing. Brock Purdy, if he's back in training camp, which there seems to be growing optimism from the organization that's going to be the case at some point in training camp, he's going to be back. They'll still have him, and they'll have you could say, okay, maybe now you look to trade Trey Lance if an opportunity arises somewhere where there's an injury elsewhere or whatever, but you still probably want to see Brock Purdy playing in games and how he comes back and how he performs, because for as good as he was, there was still a small sample of games. There's still 8 games, not even 8 games. So I think that for their sake, they have to be looking at this as, yes, we would like to only keep 2, and we would like to have stability at quarterback, but how can you sit here, given the history with the injuries that they've had at that position over the last 5 or 6 years, and say, oh, we'll be just fine going in with 2, especially when one of them is coming off of a significant elbow injury.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And like you point out, the small sample size, there's no guarantee he comes in and lights it up again. And so you have these guys hanging in the wings. I guess I'm trying to think about Sam Darnold, and Matty Mayoko came on our airwaves and made his famous comment that the New York Post everybody picked up. But I'm wondering, and I'm not trying to be mean to Sam Darnold, even though he's USC Trojan, I'd like to be mean. For as great as the talent is, as high as everybody's kind of spinning it now, ooh, it's a find, ooh, it's a find, it's a find. There is the fact that you've seen him on the field and he isn't awesome. Like, so it's like, I'm trying to think, is there a comp? Help me out here, Paulie.
I'm thinking, I got you
Nick,
too, yeah.
Of a guy who kind of bounced around for a while with talent and then finally found his spot.
I would say that, I would just throw
Maybe
this.
Jim Plunkett?
This might not, good one. And I would even put Steve Young out there because his years with the Tampa Bay Bucks were underwhelming at best. And all of a sudden, he's a Hall of Fame quarterback under Bill Welch.
So you think you know what I mean, Nick? The comp between his on-field, because he is getting a lot of love but then there's the on-field.
I got you. Yeah.
If you wanted to go to a recent example of a guy who was a former Jets first-round pick at quarterback, Geno Smith would be one. Again, I think Sam Darnold is talented, but I'm with you. I think that there's got to be a lot of proving that needs to go on here too. And the other thing, guys, is in this whole conversation, one thing that gets lost is, and we acknowledge that Brock Purdy played well, and a lot of people talk about how Sam Darnold, look at what he could do with this coaching staff and these weapons. We haven't got to see Trey Lance with these weapons either. Right. Christian McCaffrey wasn't around when Trey Lance was playing quarterback last year. And Christian McCaffrey was the difference maker for this team in the latter part of last season. So I think there's reasons to believe certainly that Sam Darnold can be better and will improve. And there's also reasons to believe that about Trey Lance. And so I think the 49ers, the one thing that I think gets misconstrued the most is I think people, because they hear Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch say, Brock is our guy, Brock is the leader in the clubhouse. I think they're doing that based off of merit, but they're not rooting for anyone. I mean, they're rooting for everyone, but they're not rooting for anyone, if that makes sense. Like they don't care who wins the job. They just want somebody to claim it and make it theirs for a long period of time. And I keep saying this, guys, but it's like this almost 3 decades now, these like parallel searches that the 49ers have been on. Number one, for a franchise quarterback who could just stabilize that position for a decade because they haven't had one since Steve Young. And number two, for that elusive 6th Lombardi trophy. And those two searches are on parallel paths, and when they finally intersect, I think the 49ers will find that they have both of them at the same time, at least with the current roster that they have intact. So I think that is kind of really the macro storyline about this 49ers team right now is they're in their window. There's probably maybe a 2-year window with this nucleus. Now, that could extend if the nucleus gets bigger and new guys emerge, et cetera. But they're probably in a 2-year window where that window is getting closer to closing than it is from when it opened, and they need to jump through that thing before it closes.
Yeah, man, it's you're right. It's kind of crazy that they don't have a quarterback. I mean, they do.
Every year we do this, guys. Every year. Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have been
It's crazy.
I mean, they do, but they don't. By the way, just off topic real quick, what's your prediction on how Jimmy G does in Vegas?
I think he'll be fine. The thing is I think there is going to be some benefit for him to, because he knows the offense, because he's worked with Josh McDaniels, like he'll probably be a little bit better than Derek Carr was in the system. I'm not saying overall, because I think Carr is a little better player, but I think he'll be fine. But, can he stay healthy? It's the question that we would ask every year if he was a 49er, and I don't see any reason that needs to change now that he's with the Raiders.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. He's so likable, and yet, there were limits to what he could do.
He's divisive, he divides.
And the Raiders are a whole other story, too.
It's funny, guys, because he's going to be the first quarterback in a different uniform that the 49ers see this year. So they get the joint practices in the first preseason game with the Raiders right out of the gate once training camp open. So they'll still find a way to see him. It'll be like last year where he's thrown on a side field. He'll be throwing on the other field, but just in a different uniform.
Going back to the Plunkett now and trying to think of Niner-Raider dual quarterbacks, you go back to Plunkett. There's not many who
I can't think of another,
teams.
Really. Can we?
Garcia didn't go to the Raiders. Am I blanking on that? No, he didn't, did he? For a minute?
No.
Rick Garcia was a Raider for a minute?
Was he?
For a year he was at the end.
I don't even remember that.
Anyway, it's going to be fun.
Jeff?
I think, Jim, you know what, Nick? I think the one thing we can assert, Jimmy will look handsome in silver and black.
But that black on black, he'll do fine. Yeah, with the hair.
Yeah, I don't know that there's a uniform that you put Jimmy in where he doesn't look handsome, but that's an advantage that only a select few of us have. So.
Made by God. Garcia was not a Raider. He was not a Raider.
No.
All right. Well, listen, Nick, we love the coverage. We love visiting with you, and we'll look forward to your coverage on ESPN.com. Thank you.
You got it, guys. Take care.
Yeah,
all right.
Okay. They don't have a quarterback.
I like Nick Wagner, by the way. I'm a fan of that guy.
It comes with that suburban St. Louis enthusiasm.
He's got that kind of Southern Illinois charm I'm looking for.
Jeff Garcia signed a 1-year deal with the Raiders in 2009, but I don't think he ever played a game.
Could I get a Garcia giggle? Thank you.
That's a
He sounds like a pervert. He sounds
good
like some old pervert in the park. Yeah,
he really does.
like this.
The way
sinister.
our generation kind of stereotyped old perverts sounded like this.
Totally.
Yeah,
Remember they used to do a thing back in the day, Mark, because I don't even think it exists anymore. It was just simply called flashing. Flashing. Overcoat. Well, I wasn't involved.
For the innocent days of flashing.
How about
My
this,
God.
Murph? How the times have changed. I went to a Halloween party in the late 90s at John Stevens' house, who was living with Darren Chan at the time, who now engineers Giant Games. Halloween party, costume party.
Don't tell me.
One of our co-workers, shout out Kim, you met her at Fenway Park. Do you remember Kim Dempsey? Little redheaded Irish girl from Boston?
Somebody went as a flasher?
Kim Dempsey did. And here's the best part. She was one of our co-workers, Boston girl. A lot of fun.
She went as a flasher.
As a male flasher. I'll tell you the details during the break.
That's a pretty good costume.
It was incredible. It was truly shocking.
But if you did it now, I'd be like, what's that?
Oh, she'd probably be jailed. It was truly shocking because when she opened the jacket, she had like a fake.
I got you.
Like a fake one there, and I was like, whoa.
Well, they have those.
It was shocking.
They make those.
Look
don't
at Kim
they?
Dempsey
Down on Valencia or something like that.
Probably, and also Murph, she was the one that said when we were in the north end of Boston looking for cannoli, she goes, "You're going to see Mike's.
Yeah,
don't go to Mike's.
Don't go to Mike's.
Yeah.
Oh man, Boston, they got their own issues. They got to beat the Heat tonight, and Jimmy Butler hand selected by Pat Riley.
Pat Riley overseeing the whole thing.
All right. Well, speaking of Pats, Pat Bailey, Giants AAA prospect, has been called up and will be on the roster tonight. Joey Bart goes to the IL, and I'm going to the game tonight. I'm hoping to see the guy.
I want you to see him. I want to see him too. I'll be watching.
Schmidt and Bailey? What is this, a River Cats game?
You got a number on Patrick Bailey? What number does he wear?
Oh, I don't know. We'll find out.
Okay.
I'll get
I
you
look
that
forward
news.
to it. I'm always into that.
I'll get you that news Monday when he's a hum baby.
Okay, I hope so.
All right. We'll hand it over to Lund and Santangelo next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, fun Friday. The Reggae Friday ends with, of course, the traditional. And if people don't know, we do that in honor of the fact that we took over the 104.5 airways
Shout out
a
John
couple years
Grappone.
ago.
Yeah, Dave Morey.
And Paulie and I were like, we can't take over 104.5. That's the land of John Grappone and Dave Morey. And
we are not worthy.
Renee
Annalisa.
Oh,
loved Annalisa.
I know.
She was so good.
And so we said, well, if we're going to do it, we got to pay homage. So the way they signed off Grappone did on Fridays at 5 o'clock with Smoke Two Joints, and I listened to that in rush hour traffic on a number of occasions.
Always made me feel good.
And so we said we'll end our Friday shows with this in honor of, let me give an on-air salute to the great K-Fog.
And a quick Annalisa update. I'm pretty sure, you can do your own research on this, but I'm pretty sure she has landed in Chicago, where she is now doing some FM rock radio, as she should. She's one of the all-time great voices.
When I was Ubering around Chicago just last month, I said, throw on Annalisa.
Yeah, nice.
All right, so listen, what did we solve today? We had
Patrick Bailey's coming up.
He's coming up.
That's one. That's tonight. That's very exciting.
And again, I am just he doesn't have the numbers of a Casey Schmidt or the energy of a Casey Schmidt, but listen, this is a first-round catcher who will hopefully stabilize the position. And obviously we said that Joey Bart is on the IL.
Well, the other thing we learned today, a couple other things I can think of. One, Kevin Harlan is one of our favorite friends of the program of all time. He did a legal ID for us today, unprompted. You'll hear that on the Murph and Mackey's tuned in December. Murph, also, we learned about the 49er quarterback position. Suddenly, it seems like it's like a barrage of positive news.
Well,
there's good news here.
Matty Burrows wrote a good story about Trey Lance, but people say, well, what's the guy going to say? Let's try to get him on there,
We decorated the studio today. We did a lot today.
Little quick final check of the Cash Creek text line. Here's 925, Robert from Concord.
No,
he says, shout out tonight at Oracle. I'm going dressed as Emperor Palpatine. Please look out for me in section 311, row 6.
Which one's Palpatine? I don't know the new guys. Marcus, can you help me with a Palpatine?
You're looking at the wrong guy. Just came in here like a freaking wolf on a lamb chop. He says it's Vader's mentor.
That guy, he's
big
creepy.
Head guy?
No, I think he's the guy with the...
He shoots the electricity.
He's got the black hood. He's the white face. He's creepy looking.
Now, why would you go dressed as Emperor Palpatine?
They like the dark side of the Force, some of these people.
Doesn't really matter.
You know what I mean?
You got 5 choices. You either go as Luke, Leia,
Chewbacca,
Han, Chewie, R2D3PO, or R2D2. You got 6 choices.
I love this conversation.
Let me Calrissian. 7.
What if I want to be
choices.
Murph? What about that guy in the first one? What if I want to be Luke Skywalker's uncle, who was telling him to take the trash out or whatever? You can't go on the flying thing. I want you to do the trash or whatever.
I'll throw in Yoda as an 8.
Yeah, give me.
I'll throw in Baby Yoda as a 9.
Yeah.
All right. So
Baby Yoda.
That's from The Mandalorian.
I like Murph on Star Wars.
831 says, it's our buddy. It's our dear friend Aaron. He says, great week of show. Waterboy held it down. Paulie triumphantly returned. You guys have definitely improved your studio space.
We did what we could.
He says, don't forget this was a week of Toes, Swamp A, and excellent drawn depictions of your guests.
Oh, thanks, man.
And he says,
more where that
bring
came from.
on the youth movement far on.
Yeah, let's go.
559 says, bigger question, how will Patrick Bailey be wearing his hat like Casey Schmidt? With a little, just that little tilt
they like
up.
the tilt.
That little tilt
Slightly
up.
askew.
408 says, Waterboy, how come you're talking Jimmy G and I haven't heard you guys think he's a supermodel?
Ooh, stay tuned. I'll hit that next week.
That was a Copes one. I think Copes liked that one.
650 says, Joey is moving permanently into that marina apartment.
Here he is, QB1.
He's been leasing it. He might just sign ownership papers now, yeah.
209 says, hey, man, does this mean the Dodgers are now mining fans in Africa? Giants need to get over there and even it out. I told you, I saw that L.A. logo in Uganda. I was like, come on, man.
That upsets me, too.
I can't go to Uganda without seeing an L.A.
They're
logo?
desecrating Uganda with that logo.
Stan Tim says, guys, speaking of your flashing, they got mooning, too.
Did they?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. You can't throw a moon anymore.
That means as a high school basketball team, you can't moon traffic as a team going by?
Probably not. And they used to do it,
any team
Marcus, not to get too graphic, but back in the day, what they would do is they would moon you driving out of the school parking lot, and they would go cheeks on glass. so it'd be kind of smushed. You know what I mean? It's a hell of a, you don't forget that image.
And the line was,
cheeks on glass.
I remember a friend, before he would do it, would say, I believe the gentleman ordered a pair of pressed hands. That's what he would say. So there you go. All right, on that note, we got to get out of here. It's time to go. I'm going to say hi to Pat Bailey for you guys tonight.
I'm going to go say hi to Bob Weir for you guys.
And I will not be dressed as Emperor Palpatine.
Not me neither. No.
Have a great weekend, Paulie.
Cheers.
Welcome back, Waterboy Triple E. And it's time for FP in London. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. As Kevin Harlan might say, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
We got to pick it up.
Well, first of all, let's make sure we give a station ID. This is KNBR San Francisco.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa